Bramwell Groover, baby, waiting for the green light, and we are on. Hey guys, how you going? So down BK Sport. I'm a couple minutes late here on the basis that, unfortunately, since that Ashes series that we streamed, the internet in Fiji has been diabolical. So you've only got about 11 days time until I get to a place that has much better internet in Hong Kong and then obviously in Vietnam. But we do have an absolutely massive game that we are streaming tonight, which is between India and New Zealand in the ODIs, and we are going to be going ham with international cricket this season. Obviously, we've got the T20 World Cup that is coming up just next month. We'll be live for pretty much every game, as long as it doesn't overlap with the NRL, which there's only like 2 or 3 games that do overlap with the NRL. So outside of those 2 or 3 games, we're going to be streaming every single game of the T20 World Cup. But this game is going to be interesting between India and New Zealand, because the last time New Zealand obviously did travel to India was in a test series, which is a different format of cricket, but it wasn't a pretty series for India, where they did lose that one. I think it was 3-0, wasn't it? Hold on one second. Yes, where they lost 3-0. That is absolutely crazy to see there. Well, test 1 of 3 was there. Where was test 2, actually? Gee whiz. Yeah, they were. They were all 3. But all right, the Kiwis are coming out to bat first. India did win the toss, and as you would always do at Vadodara, I don't think that's how you pronounce it, but Vadodara, I actually know someone from there, a good friend of mine from there. But as you would always do here, you do choose to bowl first, and that's exactly what India have done. So look, they're looking for a bit of revenge. In regards to the ODI team rankings, the Indians are number 1, followed closely by New Zealand, who have actually won 9 games in a row coming into this, but this is a much heavier depleted New Zealand team in comparison. The recent games for New Zealand in the ODIs, we have to go back to the West Indies, where they did win 3-0 over them. The first game won by 7 runs, the second game won by 5 wickets with 3 balls left, and then also won the third game by 4 wickets. And then before that West Indies series, it was against England, in England, where they won 3-0. They won by 4 wickets, 5 wickets, and 2 wickets. So that's 6 in a row. And then I think the last time they lost was actually the Champions Trophy against India, which was quite some time ago now. But I'm pretty certain that was the last time they did lose an ODI. Yeah, no, because they beat, that's right, Pakistan 3 times by 73 runs, 84 runs, and 43 runs. And then, yeah, their last one did come back on there. And it was amazing for them to even get to the Champions Trophy final, to be fair. But India did win by 4 wickets against the Kiwis. So, look, when they've come up against each other in other formats, New Zealand have the wood over them, but right this very second, India definitely have the wood over New Zealand, and they are the top 2 rankings in the ODIs. I do think India win this game here today, and I think they can actually do pretty well in this series. Mohammad Siraj, he's going to be bowling. He is Siraj. He's famous with us Aussies, isn't he? He is famous with us Aussies for his carry-on down here in Australia. But this is actually the first one-day international I've watched in a very, very long time. I don't usually watch a great deal of one-day internationals, so I'm really looking forward to getting into this series and getting in some more cricket, because usually at this point Australians clock out of cricket. This is usually when the Aussies just start to really focus on rugby league and AFL, and no one really kind of follows the international cricket. So I'm going to definitely play my part and really get rock and rolling into it in 2026. And like I said, it will be pretty much every single one of the big time international matches, unless they overlap each other, because we do have a series between England, Sri Lanka and the T20s, I believe, coming up, which we'll be live for, and that's on the same time as South Africa playing maybe the West Indies, maybe, in the T20, but we'll be live pretty much all of it. But all right, first bowl of the one-day international, and it is going to be a dot ball. All right, so let's get back in with, let's go to the scorecard here so that you can see the Kiwi batters right now and who is to come. Looking forward to seeing Devon Conway today. That is someone very, very well regarded. He went off for a little bit. Oh, I'm going to have to refresh this, because otherwise the scorecard is not going to... There we go. It's refreshed. So Devon Conway and Henry Nichols are going to be the ones opening the batting here, followed by Will Young, Daryl Mitchell, Glenn Phillips, Mitch Hay, Michael Bracewell, Zach Folkes, Christian Clark, Kyle Jamison, and Adi Ashok. All right, so let's put that like that. And that's going to be a dot ball again for the second ball. All right, let's move that little bad boy there, so you can see all that. Now, guys, as you would know if you are a cricket fan, there is no lunch break, as you would usually see with the, you would usually see with the test, but there is obviously about a half an hour innings break in between where you go and regather the drinks, get some food into you. It is 7 p.m. for everyone in Australia right now. It'll be 8 p.m. for everyone in New Zealand. I'm obviously on 8 p.m. as well for the Kiwis out there. So we're going to have a late night tonight, lads. We are going to have a late night. Next bowl here, and that's going to be another dot ball. Slow start here, but they do get 50 overs, obviously. Now, I have no idea how many people are going to be viewing this because it's the first time we've actually cracked on for some international cricket. But we do have plenty of people here checking into the chat. Get around. You appreciate you for tuning in. Highlanders with a $2 donation says, hey, mate, happy to see you doing a New Zealand game. Come on. Yeah, well, we're going to do a lot of cricket this year, mate. A lot of cricket, man. So this is not the death of cricket for the Aussies. If you are watching this channel, we are going to be smashing it throughout the year. And obviously, we've got the Kiwis who, you're back in. Get around the Kiwis. We love you. We love you over there in New Zealand. So hopefully they can get a good competitive series here, but again, it's an understrength roster. Geez, that was close to a wicket. Good bowl there from Siraj, but it'll be dot ball. Hopefully we can see a competitive series here. Yeah, that's for sure. Olivia Reed says, right, I'm set. Planes on my phone, this stream on my iPad, and cricket on the TV. Planes on my phone? What's planes on my phone, Olivia? What are we doing? Planes on me phone. Broom, broom. Can't it Kiwis, Nate? You've got on them, haven't you? You've got on them, haven't you? They're massive. They're massive underdogs. So I know you, Nate. I know you. You've 100% gotten on them for like a 10 or haven't you, or a 20. And that's going to be it will be a misfield there. So it's going to be a single for Devon Conway. So he will get off the mark after the 5th ball. And Nichols will come on strike. Shatij, my man, it's great to see you streaming for Indian team game. Love it, Blaze. Like I said, man, we're going to be here for pretty much every international game throughout the season, as long as it doesn't overlap with the NRL, because the NRL is the priority still. It will always be the priority, but I do want to, especially for like off-season, right? This is currently the off-season, and next off-season, I want to have something that I can be consistent with that keeps the channel going and keeps myself watching sport and creating content for sport whilst being consistent. And cricket doesn't usually overlap too much with the old NRL, but just the T20 World Cup is going to be full on, dude. I'm going to be here for dead set like 12, 14-hour days throughout that T20 World Cup and NRL preseason. It's going to be absolutely wild, so get around it. But next bowl here from Siraj, and that's going to be a dot ball. But it's all basically set up for the off-season so that we always will have consistency through content, regardless of what time of the year it is. And I love cricket. Sean says, good afternoon, mate. Well, I have to go for the Kiwis. Yeah, well, India's pretty heavy favourites for this one. So after the first over here, guys, it is going to be 1 run for the Kiwis. Now, look, I do have to warn you. I do have to do a quick warning. I've got 11 days left in Fiji. The internet over the last couple of days since the Ashes series finished up has been absolutely horrendous. So if it does cut out, just stay and, just wait. I'll be like a minute, 2 minutes kind of deal. But unfortunately, we've been getting massive storms here in Fiji and it just hasn't been great for the old internet. But I can tell you where's not storming right now, and that is Vadodara, because it is just an absolute pure Indian sunny day. Purely. Absolutely purely. Pato, I haven't seen you in a while, Pato. Get around here. Number 1 versus number 2 ODI teams as well on the ICC rankings. Pato, this is the first time I've seen you in bloody ages. What you doing? Everyone says, where is this game being streamed on? I'm watching it on KO, mate. So I'm using a VPN to watch it on KO. Next bowl, and it's going to be a dot ball. Harsh shit. Get around him. Harsh shit. He's in. Because I don't really keep track of other cricket teams. No, KO. You can chuck on KO. That's where I'm watching it right now. Yes, Olivia is a Kiwi, Shatij. Pat says, shame there's no test at all until May. Yes, yeah, no, there isn't. Is it May? Is it May or is it August? I've got it on my schedule, but my schedule's somewhere else on the computer at the moment. Is it, because I'll be live for it. We've got what? India? No. Well, we got Australia versus India in the test series next year in India. That's going to be absolutely ridiculous. Dot ball there again. Slow start here for the Kiwis. We've got Australia versus India in a massive 5-game Border Gavaskar Trophy series in India in January of next year. I know we play the South Africans in like September in South Africa, and we have a 4-game series against New Zealand in Australia over the Boxing Day period for our summer. So that's going to be good for the Aussies overall. And then we have a 1-game test against England in March next year for the 150th year anniversary of the two teams. And who else we got? We got... I think we've got... Oh, that's going to be a nice shot. Nice shot there from Conway, just for a single, though. So they'll be on 2 for nada after 1.3. Yeah, I've got the whole schedule laid out, mate. But yeah, I think it's not until like August or something, isn't it? Nace is looking for a 6 from both teams in the first over. Nath, what are we doing, mate? Nath, come on. You know, like, what are we actually doing? What are we... Needing a 6 from both teams in the first over. You need some serious help, Nath. We love you, but you need some serious help, champion. Oh, dearie me. You sure it's not... wait, where is it? You sure it's not the Wacker with those cracks? Plenty of cracks here in this ground, man. This is the subcontinent, so this is going to be very... For Australians out there who don't usually watch cricket, when it's not, you know, the Australian home series, which is pretty much all Australians. That's a dot ball from harsh shit. When you don't watch Australia, you're going to get a rude awakening, man. For the people who do not watch international cricket outside of Australia for the summer season, you are in for a rude shock. You are in for a diabolical shock, man. Especially when we stream games like Pakistan or Bangladesh. These places are very well renowned for having very interesting pitches, that's for sure. Shatij says it's Indian Wacker with very less bounce as the game progress. Jacko says pitch got more cracks than a yank. And that's going to be a top ball. I'm just here for the banter. G'day, guys. Plenty of banter here, Roos. Plenty of banter here, especially when we're talking about Indian pitches and the state of them. State of Indian pitches is very interesting. Very interesting. August for Australia, but in general, it's May. Who's playing in May? Is it August for Australia? I don't think we play until September. Oh, we might actually. Yeah, you might be right. I'm going to go get it. I'm going to go get my schedule, to be fair, because I'll be able to tell you. But then again, a lot of next year, or a lot of the end of this year's actual date schedule hasn't come out yet for a lot of cricketing teams, specifically Australia. Specifically. The dates haven't necessarily come out yet, and that's going to be good fielding again. Jeez, it's a slow start here. It's a slow start. Okay, so 2026 streaming plus video schedule. Let's get this bad boy up and rolling. Okay, so yes, we've got Sri Lanka versus England coming up in a couple of ODI. Or we can only do one ODI because it interrupts with the interlaps. India New Zealand T20s that we'll be live for. I'm pretty certain we're live for every single India versus New Zealand T20. She says your internet started behaving like duck at this Ashes. Yeah, unfortunately, mate, it has been awful in Fiji. Like I said, once we get to Hong Kong in 10 days time, 11 days time, it'll be much better, dude. So just bear with me, and unfortunately, we just have to get through until then, and that's going to be a single. It was a cricket stream that was bound to happen. Yeah, when I'm in Fiji, this is bound to happen. When I'm overseas internationally, it doesn't usually happen, mate. It doesn't usually happen. Okay, so, yeah, we've got India versus New Zealand in the ODIs, and then we have the 5 India-New Zealand T20s. We've also got Sri Lanka versus England ODI 3, South Africa versus West Indies in T20. Actually, no, let's just skip through to when the tests are. So in May, I don't have anything for May, mate. I don't have anything for May currently. I've got England versus New Zealand in June. England versus New Zealand in June tests. That's going to be massive. May is the heavyweight test of Bangladesh and Pakistan. Maybe that's why I didn't put it in. Maybe that is potentially why I didn't put it in. No, I don't think I saw that on the calendar, so I'll have to put that in. Lagan says, not too many Muppets from India so far. Maybe Muppet Hour strikes in about 47 minutes. Honestly, mate, I have no idea the views for this kind of stream. This is the first time I'm ever doing cricket that's not Australia. So, you know, and also obviously a lot of Indians speak Hindi or Malayalam or, you know, Urdu and all that sort of stuff. So not a great deal of Indians will necessarily be able to understand exactly what we're saying here, but you know, we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, we do this for a bit of fun and to just grow so we can get through into the content for next off-season with the cricket as well. Jacko says, you strip the full game, mate? I'll be here for the full game, Jacko. I'll be here for the full game, son. You got my beautiful face right here the full game. Hey, this is a prime time game for you. Jeez, prime time. Time's it for you? It's is it 8:14 in the morning for you? Is it 8:14 a.m. for you? No, what time is it for you? Yeah, I think it is. So it's still 3 runs for the Kiwis. No wickets, 2.3 overs bowled. Next ball for Siraj. And it's going to be a dot ball. You may have just summoned them by saying that. You don't jinx it. Peter says, I'm a sicko for Test cricket, so I'm always looking when there's tests. No, I love Test cricket, man. Test cricket is the best format. I think everyone agrees with it, except for maybe the Indians and Pakistanis, who probably do favour the T20. I don't know why Pakistan would, but anyway, I can understand why India do. So, for Australians, our main will always be Test cricket. Even though I think we're a good chance to win that T20 World Cup. India's going to be favourites, though. But Australians will always prefer Test cricket because it's in our culture. You know, it's in our history compared to T20 and one-dayers, which is, you know, new formats. Actually, is it, Jacko or English here, is ODI your preferred, or is Ashes Test cricket still your preferred? And that's going to be dot ball. Because I know ODI has really risen up in recent years over there in England. Mayank says that's really a test for both. Pakistan versus Bangladesh, what a time to be alive. Shatiz says it might not be a long night as I can sense the Kiwis will be bundled out. Yeah, it's not looking great for the Kiwis right now. 2.5 overs gone. 3 runs, 0 wickets. They need to get out of a little bit of a slump right now. This is a struggle. This is a struggle session. How about them Bears, mate? Yeah, they've got some really kind of okay signings. That might be a boundary here. That is going to be a boundary. So that may get them out of a little bit of a sticky wicket. Nichols will lob one over the top there for a boundary. Is 7 runs for the Kiwis. So, Tiz, did you just change accounts? Or is that just me? Or is that a different Shatij? Is that 2 different Shatijs here? Or is that the same Shatij? Good to see Nichols playing again. Hasn't played as much for us. They suck at ODI England. Yeah, but when they won the Kiwis will hate this conversation, but when they won the World Cup final, I know it rose pretty dramatically. Yeah, I know they lost 3-0 to you guys, didn't they? Yeah, go the Bears. Go Chicago, Larkin. Fire up Chicago. I'm the same one, just switched accounts. Fair enough. Fair enough. So 3 overs bowled and harsh hit. So just for the people who may be casual watchers of international cricket, as we've been saying, this is not Test cricket. This is not across 5 days. This will be over today, but it is not as short as T20. T20 is 20 overs per side. In ODIs, it is 50 overs per side. So double and a half of what you would see in a T20 per side. So this usually goes for about 7 to 8 hours. So for you guys in Sydney right now, on Muppet time of 7:17 p.m. because real time is 6:17 p.m. in Queensland. But if you're in Sydney, this game won't finish till about 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, between 2 and 3 a.m. For me, it'll finish between 3 and 4 a.m. You would assume, unless some team is bowled out very quickly. And for the Kiwis, you're on the same time zone as me, so good luck. All right, next bowl. And that's going to be a dot ball. DIY says New Zealand lately have been on a generational run last 3 series. That's going to be a wide. So freebie run there for the Kiwis. Last 3 series they defeated Pakistan, England and West Indies. Yes, correct, DIY. But also the last time they did lose was against India. And also this is a much weaker version New Zealand team with some players out. So I would not expect New Zealand to win this series. Especially over here in India. And especially as they're looking for a bit of revenge from being embarrassed when they were playing the Kiwis in the Test format. Obviously, this is a different format, but they were very embarrassed by that outing of losing 3-0. Yes, they beat them in the Champions Trophy final, which was the last time these two teams played, and the last time that the Kiwis did lose. But a little bit of a different context behind it, but you are right still. And that's going to be a nice shot. Oh, good fielding there. Good fielding. Growing up, ODI was always my favourite, but that was mainly because of the 2015 World Cup, but eventually I learned to love Test cricket. Yeah, I was at the 2015 World Cup final. I was there at the MCG. Absolutely massive day. Huge day. The atmosphere was awesome. Awesome. This game will end right around when United play perfect. Oh, by the way, how about that Macclesfield result? Macclesfield versus Crystal Palace. It was Macclesfield, right? What a result. What a result. Bit of justice for them winning the FA Cup final last year over Man City. Next ball. Oh, that's a beautiful drive. That's a beautiful drive. That is gorgeous. That is a gorgeous drive there from Conway, and that's going to be a boundaries. They'll be on 12 runs. Okay, now they're starting to get a few more runs moving and grooving. Hey, for the Aussies, guess what? You're about to see a bit of Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma today. So you go around the ODI the most. For all the Aussies here, have you always been Test, or did you ever get swung by the Devil's Game T20? Devil's Game T20, or were you ODI as well? I thought growing up ODI was going to be the one, but no, just Test cricket's in our blood, man. It's always in our blood, regardless of how much people care. Like people, oh, it's a beautiful bowl there from Harshit, but it's going to be a dot ball. Who are you rooting for? I'm not really rooting for anyone DIY, but like obviously as an Australian, I'll have a soft spot for the Kiwis always. But at the end of the day, I don't really care. But I would prefer to see the Kiwis win for my Kiwi brethren. But you know, at the end of the day, it's not. I'm not going to lose sleep over it, and I do think India win this game and win the series. Let me to Jay sleep in. Unfortunately, Jay's a little bit unwell right now. You know, he's just going through a little bit of a rougher time. So he'll be back. He'll be back and flying for the NRL season. But no, he's just having a bit of a break as we currently speak due to you know some stuff, and he'll be back at some point. But all right, next bowl, and that's going to be a single for Conway. Get to third aim. Love Test cricket since I was a pup. It's in the blood. It just is in the blood, man. It just is, you know. Don Bradman. We're all Don Bradman, son. I taught him everything he knows. Take us here, National League North, 6 tier. They are a league even below where Wrexham were originally. Rooney's brother managed them too. Yeah, no, Macclesfield, they used to be on FIFA. They did. They used to be on FIFA. They must have had a significant drop-off. Even from their lowly, like, what were they? I think they were League 2. Yeah, I think they were like the bottom of League 2, and now they've dropped even further. All right, next bowl for Harshit. And that'll be the final ball of the over, and it'll be a dot ball. All forms of cricket, but Test is the first. ODI is a 4-hour enjoyment. A 4-hour enjoyment? ODI is about 7 to 8 hours. T20 is about 3.5 hours or so. Arsenal got lucky against it. I can't believe we drew to Brighton. Otherwise, we'd be within 4 points of them. So Conway on 8, Nichols on 4 after 4 overs. Shatit says drives in New Zealand are gorgeous always. Oh, mate, New Zealand's a beautiful country. Beautiful. Too bad they suck at rugby league, but it's a beautiful country. Watching T20 cricket makes me a boomer when I'm only 22. Yeah, look, we are going to be here for the entirety of the T20 World Cup. I do think we'll really enjoy it. It's not my pure favourite of Test cricket, but yeah, T20, you know, we're doing some BBLs. So Mohammad Siraj coming up for his fifth, for the fifth over here. It just doesn't get the juices flowing as much. It's such high pace, high intensity. It's just high pace, high intensity, which is great for short-term fix. But, you know, I want those long, frustrating moments in the middle of day 3 or day 2. The long point of the day 2, the second session between lunch and the tea break, or even day 3 or day 4, and you're just figuring out, like, what are we doing here? You know, we're watching a couple of lads throw a ball around and whack a bat at it. And we're actually enjoying it, and nothing's happening. We're literally just watching them bowl dot ball after dot ball after dot ball, and you're enjoying it. That's what I love. How do you explain that to people who don't watch cricket? Why do you like to exit like that? Because they deserved it. Well, they exited right, didn't they? They exited right. And that's going to be a nice shot. Beautiful shot for a boundary there from Devon Conway. You'll get to 12. Beautiful shot. I'm considering going to England for the 2027 Ashes. I am too. It's going to be an interesting time. Jay's having his Sunday Arvo nap, bless him. Yeah, bless him. According to you, which team do you think has the best ODI jersey? Geez, I'd have to look at the ODI jerseys, man. I do actually really like the Kiwi ODI jersey. It is very nice, but I'd need to have a look at all the different ones. Oh, that's gonna be well fielded, but geez, a little bit slippery there, son. A little bit slippery there. I'll go have a look at all the different. Oh, hold on, let me move this across so I can see it. Okay, so international ODI jerseys 2026. Oh, 38 degrees in New Zealand yesterday, was it? Well, next bowl from Siraj. And that's going to be a dot ball. It's actually quite cool in India right now. So if you guys don't know, there's no such thing as winter in India, but this is the closest they have to winter. I was in India in March of last year. I can tell you that's not winter, but it's also not as hot as like May, which I was also there for. India weather, and then the monsoon season comes a little bit later. It is 29 degrees right now in winter. In Vadodara right now. Vadodara weather, it is 28 degrees, beautiful sun. That is their winter, just to let you know. To be fair, I'm a big fan of the Kiwis in regards to their jersey. I probably would go New Zealand. It's going to be a dot ball. South African one is nice. Australia one, like it's Australia, but I'm not a massive fan of the Australian one. That's Fiji and Juma. It's plus 50. Definitely Kiwis are the best jersey, yeah. It's like trying to tell people you more prefer the 8-6 type of grinding league game over a 36-34 shootout. Oh yeah, I definitely prefer it. I definitely prefer a low grind of a game of rugby league than the old 36-34. That's a great comparison, really, actually. That is a great comparison. All right, final baller here of the 5th over from Siraj. And that shall be a dot ball. Sri Lanka's ODI jersey. Sri Lanka ODI. Yeah, it's not too bad. Sri Lanka's one's pretty right. I still think New Zealand's one's the best, but Sri Lanka's one's pretty right. That's pretty good. Australian jersey in the mid-90s the best. I'm sure it probably would have been. Australia ODI 90s. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. Yeah, that probably is one of the best ones from Australia. Yeah, I don't mind Sri Lanka's ODI jersey, Shatish. I don't think it's as good as the Kiwis one, but I don't mind it. That's a dot ball. Half shit bowling again. He's bowling around the 140.3 at the moment. I'd rather see Australia go mentally insane and let Marnus bowl bounces than somehow produces a wicket than anything else. Yeah, the wicket from Marnus in the Ashes was pretty funny. Nichols on 4, Conway on 12. Australia's 2003 ODI World Cup. I'll have a look. Next bowl. Oh, up in the air! He's dropped him! Oh no, he's been dropped in the outfield. That is poor there from Kuldeep. Oh, he's dropped him in the outfield. Oh, dude, that's a rough drop, man. Kuldeep will drop Conway. That is a sitter, man. That is an absolute sitter of a catch. That is the whole point you are out there. That is the whole reason that you are out there. That should have been taken. He's done a ducket. He's done a Will Jacks. Like, he's done a Will Jacks there. That was bad drop, man. That is a Will Jacks moment on steroids, that. I feel like that one was even easier than Will Jacks one. Like, that's the whole reason you're out there. Same thing with that's the whole reason Will Jacks is out there. That's going to be a single there for Devon Conway. He'll go to 13. Russell Crowe explained it perfectly. Once you watch Test cricket, you never want to watch any other format. I feel like that's a very Australian way of putting it. I think it's very biased of us to say that. I agree with him, but that's because we're both Australian. So I agree with what Russell said, but I guarantee you that if the Americans are watching and they are interested in cricket because of John Boy and because of baseball and whatnot, similarities, they would definitely draw more towards the T20 than they would. And they opened the Americans actually opened the T20 against India in the World Cup. But no, I feel like most people who haven't grown up on it just won't give a shit about it. It's just too long for them to give a shit about. That's going to be a quick single here for New Zealand. It's going to steal it, so they'll get to the 20 runs. Isaac says, India are just like England dropping catches. Yeah, that was a really bad drop, man. Oh, it was Nichols who was dropped. It wasn't Conway. It was Nichols who was dropped. Americans have short attention spans, that's why. Yeah, but the same thing will go for a Brazilian. The same thing. Yeah, definitely Brazilian. They love bang, 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 bang. Look at their football. The same thing will go for a lot of countries around the world if they don't grow up on cricket. I'm just using America as an example. You know, let's go and use Spain. Oh, yeah, Spain would be the same. And that's going to be a boundary. Beautiful shot from Conway. So that'll be 24 runs up for the Kiwis. Their run rate has definitely improved. It was at like 1 run, 2 runs after 4 overs, and now they're up around the 4.4. You cannot compare England with anyone for now. Yeah, they're pretty bad, but also that drop just then from Kuldeep was pretty bad. that drop was pretty rough, man. So I can understand the criticism in that regards, because that was an absolute sitter. I don't know what it is, but it's like India just... Is it the haze? But it's just like the day just feels and looks different even on camera. I know it is when you're there. But just like a beautiful sunny day in India is just different. I'm not necessarily saying good or bad, right? But I don't know what it is. It's just different. Like watching it on here, it's like it's... And I know the air of like Delhi was thick. I don't think... Is the air in Vadodara that bad, Shatish? I know this is in Gujarat. Is the air in... Is the air in Vadodara quality bad? Because it looks pretty thick there. Americans just have their own sports they've grown up on. A lot of non-Americans think NFL is boring and too stop-start because we haven't grown up on it. I agree. Yeah. Same thing goes with like football for a lot of nations, but people just get behind it for the World Cup. Just the AQI being high and camera quality not being that good, yeah. I guess we are spoilt. We are absolutely spoilt with camera quality in Australia and for our sports, and that's why we complain so heavily when Papua New Guinea hosts a rugby league game. And that's going to be a dot ball. Siraj bowling again. To be fair, besides that drop catch from Kuldeep, India haven't looked like they're really going to be getting too many wickets recently. And these last few overs, they haven't really looked too likely besides that dropped catch, which should have been taken. Cricket was more popular than baseball in America in the early to mid 1800s. Doesn't surprise me. Quality's fine, it's just the smoke from Siraj's bakery. Yeah, I like it. Don't know if I'd say the air's fine, but I still like it. That's going to be shot for a single. Siraj's bakery is nice, but Jack Leach is always going to have my favourite bakery. It's always the best bakery of the lot. Jack Leach's bakery, that's exactly where I'm going for a meat pie. Gee whiz. Oh my gosh, if I'm choosing between Siraj pies and Jack Leach, I'm not even thinking twice, son. Jack Leach might be the greatest of all time. Might be the greatest of all time. The USA has a cricket competition that's full of Indians. It doesn't surprise me at all. I didn't know they had a cricket competition. I have seen photos where it's a lot of Indians. Australia has the best camera quality. Wonder what's stopping BCCI from doing so, being the richest. Because, well, it's not just about cricket. Our camera quality in general across all sport. That's because we are a sporting country. I wouldn't say that India is a sporting country. I would say it's a cricketing country, and they love their cricket. Even though a lot of people I spoke to when I was in India didn't actually like cricket because it was just too big. But obviously, predominantly all the males that I spoke to did, but a lot of people in general didn't. If they did like something, it was going to be the IPL. But you know, Australia's quality of broadcasting comes from the fact that Australians really only give a shit about sport. They only really care about sport. They care about going to work, slapping down, getting some money, going to the pub and having a beer with the boys and watching the bloody, Manly Sea Eagles. The Manly Warringah Sea Eagles. Or bloody Hawthorn. They don't care about watching the footy. So that's why there's so much investment into it. And that's going to be a good fielding. Cam Green's Bakery too. Jacko, Cam Green or Jack Leach. I'm taking Cam Green. How about that? It's a big call. It's a great call. It's a big call. Well, Jacko, you tell me an English player who's currently getting $4.2 million to play in the IPL. How about that? How about that? Hockey is India's national sport, and we flog them in that too. Do we? I know we're very good at hockey, but do we still flog them in that? And that's going to be a good shot for a 4 from Devon Conway. Hey, look, the Kiwis are starting to spice it up a little bit here. Starting to get a little bit of spice going. Get a little bit of spice. That's a beautiful shot. That is very specific, right into the perfect spot, just to slip it on through. But no, hockey is their national sport. Shitish, how many Indians actually care about hockey? How many actually care about it? That's going to be a dot ball. Meanwhile, Perth has smashed 69 runs in 4 overs. Oh, in the BBL. I saw the Sixers game got cancelled today. Ooh. Oh, I just went to my BBL Supercoach team. I haven't opened that since I was streaming it. Wow. 69 runs in 4 overs. That is actually insane. 3 sixes from Mitchell Marsh and 3 sixes from Finn Allen against the Strikers. The Strikers are bad this year. You could pick it a mile away, though, when you looked at their team list at the beginning of the year and you just saw the Strikers had no depth in the batting position. They did not bat deep whatsoever. Jack Leach gets him more bang for buck. I don't know if he does. $4 million. You'd hope comes with $3.99 million in cash. It does. Fun fact for you, it does. But also a cup of coffee in Kolkata, which does cost about like 100 rupees. So that's probably overdoing it. But it's free coffee. You do get that as well. It's funny how the Strikers are still 14% to win that game when Perth have hit 80 runs in 4.3 overs. 4 fours, 6 fours, and 6 sixes in the opening 4.3. And that's going to be another dot ball here. Hello Madrid says today, Copa Super Cup finale, El Clásico, Real Madrid versus Barcelona. Must watch, mate. Well, I'll be streaming this, mate, and then once this finishes, I'll be going to bed because it'll be about 3-4 in the morning my time. It's currently 8:40 p.m. So you'll have to keep me updated, mate. You have to keep me updated. So, Scott, I've got to remind you, brother, we're going to do plenty of rugby league content, mate. We're not going to be focusing on rugby league during these streams, bro. For the most part, we do talk cricket, and I have to respect cricket fans and not delve into rugby league. I've said this before. I can't really delve too deep into rugby league here because I've got to respect cricket, because there's going to be plenty of rugby league content this year. And that's going to be a beautiful 4 there from Nichols. Beautiful 4. So he'll be on 11, Conway on 21, and it's now 33 for Nada. You're fine, Scott. But 4 days' time, rugby league content. 4 days' time. We'll be live for every single preseason game. We'll be live for the World Club Challenge between the Broncos and Hull KR. We'll be live for the All-Stars match. We'll be live for literally everything. So plenty of time to talk about it. We're not making jack shit top 8. I just want to put that out there. I don't want you to go down a path where you think it's even remotely possible. The Titans are not a top 8 team this year. If we make the top 8 team, if we make the top 8 this year, it is a miracle beyond miracles. I have no intention to make the top 8. That is not the plan whatsoever. I just don't want to come last. Next year is when the Titans to improve. But we're going to jump off that for now, and we'll move back to the cricket. But please don't have unrealistic expectations of making the top 8 this year. It's not a year for that. It is a year to move on from Des to Josh Hannay and to look into the future. 2026 is not the year for us to make a push. I'm not sure if you answered this or not, but are you going to be streaming any of the games for the Wits Preseason Challenge? Well, I just answered it then. Ibrahim says, behind England and India, who would be the next biggest rival? What, so you're saying like Australia, England, Pakistan, India, England, India? Is that kind of what you're saying? Because England, India is a weird suggestion to make. Like without mentioning the other two. Behind England and India, who would be there? Oh, you're talking about for Australia? Well, we don't really have anyone that we care about enough. It would be the Kiwis, but like we always beat on the Kiwis. That's a 2 runs there for Nichols. We always beat the Kiwis. We haven't lost a series to them since the 90s and haven't lost a single test match to them since, like 15 years in New Zealand or in Australia. So, South Africa. South Africa would be the one, and that's purely because of 2018, unfortunately. If you're referring to New Zealand. No, that doesn't nick. That doesn't nick. Don't celebrate it. Wow, I was going to say wide. Oh, that's too funny. They're all celebrating. It didn't nick by any means. He really does, Brenton. What did Brenton say? Hold on 1 second here. I'm just refreshing the chat because for some reason I can't see Brenton's comment. Where's Brenton's comment? Oh, here we go. You would have fit right in the 70s with that moustache, man, I'm flying, son. I'm flying. Absolutely flying. Ultra Edge shows that it's clearly missing the glove. Clearly missing. By the way, Brenton, are you going to be... look, I'm sure you will be, but I ask you, are you going to be consistently here throughout the season as per usual? That's the reason I'm asking. Ruse says New Zealand would have to be our biggest rivals, next biggest rivals, that is. In sport, the Kiwis are our... I don't know, I'd still say England. It depends on how you're defining the rivalry. Are you defining it in competitiveness or are you defining it in hatred? Because as a grand total of competitiveness in sport, you're saying Kiwis are our biggest rivals. But if you're talking about like hatred, animosity, I don't think anyone actually hates the other. It's more about like getting one over your brother kind of deal. But with England, it's like, fuck yous. But we'll have a beer afterwards. Next ball. And that's going to be a dot ball. In cricket specifically, in Test cricket, I do think our third, it would go England, gap. India, massive gap. South Africa. Brent says, I've written 2 comments and no reply. Come on, mate. Oh, g'day, Mr. Escobar. How much for a kilo of Colombian's finest? Hey, me no trouble here, mate. Me no trouble here. I'll be around. Good way to Newey Flag Hill. Brenton, I was thinking, because you're consistent and you're regular here, and the growth this year is going to be pretty big from the statistics and analytics I've been looking at, and based off of last year as well, do you want to be a moderator so you can keep control of the chat and help out the mods and whatnot? Because you are very frequently here, and I do need to look for another moderator for this year, and you're on pretty consistent streams and you're a good bloke. So yeah, just let me know, mate. If you don't want to, it does come with more responsibility. Like at the end of the day, you can't just watch and just enjoy. You do have to time out Muppets, and you do have to, check all that. Washington Sundar is going to be bowling now, he didn't have a good series against Australia in the Border-Gavaskar Trophy last year. And the Kiwis will get a single to start off. So it'll be Conway on 22, and it's 37 runs for the Kiwis. Yeah, it comes with a little bit more responsibility because obviously you've got to also focus on chat a lot more. So it's up to you. Let me know. The gap between your nose has started to fill, Blaze. Congrats, you're growing. I might even just keep it up. I might keep growing this, just for the sake of it. I'm going to be the next Travis Head, lads. We all Travis Head, I definitely am. And that's going to be a dot ball. It is fun, Olivia. It is fun. It is fun, because then when people are Muppets, you just get to slap them out of the century. You can slap out a century. Sure, mate, I'll help out. As you know, I have a young one now, so I'll make the stream as much as I can. But to be fair, it might actually make him more available for streams, to be honest with you. Oh, it's over the top. That should be a boundary. Oh, no, there's going to be fielding out there, so I'll be probably just the 2 runs here. Probably just the 2 runs there. Yep. So Nichols will go to 15. I'm going to make him mod now. How do I do it? Add as moderator. Can I block words and change chat modes in live? Can review and remove chat modes in high? There we go. Oh, there you go. Branson, you're moving up in the world, son. You are moving up in the world, son. You are more looking like Pablo. Have you ever seen myself and Pablo Escobar in the same room? I don't know if you have. I don't think so. How long are you going to stream this? I'll be live for the entirety of the game, Hello Madrid. You guys should know me by now. Whenever I start a stream, I will go to the end of it, regardless. I always go to the end of a game. And that's going to be a single here for the Kiwis. They'll get to the 40s. So what? 7 balls to go until the 10-over mark, which is a fifth of the way through the innings. If they can get 10 runs in the next 7 balls, then they'd be looking around 250. You want to be up higher. Oh, geez, massive inside edge there. Massive, but it will miss. Keep the stash, mate. I'll call you Freddy. Well, you make me not want to do it. No, if it gets people talking, mate, I may as well keep it. Maybe I'll say, like, until the Titans win 5 games in a row, I won't shave it. Maybe. Brenton, can you just comment quickly so that I can see that it's gone through correctly? Instead of, maybe I hid you instead. Maybe I've hidden him. Like, says everyone talking about Pablo, but no one is saying you look one step closer to Ricardo. Oh, for gosh sake. You're a muppet. Daniel Ricardo. Yeah, wait till this grows out a little bit, yeah? If I went short hair, I don't have curly hair, though. I don't have curly hair, and I don't have short hair. My hair's long as. But if I went short, I get ya. Get what you're talking about. Next bowl, and that's going to be a dot ball. You'll have it for a decade. Man, I don't know if I'll have it till the day I die. Here we go again with the Ricardo comparison. It's the most ridiculous thing ever, isn't it? Look at you moving up in the world, Brenton. Mate, you're basically president of the USA at the moment. You're basically president of the United States. All right, so Prasid is the bowler right now. And Brenton's first time out as a moderator is removing lagging. Oh, well, we're starting the year off strong, aren't we? It's half a Borat. Very nice. How much? There's a Panthers content creator that isn't getting a haircut until Penrith wins 6 in a row or something. Yeah, but he's just copying what he's doing is he's copying the Man United content creator. And it's like, bro, like, people don't really care about Panthers. Like, at the end of the day, that's going to be a boundary there. That's going to be 4 runs there for the Kiwis. So Nichols will be on 20 and the Kiwis will be on 44. You've got to have a team that people, like, think is shit. Like, Man United is shit, right? So the content creator said that he's not going to shave his head, or he's not going to cut his hair until Man United win 5 games in a row. It's now been nearly 2 years. So his hair is just massive, right? and they're not anytime soon going to be winning 5 games in a row. And that got massive media attention. So what he's doing is trying to copy that. But the issue is that the Panthers are a very good team. So, like, if I did that with the Gold Coast Titans, my hair would grow below the ground. It would grow into the sewage and down into the pit of the earth is how far my hair would grow. With the Panthers, it doesn't make sense because, like, you're not invested. No one really cares because, like, it's the Panthers. They are good. Maybe I should do it for that purpose of having a shit team because I love my team, but I will call it out and say they are shit. But I just don't see why anyone's going to be invested behind the Panthers winning games in a row. It was only appropriate, lag, and it's tradition at this point. No, it is. Real toothless idiot. Wait, who you calling? Who was that? Oh, I know. Yeah, okay. I was like, wait a second. Who are we getting insults? That's going to be a single. That's going to be 4. Oh, geez. The Kiwis are making runs now. They are up in the ante. They're up at about run rate of 4.98 now. Started off slow, but here they go. I'm a moderator on another channel. Let's find our time dickheads out for weeks. Well, if we need another one, Nate, at some point, like I don't need another one right this very second, but it's obviously when you do YouTube and whatnot, things move. So we've had moderators in the past who are no longer moderators because they, don't watch as much anymore. So if we ever do need another one, obviously you'd be doing a thought process. Yeah, even me as a Panther supporter for over 2 decades can confidently call that Muppet stupid. Yeah, it just doesn't really make sense. It's like it's not really. I would watch it. It's the 49 runs if the Kiwis have the 10 overs. I think it's okay. I think they'll probably push up. Right now, they're looking between. Where would you say the Kiwis are looking at currently? Like 49 for 0 after 10 overs. I think they'd be pretty happy with this. I think they'd be pretty happy with it, especially how slow they started. They've definitely gotten a bit more of a move on. If I wouldn't give a shit if I saw a content creator do it for the Panthers, the Storm, nowadays the Broncos. You have to do it when your team's shit. You have to do it when the team's shit. Damn, man, I was surprised to see you stream India, New Zealand. I had to click on straight away. Derez, I'm going to be live for pretty much all the international group games from this point onwards. 2026, we're going to different levels, mate. So we're going to be doing all cricket this year, plus rugby league. As long as they don't overlap with the rugby league streams, I'll be live for pretty much everything. So we'll be live for every game of this series. We've got all 5 games, the New Zealand versus India T20. We'll have the England versus Sri Lanka series coming up. We've got T20 World Cup. We've got a lot of cricket coming. That's going to be a single for Nichols. He'll be on 22. Based on the recent results, I think 49 for 0 is very slow, especially with India chasing. They really need over 310. I think they'll get over 310 because, first of all, you're looking right now, 49 runs, times that by 5, 10 overs. So that's basically 250, right? If you want to be pedantic, go 46, 45. But the point is that the run rate gets up towards the back end and you start to really push it up higher and higher, especially with no wickets. You got to remember there are no wickets right now. Both of them are still in because they dropped from Kuldeep before. So with no wickets, I think they are pushing up to around the 310 to 325 range. I think they can. I think currently they can. Nate says, no, you're good, mate. I'll go a bit wild with power after a few beers. That is a valid point. And if the Dragons lose, Nate will time everyone out. He'll time me out. Hollis says, Broncos 10 for the Panthers was such a relief this year. Finally a new winner. Felt like a bloody century. It was good. We had 2,000 people watching that grand final here in the chat. Had 2,000. I think it was 2,200 we peaked at. A lot of people watching a stream, especially for rugby league. In the content game of rugby league, obviously we're a small community, but that was huge, dude. Right, next bowl. And that's going to be a dot ball. Do it with Parramatta and you'll never cut your hair. Mate, do it with the Titans, you'll never cut your hair. But yeah. No, Eels could be alright this year. We don't want to go too far down rugby league rabbit hole, which I said before. Shatish says, Kiwis need to show some intent. 250, 260 does no good. I think they'll get to around the 300 range, mate. They will up the run rate even further. after you get after the 30 to 40 range, once you get past the 30 range is when you start to start to up it. This is just about really settling in and putting some good foundation runs on the board where, again, if they can get to 100 runs without getting a wicket, now that's a bit spicy. Now that would be spicy. That's going to be a single there for Conway beyond 28. If they could get another, say, and that's massive, 47 runs. Even if they're 1 for 75, like we've got a chance to put on something decent enough. Was it a difficult catch for Coley? Coley didn't drop it. It was Coldeep. Coldeep dropped it. So got Young coming in next, who averages 36. Mitchell averages 53.1. I think Daryl Mitchell's ranked as the best ODI batter at the moment, isn't he? Or is he's in the top 3? Hold on. ODI batting rankings. Daryl Mitchell is ranked... it's waiting to load. Sorry, he's the 3rd best behind Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma. But Daryl Mitchell he's ranked as number 3 in the world. But then again, Joe Root is ranked as the best test batsman in the game, so it's very debatable. Dresses, do you think being overseas helps you stream more cricket with the time zones compared to Australia, or was this always in your mind to do more cricket? Overseas on a normal time zone will help me to do more long-term, even at awful time zones. Yeah, if I was in Australia and lived there, that's a good shot. Good fielding. If I was in Australia permanently or Fiji permanently, no way. Because I wouldn't be focused enough. I right now mentally know this is going to be a late night. I'm going to have 3 really late nights, but then I go to Hong Kong. And then it's on a good time slot. Like the T20 World Cup for me is on at a beautiful time. Beautiful time. I think like the big games are at like 8:15 p.m. in Vietnam. Beautiful time slot. But that's like 1:15 in the morning in Sydney. Single for Nichols. He'll be on 24. We need a bloody good score to win in India. Had to be 300 plus. Yeah, definitely need to win. Need to definitely score 300 plus. Otherwise, you're not doing jack. If the first 3 can stay solid for 25 overs, they'll put on 350 plus. Yep. Because we're only just past the 1/5 mark of the New Zealand innings. What is the smallest score we've ever seen in an ODI from like a big nation? It's going to be a dot ball. Like I'm talking Australia, England, India, Pakistan, New Zealand, those kind of teams. Where and when you're heading next? It is on the 22nd of this month. So in 11 days' time, I'll be on my way to Hong Kong. I'll be there for 2 nights. And then I'll be off to Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh, for 2 months. And then I'm off to Philippines for 5 weeks. And then after the Philippines, I'm back to Vietnam for about 3 weeks for my birthday. And I'm using Vietnam as my base this year in Asia. That's going to be a single for Nichols. So it'll be on 24 and it'll be 55 runs for the Kiwis. So I'm using Vietnam as my base. And then after the Philippines, I go back to Vietnam for about 3 weeks. Da Nang. And then I go down to Indonesia for about 2 months. And then back to Vietnam for about 2-3 weeks. And then Malaysia for 8 weeks. And then Laos for about like 4 or 5 weeks before I head back to Vietnam. Until probably about December when I head off to Nepal. But I have to be with Mum for Christmas. She's going to come to Vietnam for her birthday. And whatnot. That's going to be 80 single. Which is around the end of October. So yeah, pretty jam-packed year, man. But I will update you guys now. There's a single, so they'll be on 56 runs. I will update you guys now. So every time I do a predictions video or a tips video, so every week we're going to have the NRL tips this year, guys. We have a T20 World Cup prediction. We're going to have wrap-up videos. Every time I do one of those videos, I will be at a landmark. So I'm going to take you traveling with me on BKR Sport. So I'm going to take you to a different landmark to film that tip, that tipping video, film that big video. And that's going to be every single week a different landmark from wherever I am. So it'll start off the end of this on Saturday, actually starts off in Fiji, and then it'll be one in Hong Kong. Then there'll be plenty in Vietnam, plenty in Philippines and whatnot. So it's just a bit of a different idea while I'm traveling to film my tipping videos at a different landmark. I'll be a dot ball to finish the over there from Pursuit. Sam says Thailand, December, mate. She's here, you know, I'm everywhere, man. I'm everywhere. 7 says planning on going to Cairns next month. Good spot, the tour. I haven't been to Cairns before, mate. Zimbabwe up at 35. Well, Zimbabwe's not a big nation, though. But thanks for letting me know that. But it's not a big nation in ODI. Who would be the biggest? Like, what is the lowest score for a team like Australia, England, India, Pakistan, New Zealand, South Africa? If you want to include Sri Lanka, feel free, but I wouldn't. Where's this ODI being played? In Gujarat, in Vadodara. How far is this from Udaipur? I would have been, what, about 4 hours by train? 5 hours by train from here, Shatish? 4 or 5 hours by train? I look forward to saying, good morning, Vietnam. See, Nath, not everyone will get that. Younger generation wouldn't know what that's from. Oh, that was a dodgy shot, but it'll be a single for Conway. He'll be on 31. Blaze will go anywhere but Seabass. Yeah, well, until there's certain changes made within this club, but unfortunately I have no need to go anywhere near this membership department or media department. Nate says we got the Pommies out for under 50 in the 90s. Under 50 is crazy. Under 50 is crazy. I'll go back to the Titans one day. I'll go back to the Seabus one day, but right now I'm traveling the world, man. That's going to be a boundary from Nichols. I'm telling you, the Kiwis are moving now, lads. The Kiwis are moving. They're 61 runs, 12.3 overs gone. The Kiwis are starting to get a bit of a moving and groove on. They really are. Yeah, Zimbabwe's more of a second, even third tier cricket team. Would I call them second or third tier? I'd probably say third, because Afghanistan would be second tier. Ireland would be second tier. Realistically speaking, Sri Lanka. Realistically speaking, nowadays West Indies. Not before, but nowadays, absolutely. I'd put Ireland in the third tier, actually. I couldn't put them amongst teams that are so well regarded through history, like the Sri Lankans and like the West Indians. But then again, where would you put Pakistan? Because would you say Pakistan is a tier 1 team? Would you? That's going to be a single, so about 62. You're obviously going to say Australia. If you don't say Australia, I'm banning you from my chat right now. I will do it too. If you say Australia is not a part of a tier 1 nation in any format, you're getting banned, and I'm also calling the police. India's going to be there. England's going to be there. New Zealand and South Africa on form recent are there. I don't know if I could put Pakistan in. But you will. It's more based on opinion. That's going to be 2 runs. No, just single. Save for a single, Conway, 32. The West Indies Australia series in the 1990s was such a big series. Now it feels like an easy minnow team to beat because they are. Nowadays they are, because England's taking them all. Pakistan's second tier, yeah. Zimbabwe, Netherlands, Namibia, third tier. Yeah, Ireland, Zimbabwe, Netherlands, Namibia, Afghanistan. Don't forget Afghanistan. They're there. There's going to be some other teams that we're missing here. Let me go to the ODI team rankings. Yeah, Bangladesh. And then your third tiers is your Nepal. No. Yeah, Nepal. Yeah. Yeah, your third tier would be what you said, Zimbabwe, Netherlands, Namibia, Ireland, Scotland, USA, Nepal. I'm actually super surprised that Nepal is as low as they are. I am. Nate says, Sri Lanka are getting up to the top tier. You would put Sri Lanka in the top tier? To be fair, ODI, they are top 5. They are actually in ODI, they're above South Africa and England. Test team-wise, though, that's going to be a single for the Kiwis. I'll steal one there. They'll be on 64. Test team-wise, Sri Lanka are 6th. They're above Pakistan. That's quite low. Anything outside the top 5 is quite low in Test cricket. I'll be honest with you. Let's put it this way. England are currently the 3rd-ranked team in Test cricket. Seriously? Seriously. You've got Australia first, obviously. South Africa second, obviously. You've got England in 3rd. Fuck off. I'm sorry, but no. England are not 3rd. They just aren't. That's going to be dot ball. But that's the point. We're talking, that's what we're talking about. What we're talking about is England in 3rd. So that's why if you're outside the top 5, kind of forget about it in a little bit, in my opinion. And then T20. Patch says, do you think Arsenal win the EPL? Man City. No, there's a good chance Arsenal do it, but they always throw it away at this point. It's a long way to go, mate. Next bowl here from Prasid. And, could be four. Jeez, this is good. This is good work from the Kiwis. I'm telling you, Satish, you're telling me maybe they don't get 300, 250, they get 250. I'm telling you, I think they're on target for a good 325, 320. Just putting it out there. Siraj, he tried to stop that one, but it's definitely going to be a 4. Definitely a 4 there. I'm making a call. I'm saying 324. I'm going 324. I'm going bop. I'm going big bopper, son. I'm getting the cojones out, and I'm dropping them on the damn well table, son. I'm going Kiwis get 324. And then in T20, how are the Sri Lankans doing in T20? And this is why I'm looking forward to doing more cricket content, because we're going to really know. We're really going to know. That's going to be a double. Okay, so T20 team rankings. Sri Lanka is currently 8th. I can't put them in the first tier, bro. I can't do it. I can't. Their best format is ODI, though. And they're 5th behind India, New Zealand, Australia, Pakistan. But in front of Sri Lanka, bro, Afghanistan is above England in ODIs. Oh, Jack, are you still here, son? That's going to be a single there for the Kiwis. We need a full apology when you come back, Dom. What did Dom say? What did I miss from Dom? I think it got hidden. Oh, here we go. I think Italy get to tier 1 over the Aussies. How long do you time out for, Olivia? Maybe double it. And then some. Italy. Italy. Bangladesh and Sri Lanka are very good sides. At home, though, look at their pitches. Is it really them, or is it their pitches? So as average as they are overall, it's hard touring there. Even India lost ODI series 3-0 to Sri Lanka in 2024. Is it Sri Lanka, or is it the pitch conditions? Provide me your opinion. If he doesn't apologise immediately when he comes back, Olivia, for his absolute betrayal to the Australian mankind, the proud nation of Aussie Roos, if he doesn't apologise with at least 20 words, and you read it, you see it, you count those. Oh, good throw, but that's going to be a single then. They'll get to 70. I want you to count the amount of words he uses in an apology comment, and it better be 20 or more. It has to be 20 or more. Or is this, you're assuming he's capable of learning a lesson to begin with? See, Dom's going to learn a lesson today. He's going to apologise with at least 20 words in the apology, otherwise he gets timed out again. I would have given him a week, and this is why Nathan's not a moderator. That's going to be a double. Cold Deep, you need to get a wicket to make up for your drop before, my man. Duraz says, honestly, at the moment, I think balance-wise of team, I think Safa's the best test team. No, I think you're heavily relying upon the test championship. We're going to find out this year when Australia take on South Africa. Let's be honest with you. When Australia took on South Africa 2 years ago in Australia, we clean swept them. We swept them in Australia. We slapped them. It was not even a competitive series in Australia. Now, yes, they won the World Test Championship, but let's see how we go in South Africa this year. Obviously, we've got history with South Africa, and Australia, they thrive under this notion that they're too old, too slow, not good enough, because they are damn well. They might be too old, they might be too slow, but they are too good. And that's a beautiful shot there. It's a gorgeous shot from Nichols. There'll be a boundary. He'll be on 39. They thrive under that. They thrive under your thought process. And I'm not saying that you're necessarily incorrect, but I think that based off of one test match doesn't prove to me that South Africa are clearly the better team. I think Australia is still the best cricketing team in test cricket. And I think they're deserving of their first place. Dredd says, that I agree 100%. That's why they suck on main tournaments. The pitches play a very big part, especially Bangladesh. Yeah, because it's shit pitches. It is. They're shit pitches. And that's going to be a single. 76 runs for the Kiwis. But again, this is what I'm saying, guys. This is why I'm so looking forward this year to streaming more cricket, because we're going to watch all these international teams in their home grounds, away tours and whatnot. We're going to have a better, more deeper understanding for T20, ODI and Test in regards to teams that we would never usually cover on the channel. You would usually only do the Australian Summer Series, but now we're doing it all. Now we're doing it all. It's going to be a dot ball. Sean says, Jay took my cherry, my first and only time out. Wasn't it an accident though, Shauna? Or was it a... I remember there was one time it was an accident for it with you. Yeah, a little bit of a slip there from Conway as he's... Oh, geez. Yeah, that's a slippery field. That pitch is slippery because that shouldn't have slipped as hard as that did. Kiwis starting to dominate in the comment section as well. Fire up, Kiwis. Well, I don't have a large Indian audience, so you're going to have to tell your mates, you're going to have to tell your Indian brethren to come to these streams to back you up in regards to India. You're going to have to get all your Indian friends to back you up in regards to India and get them on the streams, because otherwise it's going to be Kiwi Circle Jerk Central. And Olivia's going to be the ringleader. And don't forget about Highlanders. Lang says, Dom is still in the chat. The 5 minutes might be over now. Oh, can you see when someone's still in the chat? Oh, that's right. You go to tag them or something, don't you? And it shows if they're still here. So run rate of 5.01. So they're above the 5-run marker. All right, next bolt. Up in the air. Drops just short for a single. Wow, that was a worrying one. 77 runs now for the Kiwis. Is it harder winning in Australia or India for teams? Australia. Every day of the week. Every day of the week. The Kiwis are coming off a 3-0 Test series win in India. I think, and look, when it came to the ODI World Cup final, we punched him in the mouth at Ahmedabad. Isn't that right, Satish? Isn't that right? So, when Australia played a ODI World Cup final at home, that's going to be a single against the Kiwis, so that'll be 78 runs. When we played an ODI World Cup final at home, we wiped the floor with the Kiwis in 2015. We don't usually lose at home. Yeah, sure, India won a couple of series. That's great. But at the end of the day, we don't usually lose at home. England took them 15 years to get a single win. South Africa haven't won forever. You couldn't even tell me. I couldn't even tell you when New Zealand last won in Australia. I can tell you the last time they won in general one single test match was like 15 years ago. Can someone tell me when the last time New Zealand won in Australia would be? It'd be a long time. Test, not series, just test, individual test. When was that last time the Kiwis won a test in Australia? I'm assuming Dom is 19th in the chat leaderboards, so I can't see who was in 19th, which means he's still on timeout. True, I have no idea how that all works. Fair enough. It was when I said gone and a wicket fell at the same time. That's right. Yeah. So still no wickets here. 79 runs for the Kiwis. As I say that, there's nearly a wicket. It'll be a dot ball though. I'm guessing 20 years. I'm guessing it's a long time. When was the last time New Zealand beat Australia in a single test in Australia? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh, he could get run out here. No, it's going to be fine. Guys, you're not going to believe it. 1985. New Zealand's last test match victory over Australia in Australia was way back in 1985. I was not born yet. During the Trans-Tasman Trophy Series when they won by 10 wickets in Perth, ending a long drought of Australian dominance down under. I think they may have only won once ever. A long drought. How many test matches have New Zealand one ever in Australia. So 1985 was their last one. Shit, dude. Have you guys only won once in Australia? Ever? Everyone says 1993. Well, it said 85 on Google just then. Like, so that 2023 ODI final, any other nation would have got flogged by that crowd in that pitch against that team, which shows how great Australia is. Well, it looked like we were going to get flogged at one stage. And then Travis Head decided to say, hold my beer, look at my moustache, and he fired up. He's got the second best moustache of the 2020s. Of the century. Best moustache goes to me. I reckon he doubles down and shoot personally. Look, I wouldn't be surprised personally. 2015 was my first experience of cricket. How wonderful was that World Cup? Yeah, it was a good World Cup. No, it was good. Yeah, again, I was at that final. It was amazing. Before my birth. Well, I was born in 1994, so the last time New Zealand won a single test match in Australia was 9 years before I was born. Is this a drinks break right now? I might run off to the bathroom if it is. I feel like there might be a drinks break on us. Yeah, it is a drinks break. Guys, I'm going to quickly run off to the bathroom here. Obviously, hit that thumbs up button and subscribe if you're new around here. If you know any cricket fans who watch cricket throughout the entirety of the year, let them know to come join in. But I'll be back in a second. Alright. Alright. Chair in the background. Honestly, you can thank that chair for the internet right now, because I'm actually surprised. I've actually been pretty good, internet-wise. Pretty good, considering. I don't want to jinx it, though. Will you ever be streaming without a cap on? I have before. I will when I get a haircut. Yeah, when I get a haircut. I'm going to get a haircut before I go to Vietnam, so... Yeah, we all have a chair like that. Here we go, Dom's here. Ruse, you into that, are ya? Hey? You into that? Nice little chair in a corner? Is that what you're into, Ruse? Is that what you're into? Fair enough, son. Fair enough. Alright, so we're back from the drinks break, and Culdeeper's going to be bowling again. He's getting up 7 runs for his first over. Dom says, I'd like to address my wrongs. I'm deeply sorry. Italy's mesmerising 7-wicket win over Hong Kong fed my delusion. Just found out they dropped my goat. Joe Burns from the squad. How could they? We're going to get you to do that, so you can retract that message, and we're going to get you to do it in English. So you're going to fix the grammatical errors of that one, Dom, because a few grammatical errors which made it very difficult for me to read, and we don't want to make it difficult for me to read. No, and we don't speak Italian here on the channel except for Bellissimo, so we're going to have to get you to change that from Italian to English, please. Like Siski had to be Dom, half of that letter wasn't even an apology. Send him back. Well, not only was it half of it pretty much not an apology. He did say he's deeply sorry, so I accept the apology there, but it was also in Italian, basically, because there was a lot of grammatical errors, and I am the grammar police. I am, because it makes it really difficult for me to read as a content creator, as a commentator, if people don't put the correct way to put it. That's going to be a dot ball there. They start off with 2 runs, though. Patch says, we are good at rugby union. Who? Patch. Who is good at rugby union? Who? Oh no! They've gone up for a celebration of a wicket there. It's a wide, lads. It's not a wicket. They're not going to review this. I didn't hear anything. I'd like to address my wrongs. I'm deeply sorry. Italy's mesmerising 7-wicket win over Hong Kong fed my delusion. Just found out they dropped my goat Joe Burns from the squad too. How could they? So I'm going to give you a pass for that one. You didn't capitalise J for Joe and B for Burns, and you also didn't put a apostrophe between I and M for I. But we'll give you a pass on that one. Give you a pass. Glenn Wood says New Zealand beat Australia in December 2011 in Tasmania. Really, Glenn? Google said otherwise. Really? Last time, New Zealand won a single test match in Australia. So New Zealand have only ever won 6 times against Australia in 45 matches. Are you sure you're correct? Because Google told me otherwise. Are you sure, Glenn? I'm not 100% sure. That's why I went on Google. So if you know more than that, then please let me know I'm wrong. I have to base my thought process right now off of that because I knew it was a long time between drinks. But I think maybe New Zealand beat Australia in New Zealand in 2011. But then again, you could be right. I don't know. Like, there's lots of grammatical errors there, Dom. A capital... Sam just typed out ruse. That's going to be a single there for Conway. Why? What? Sam isn't, but I am. Lucky Sam isn't here to correct you, Dom. Where is he? I know he's here. I asked him if he was going to watch this stream the other day. What do New Zealand have against Australia in cricket? Like, which big match in a tournament or game have they beaten us? 2022 T20 World Game at Sydney? That's it? Oh, maybe, because we've got the ODI World Cup final in 2015 against them. I don't know. Really? Is there... Well, yeah, because I read it out, Glenn. Yeah, on Google, I just read out. I wasn't making that up. There's no reason for me to make that up. Maybe, is that the first game since 1985? I don't know. Well, yeah, like I said, I read it out from Google. So blame Google, mate. Blame Google. Don't shoot the messenger. I think you need to get in contact with the CEO of Google and tell him, listen here, you Kiwi hating bastards. Give us our credit. Are you Kiwi, Glenn? Is that why you know? New Zealand beat Oz in a day-night test in Oz. I forgot what year, though, and venue. Well, probably was the one Glenn's referring to. Oh, that could be out. 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 No. Oh, that's right. There is 2 reviews in ODI. He's a long way down. I don't think they review this. I don't think they will. And they will not review it. Dude, I'm telling you, this is successful for the Kiwis right now. 84 runs. Okay, here we go. Oh, he's a long way down, dude. I think it might have been missing. I think it might have been going down. He's a long way up the pitch. I think it might be going down. Next bolt. Swing and double. Oz won in New Zealand 2-0 in 2024. I think that's what the last test series we had. Well, yeah, we haven't lost a single test match since 15 years, which does line up with what Glenn's saying. I know we haven't lost a test series to them since... Maybe is it a test series since 1985, Glenn? Maybe is it a test series? Can someone Google this for me? Because I obviously am awful at Googling, apparently. Currently, South Africa, France, England are better in rugby union than New Zealand. You are wrong here, Patch. What did Patch say? Why are some comments not coming through for me? Why are some comments not coming through for me? So price still 0 down. The Kiwis have started off really well here. Really, really well. I actually genuinely can't see Patch's comment. I can't see it. Well, I'm assuming he said that it's the Kiwis. Well, it depends on what you think. Like, you can say You can say that throughout a calendar year, or based off of the Test rugby rankings, then sure. But if you're talking World Cups, I will always back New Zealand over a Northern Hemisphere team. I'll always back Australia over a Northern Hemisphere team. I'll always back South Africa over a Northern Hemisphere team. You know why? Because England are the only team to ever win the World Cup from the Northern Hemisphere. They won it once back in 2003. Outside of that, Ireland have never made it past the semi-finals. I don't think they've ever even played in a semi-final. Ireland have never played in a semi-final, or they've never won a semi-final? Yeah, I googled it as well. Same result. That's what I'm saying, Ibrahim. So, Glenn, are you sure? Oh, no, I'm assuming Glenn's right. We're wrong. I remember watching it. Yes, I'm for Kiwi. Okay, Glenn's right. I'm backing you in, Glenn. I'm backing you in. Screw Google. I'm backing you in, mate. I'm backing you in. At least we've got somebody here to back me up in regards to what I read, though, and that I wasn't just talking shit. 7. Yes, people have spoken about it already. Lagans has never won a semi-final. That's the one. Yeah, that's right. And they lost to South Africa, and did they lose to South Africa in the quarters, the semis of the previous World Cup? Because I know the Rugby Union World Cup is in Australia next year. What did you read? I just came back. The last time New Zealand won a single Test match in Australia, on Google it says 1985. But I feel like that might be Test series. Glenn, who's a Kiwi, says 2011 in Tasmania. And that's going to be a doppel. That's what we read out. Because we're trying to figure out when the last time. Apparently in Test plays, Australia 34-8 wins over New Zealand Test. I saw that New Zealand's only won 6 out of 45 games. Google is all over the shop. You've got 8. Google's told me 6. Oh, big shot up in the air, but that could be gone. It could be gone. Oh my gosh, that's 6. Oh, he didn't back up quick enough. He could have caught that. That could have been caught. That could have been caught. That could have been caught, lads. They've never played a semi-final. Correct. There you go, Glenn. Yeah. Yeah. They've never played a semi-final. I don't think they've been in a semi-final. Yeah, it is a 6. It hits the boundary. That is a 6. It was catchable. It was catchable. India's fielding today has been very questionable at best. Very questionable. For me, it says 42 matches. Yeah, for mine, it said 45. But then again, when I Googled, it also told us that they hadn't won since 1985 against Australia. So don't back in my Googling ability. It hits the boundary on the full, lads. That is a 6. I don't even know why we're still looking at this. Doesn't touch a blade of grass. It is 6. 93 runs scored in 18.2. I'm still putting the cojones on the table. 325. That's a good score. That's going to be a tough ball. But India chasing will be fun. This might be a really competitive match going on here. Sean says, remember going to one-day game mid-80s in Sydney, New Zealand and Oz? New Zealand won that game. That's it for me. Yeah, 1985. That's what I was just saying in regards to one. It was that game in 1985. Oh, that's up in the air. That should be gone. That should be gone. That should be... Oh, my gosh. No one's there. Oh, my gosh. Conway gets super lucky again. And it's going to end up being a single here. Oh, it's just not going their way right now, India. The ball is just going away from them. They are finding a real struggle in the field. Kiwis will say the Google lie. Yeah, you know what, Glenn? I'm going to back in Google. Take that. Take that. I reckon you're watching AI back in 2011. I reckon it was AI. I reckon you might be AI. Australia, I don't know if they've ever actually lost a game in cricket ever, actually. I don't know if they've ever lost a game. Ever. Ireland has never gone past the quarterfinals curse since the 1990s. Ireland have never gone past the quarterfinals. Not since the 1990s. They've never gone past the quarterfinals. Who smashed that 6? I think it was Nichols. I think it was I think it was Nichols. I'll have a look. I'll make this smaller. On now I can't see. I think it might have been Nichols. I could be wrong. I wasn't actually focused on that because we were too busy telling Glenn he's wrong because Kiwis have never won ever against Australia ever in any sport actually. Any sport, and if they have, it's AI. Definitely AI. 2008 Rugby League World Cup final definitely never happened, even though I was there. Best sport says, do you think India or New Zealand could beat the Australian Test team? Best sport, listen, I've got another, run out opportunity. That's going to be a single, so it'll be 96 runs with the Kiwis. Best sport, I want to ask you a question. You're from Coffs Harbour. You are Australian. You've never been to England. You are now currently on a stream that is India versus New Zealand as an Australian hater who is from Australia, who is an England fan. What we're doing in life, do you know what I mean? Like, when you think of life, what are you doing? It's a great question. It's a phenomenal question that I think should be answered in due time. That's going to be a single there for the Kiwis. They'll be on 97 runs. And then not only that, you ask the most players do play in that a lot of these Indian players do play in that Test team, and we smacked them in the last Border Gavaskar Trophy last year. And the Kiwis we haven't lost to in a Test match since, debatably, 2011/1985. Just depends on who you believe. Muted. Oh, it's coming back on now anyway. That's the first time, the only time it's happened so far. I'll take it. Take it. Who here is staying up the whole night to watch this? Actually, this would be a pretty good time slot for you, isn't it, Shauno? You're 6 hours behind me, so 8:30, 7:30, 6:30, 5:30, 4:30, 3:30. Oh, this is like a perfect time slot for you. Because for me, this has probably still got another 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, 5, 6 hours. So that'll be perfect for you. Glenn says 25 years of blow slow domination. Also don't know what you're talking about, mate. Don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about rugby league? I'll talk about rugby league with you. We don't talk about rugby union with you. No. Best Sport says, well, who could beat Australia in a Test match series? I want genuine competition. Well, get better, son. Whose fault is that? That's going to be 50 up for Henry Nichols. 50 up for Henry Nichols. So they also get to the 100. So a partnership of 100 too. The Kiwis are flying here, lads. The Kiwis are flying. They're killing this right now. Best Sport, I'm just trying to figure out why you think that's the Australians' problem that everybody else sucks ass. Why is it my problem that you aren't good enough? Get better. You're starting to weigh it up. You're starting to get a little bit of this, a little bit of that kind of deal. Starting to understand here, understand there. Oh, it's a beautiful shot. The Kiwis are killing them. That's a boundary there, and they'll be on 104. It sounds like a personal problem. Get good. Exactly right, does, mate. So up to 20 overs, and then, by the way, that's both them on 50. So they are both not out 50 right now. 50, 50, bomb, 50, bomb, 50, 50, bomb, da da ba da ba da ba da ba ba ba, 50, 50, bomb, 50, bomb, 50, 50, bomb, ba da ba da ba da ba da ba ba ba. 50 bombs all round. Conway and Nichols both hit the 50. Logan says, is Best Sport the one that supports the England cricket team? Yes, Best Sport is the one from Coffs Harbour who supports the England cricket team. I have mentioned to you many times over the Ashes series, Jesse, and I do not regret it. I have told them all about your England cricket exploits. I've told them all about your Los Angeles Dodgers exploits. Jacko is telling everybody that India are poor at cricket. It's all happening. All happening. All right, so Kuldeep coming in for another bowl. New Zealand are doing really well at the moment, and this is going to be a single. You got to remember that India did play South Africa in the last ODI series a couple of weeks ago. And South Africa are ranked number 6. And it was 2-1 India, but South Africa did win a game. So New Zealand is a far superior ODI team to... They are a far superior ODI team to the South Africans. That's going to be a single for Conway, beyond 52. And even though this is a weakened New Zealand team, they are a much better team ODI-wise than South Africa. So if it was 2-1 in a close enough series there, I can only imagine the Kiwis could find a way to win this series. Best Sports one vlogger, isn't he? He's a great bloke. I love him. He's a great bloke, but he's an absolute muppet. Absolute muppet. Yeah, he is from Coffs Harbour. And he's a Roosters fan from Coffs Harbour, you know. Unbelievable stuff. Imagine being a Roosters fan from Coffs Harbour, Jesse. You know? Get a grip of yourself. Get a grip of yourself. Next ball. Oh, that's a good shot. Oh, I won't have the power on it though. That should be stopped for 2. Just has exactly my point. Why is Santa not in the squad being the most successful spinner here? Because I think he is. Yeah, the T20 Super Smash or something like that, yeah. New Zealand Super Smash. Siraj is given up 15 runs through 4 overs. Harsh hit 21 runs in 4 overs. Prasid, 21 runs in 4 overs. Kuldeep, 24 in 3.4. Washington, 27 in 5. And Jadeja hasn't had a bowl yet. That's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, I think, Satish, the biggest thing is that because the T20 World Cup is coming up next month, a lot of the, you know, they wouldn't obviously want to risk anything right now with a big tournament incoming. Just Google, did New Zealand beat Australia in a test match in 2011? Turns out they did by 7 runs. No, I don't believe it. No, it's AI, mate. That's going to be a single. And we got 109 runs. The Kiwis. Roosters, Dodgers, and supports the Poms as an Aussie. Couldn't think of a worse bloke, to be honest. Well, Daz, mate, I think you might change your mind. He's also a Patriots fan. Yes. New Zealand Super Smash is a fixed league, according to India fans. Yeah, but it's because they bet. The A-League is fixed. We're just lucky. We're just grateful they haven't figured out the NRL yet, because if they were betting on the NRL, I promise you, they'd be saying Mafia. If anyone remembers the OG days of me doing some A-League streams, every stream was just Mafia. Mafia is involved in the game. Time them out, Blaze. I'm crying. I'm going to make them all moderators. How about that, Best Sport? I'm going to give them all Nobel Peace Prizes. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pin every one of their comments. I'm going to put it so high up the established order that you just... It'll just be absolutely monumental. And that's going to be a dot ball. Dot ball. Jack Leach is the best bowler for England. Jack Leach is the best bowler of all time. Of all time. Roosters fan from Coffs Harbour who supports England of Australia. Let's add in here with his soy latte. Also a Hobart Hurricanes fan. Yes. Now you know what I deal with. Oh, shot. That is a shot, and that's going to go for a 4. Nicholas to 58. I'm telling you, New Zealand might be on target for 350 here. Might be on target for 350. Go Roosters, go England, go Patriots, go Dodgers, go Collingwood. Oh, I forgot Collingwood too. Oh, dude, the guy's painful. I love him, but he's painful. He is. He's a painful bloke. He's a painful bloke. Trump, forget Venezuela. I want you to take over Coffs, and I want you to deal with Best Sport. I want you to deal with him. Next bolt. And that's going to be another 4. Oh my gosh, they're killing him. Nichols on 62. It's now 117 for nothing. No, he's not gone. He retracted his own message there, Sean. He retracted his own message. At least he is a Toronto Raptors fan. And he says it's from the Kyle Lowry and DeMar DeRozan days. If it is from the Kyle Lowry and DeMar DeRozan days, I back him in. But if it isn't, and it's from Kawhi Leonard, then that's gonna be out. That's gonna be out. Why did he swing at that? Why did he swing at that? He is gone. And Nichols goes down on 62. I don't know why he swung at that. That was gonna be a wide, dude. That was gonna be a wide. I don't know why he's had a swing at that. It was a bit of a nothing ball, and he just chomped at it. He just chomped at that. That was going to be a wide, bro. Oh, man. I don't know why he's had a swing at that. So India do get the breakthrough. That is 1 wicket. That is a big wicket for the Indians. They needed something because these guys were putting on a massive, massive total. But Nichols still 62 runs. You're definitely not complaining with that. So the next player to come in will be Will Young. And don't forget, Daryl Mitchell. He is the 3rd best ODI ranked cricket player currently in the world for batting. So Young, let's see what he can do. I wouldn't say that the pitch is doing much here. I wouldn't say it's doing much at all. Definitely beneficial for the batters. Honestly, that bowl should never have gotten him out just then. Nichols should not have been gone. He shouldn't have been swinging that whatsoever. I didn't think that it was a ball that he should be getting out at all. Will Young averaged 36.04, 50s, 100s, 10-4. He averages 36. But I just don't think he should have been having a swing at that whatsoever. No, I didn't expect the pitch to do much, Jacko. I'm just trying to conversate here, Jacko. Why don't you leave me alone? Do you know what I mean? Like, why don't you just think about the children for once in your life? Just maybe once. Did I expect it to do much? Just trying to commentate here, you know? Top ball. Bunch of tarmac technicians. He's a Collingwood supporter. That should go without saying. Now, he's a great bloke, best sports to know. He's a really good dude, but I will always troll him into oblivion for his stupid buddy bandwagon. And you watch when the Titans get good one day, he'll be all over them because he does live on the Gold Coast. Will Young will do very good or absolutely are. See, I don't know much about him, so we'll see. I think Daryl Mitchell will be the key here once he does come in, though. That's going to be a dot ball. Why is Daryl Mitchell as low as he is with an average in the 50s? Why is he not 3? Dashan says, New Zealand did pretty good at auctions, but Australia gets a bigger cake. Oh, yeah, we get better cake, don't you worry. Bigger and better cake for sure. Oh, yeah, just go down to the Gold Coast. I can't say that with a straight face. Are you referring to the IPL, Dashan? Are you referring to the IPL? Because you guys spent 4.2, and I'm an Aussie, but you spent 4.2 million on Cam Green. You would have been lucky to see an Australian not give money to take. They wouldn't take Cam Green. You could give Australians $4.2 million and they wouldn't take Cam Green. I don't know if that makes sense, but you know what I'm trying to get at here. The point is that people in Australia think that Cam Green at 4.2 million is probably about $5 million over what he's probably rated right this very second. Now, he pours the cereal, then the milk, then he gets the bowl. You know what? I'm going to hurt your feelings here, Ruse. I'm going to hurt everyone's feelings. Sometimes when I make a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, maybe not the coffee, but with the tea, I put the milk in before I put the hot water in. Yeah, what are you going to do about it? That's a single there for Young. That'll be, single for, yeah, it is for Young. It's beyond 2. 119 for 1 for New Zealand. I put the milk in before I put the water in. What are you going to do about it? Did that hurt your feelings? I hope so. Hunt says it's normally because Williamson is that 3, yeah. Kane Williamson, what's he ranked nowadays in ODI batting? Next bolt will be a single. Conway will go to 53. Yeah, they really needed that wicket, man. Geez, the Indian crowd there and behind, I don't think they knew there was a wicket. They didn't really celebrate that wicket. You can't expect what happens in auction. This auction was awful. Yeah, I don't know a great deal about the auction besides that. Obviously, Australians don't really watch the IPL because it's at a shit time for us. I'm considering doing some IPL games this year. That's going to be a single there, so you're 121. But not all, because I'm doing all the international cricket games, because I'm doing all that. And the T20 World Cup will be live for pretty much every game. The IPL is too difficult with the fact that I will be streaming the NRL at that point. It's just going to be too tough. But I might consider doing a couple of games that I can. It's at a normal time slot for me. I can't look at you the same now. What are you going to do about it? Single. Really, Blaze? Yeah, really, Ibrahim. What are you going to do about it? You going to sue me? Are you going to sue me, or what are you going to do? You going to sue me? How are you going to sue me? You're going to have to send the letter to Vietnam. And I might not even be in Vietnam. I could be in Philippines. I could be with the Shan in India. You never know. I could go to Tanzania, but actually be in Zimbabwe because I was on a VPN in Tanzania. But maybe I was on a VPN from Australia to Zimbabwe to Tanzania. So I could actually be in Australia. You'll never know. Or maybe I'm just AI. You can't sue me. Can't get me, son. It's a dot ball. I gotta say, I love black licorice. Best out there. You deserve a timeout because that is disgraceful. I mean, you guys are busy in Ashes. We're pretty good in the Ashes, Dushan. Pretty good in the old Ashes. Slap the old English. Isn't that right, Jacko? Kane is ranked 41. Hasn't played much, though. Fair enough. I think BBL is better than the IPL, in my honest opinion. See, the thing is that Australians don't really care about the BBL. You know, the Stars and Renegades got a good crowd, to be fair, but Australians don't really care about the BBL. That's why I got deported out of the country, Blaze. The thing is that how do you know? How do you know I was deported? Maybe I deported Australia from me. You gotta start really thinking. You gotta start opening up that brain. You gotta start opening up your mind to the world. And that's gonna be a dot ball. Oh, what was that throw? Harsh shit, bro. He just gave away one extra freebie on a random throw that served no purpose. So that's a freebie single. I mean, Atani gets $70 million per year by the Dodgers just to swing the bat. Wrong. He doesn't actually. He gets paid about $900 million or $1 billion in about 8 years' time. 8 or 9 years' time. He doesn't get paid jack, really, at the moment. He's actually kind of working for free right now. He's like slave labor for another eight years or so, but then he'll get about $1 billion. And that's an American. That's going to be a single. Is it going to be 2 runs? No, just single. So it'll be 124 for 1. Don't think that came out the way it wanted to. No, it definitely did. You just aren't at that level yet. You got to start getting to that level. If you think it didn't, it definitely did. You're just not at the level. You know, if we're just thinking here, you're thinking here, I'm thinking here. You got to get from here to here. Yeah? And you sound weird for not liking nacho fries. Nacho fries is awesome. Next bolt. And that's going to be a single. To be fair, with your ruse, I don't even know what you're saying is weird. I don't even know. But it was probably weird, to be fair, but I'll pretend it didn't happen. No Indian cricket, too much politics, too much corrupt leaders. Yep, don't disagree with you. I 100% agree. The ones Guzman Gomez are good, the rest are too soggy. Yeah, you're a disgrace. Guzman Gomez is good, though. But it's too small. They're like this. I want like this. Not like this, like this. Next bolt. And it's going to be another single. Ooh. Your throws aren't as good as the Aussie fielding team. It's nacho business. It's always my business. India's bowling, I'll be honest with you, has not deserved... Oh, well, they've dropped 2 catches. It wasn't a drop, the second one, but it should have been a catch. The first one was a drop sitter. That would have changed the whole complexion of this game. We're about to get to the halfway mark of New Zealand's innings, mind you. They're 126 for 1 through 23.4. We're 8 balls away from it being halfway. Plays like some bigger, massive nacho fries. Get the whole damn well. Just get a whole. I just live in nachos fries. First one was bad. First one was awful drop. Awful drop from Cold Deep. Don't forget, guys, in 2 days' time, we've got a second game of this, and then in 4 days' time, we've got the third game of this. And then once we get through that, then we've got T20s. 5 T20s between these two. Oh, he's gone. Conway's been bowled. Oh, massive inside edge onto the stumps, and he's gone. That's going to change this game, but Daryl Mitchell comes in. 126 for 2. That is a good bowl. Just as I was saying, the bowling hasn't been good. That was a good bowl there from Harshit, and he will take his second wicket. So 34 runs given up through 6 overs. Not great there, but in regards to the wickets, he does have 2 wickets. That is absolutely massive. Oh, the scoreboard has shifted off screen, has it? No, it's still there for mine. Oh, you're talking about the scorecard over there. Yeah, I'll fix that. Because when the wickets come... Oh, hold on. When the wickets come, you see it adjust on the basis that... Hold on. Now I've got to fix everything here. You see it adjust because of the way the wicket's coming. But anyway, there's a wicket just then, so it's 126 for 2. Okay, now I'm going to try and fix this. Otherwise, it looks awkward. Is that ready? Yeah, it's fine. There we go. So Devon Conway gone. 2 openers. See you later. But the third best batter in ODIs, third best batter, is he ready to rock and damn well roll? Sorry, I've got like OCD in regards to like little things on the screen that annoy me, and there's like a little thing just up to the right while we're waiting for this next bowl that is annoying me as we currently speak. Just up here, like that. This area here, because there's something there that's like blocking something. It's all over the shot, lads. All over the shot. Maybe if I put the camera in front of the brow like that. No, I don't know. I'll fix it in a second. All right, next bowl. Bit of spin and bit of whack. That's going to be a single. That's the boundary, but a single. Oh, I know what it is. It was that. It was the session, the innings break thing that I hadn't changed yet. Mitch would go for a duck. Well, we'll see, Jacko. We'll see. Been a good couple of overs here with a good couple of wickets. They broke the partnership and then they broke them both. Tasman says, feels so weird not watching a test without some head. Yeah, you gotta love a bit of head. Gotta love it. That is going to go at the back. That's going to be a good shot there for... No, not a 4. Good fielding. Good fielding to prevent some runs. That'll be 2 runs. Darshan says, Mohammad Shami doesn't get a chance in the Indian setup. He was the best bowler in the 23 ODI World Cup. BCCI, not good. Yeah, but how about Travis Head in the BCC? How about Travis Head in the 2023 World Cup? I don't think anyone's ever spoken about him. Oh my gosh, they're halfway. Oh, you could have gotten 2 runs there, New Zealand. What do you think about the newer additions in the upcoming World Cup? What do you mean? By duck, I mean a Chinese meal for dinner. I wouldn't complain with that. I could go for a Chinese meal for dinner. 10 p.m. for me. To be fair, I should have eaten something beforehand. I shouldn't have waited for the innings break. Which is kind of what I've done. Next bolt. And that's going to be a single for Young. He'll be on 7. Maybe at the next break you can adjust it. What do you mean? I just did. It's right there. What are you talking about? I did adjust it. And that's going to be a single. Single. Oh, no, I want to reopen close tab. How do I do that? Oh, I don't know. And I'm going to get another single here. Another single. Order something. Bro, Joko, in Fiji, not the case. In Vietnam, I could. When I'm in Asia, absolutely can. And you guys will see it a lot more. But here in Fiji, there is no ordering platform. There isn't. Deshaun says, head man, he's a headache for everyone, mate. This Mo is for him, son. Travis said, he's the man. He is going to become the myth, but he will become the legend. Order some good old bat from the Chinese restaurant. Hi, lagging. I'm in Fiji. How about that? How about that? $133 for 2. Good old bat. You need help, mate. You need help. I'm trying to think if I can have something to eat today. Yeah, I'll have to wait in the innings break. Where's the dog when you need it? No dog here today, unfortunately. No dog here today. All right, next bowl. Siraj replacing Harshit. And that's going to be a single. No dog here today. Give me 1 second, you guys. I'll be back in a moment. Give me 1 second. All right, we're back. Sorry, I had something I had to quickly sort out. So 139 for 2, 25.5 overs. Let me say, I watch the dog eating video sometimes and piss myself laughing. Yeah, so as I always say, it wasn't actually dog because it's very illegal in Vietnam and it was on grab, but it did have like that on the name of it. It tasted awful. Whatever it was. But there's a wide there. It's very illegal in Vietnam, so it wouldn't be on grab. But it was very funny at the time. Time to crack open a couple of coconuts then. Yeah, love a good coconut. But no, unfortunately, Fiji used to have like a delivery service, but no one really has the money here. Like obviously we do, but the locals don't really have the money for the ordering service, and they usually just cook up a big feed at home and, oh, that's a good shot. But there'll be a fielder there, so it'll just be a single, maybe two? No, just a single. 141 for 2. If there is no stray dogs or cats near a restaurant, you have to wonder. When he was in Vietnam, was in a plastic bag with juice in it. Yeah, the juice was weird too. Juice was weird. Luckily, I ordered like some actual food. We're going to do that a couple times this year as well, like weird things internationally, like weird foods that you can order. We'll do it on stream and stuff. We'll do a couple times this year. I can't do it when I'm in Fiji because, again, you can't order anything here. Spider ice cream. You know, we'll go make it, like, we've got plenty of time. You've got a long way to go with this match. We've only just gotten past the halfway point of New Zealand's innings. We've got 24 overs to go here for New Zealand. Yeah, don't use actual spiders to make that ice cream. Let's not even talk about spiders because I have genuine arachnophobia. I hate spiders. Never ask what is the meat on the night. Bad karma in some places. Don't ask is better. The meat on the night? Oh, like the meat on the night? What do you mean, Shauna? You live in Vietnam? No, Darshan. I live everywhere, man. I'm from Australia, but last year I started to travel the world, solo travel. So last year I was in, obviously I started off in Australia, then I went to Fiji briefly, then I was in Las Vegas for the NRL, and then I went to Hawaii for a couple of days, and then came back to Fiji for about 3 days before I went to Hong Kong for a night, and then I was in India. I was in India, in Delhi, Agra, Jaipur, and Udaipur for about 2 months. And then I went to Thailand for about 8 weeks or so, 2 months. And then I went to Vietnam for like 2.5 months. Went to Malaysia for a week. Went back to Vietnam for about another month and a bit. And then Singapore for about a couple of days, about four days or so. And then I've been back in Fiji since October, end of October. And then on the 22nd of January, I'm going to be off to Hong Kong. And then Vietnam again, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Laos and Nepal. So I'm everywhere, man. I'm always traveling. So no, I don't live in Vietnam, but that'll be my base this year. So you'll see, if you watch the streams a lot, you'll see me a lot in Vietnam. So next bowl, and it's going to be a dot ball. You know what food I did find delicious, Darshan? It was actually one of my favourite foods of what I did last year. It was in India. It was in Agra. It was, it's the Mongol food. It's Mongol food. Mogul? Is it the Mongols? But either way, there was some food that I had in one of the back streets of Agra, and it was so good, dude. It was so cheap. It was so good. They looked after me. Didn't get sick, but which is a prime time. But it was really good food. Just like the sauce, the meat, which is unbelievable. And that's going to be a single for Darryl Mitchell. He'll be on 10, so it'll be 143 for 2. Butter chicken. Had butter chicken, the original spot in Delhi. Butter chicken actually comes from Delhi. Had butter chicken there. Unbelievable. But my favourite food in India was the lal mas. Lal mas, unbelievable. Spicy lal mas. Oh my gosh, get me back for a lal mas. Because for people who don't like India, and I speak about this with Indians all the time when I meet them on my travels. So many people don't like India because of the bad reputation from the big cities. I'm telling you that what you know of India is correct, but it's also very incorrect. It's 50-50. It is 50-50. There are so many incorrect things that are said about India, and there are so many correct things that are said about India. If you go there with the intention of looking for the bad, you will find the bad. If you go there with the intention of being open-minded, you will find the good. It's beautiful. It is filthy. I'll be completely honest with you. It is filthy. But there are also so many places that are beautiful and serene and not filthy. But the YouTube videos that you see are all designed to make you think one way of India. Like Udaipur was spectacular. That place was just beautiful. I can't wait to go back to Udaipur one day. And I say that all the time. That's going to be a dot ball. I can't wait to go back to Udaipur. And I want to get out to Jaisalmer. I want to go up to Kashmir. I want to get to Meghalaya. There's so many beautiful things about India. But with all due respect, if you don't think you'll like India, don't go to Delhi, don't go to Mumbai, don't go to these places. If you do think you'll like India, you can go past them briefly, but if you don't like it, go to the other places. Don't go to the main cities. Mughal, that's the one, Darshan, thank you. Mughal food, that's the one. We've got suggestions here from people telling me that I need to travel to North Central Ireland. We've got some Muppets saying we're going to go through the canals on a boat in Somalia. And now we've got someone saying to the Congo, you know, this is what we're talking about. You know, the Muppetry on this channel is just through the roof. Sailing through the Somalian canals. You are an idiot. Jeez, next suggestion I'll get is go to Haiti. You eat what your family eats can be difficult sometimes. Yeah, sure, no, I know you'd find it a little bit tough. But Thai food's amazing, but it can obviously get a little bit AWR. And that's going to be a single for Will Young. So he'll be on 12 and New Zealand 145 at 2. I'm still backing in at 325. I'm still backing it in. I'm not backing it anymore. They fell 2 wickets quickly and they've slowed down their run rate. Well, it's 5.27. I'm thinking that 300 is still the case, but they're going to have to push the pace a bit. I did learn some Hindi words, but I've forgotten a lot of them now, mate. My mates, some of my good friends in Udaipur taught me some really bad shit, which you always do. Someone I knew in Delhi, she's pretty good. She gave me some good advice in regards to what to say, but because I travel so many different countries, man, it's so difficult to keep up with it. The older you get, the more difficult it is to learn languages. Here come. I know North Central Ireland is Indian territory. We'll arrange not to meet the natives, though it's illegal. Okay, so it's illegal to even go in the waters of North Central Ireland. You're not even allowed to go in the waters, even as a citizen. You're not even allowed to go in the waters. And also, how are you going to arrange? You're going to give them a call? You're going to give the people on North Central Ireland a call? Hey, listen, we're coming. We don't want to meet you, though. You reckon you're going to get on the laptop and ask them on Facebook? Or how are you going to let them know? You're going to send a smoke signal, maybe? Oh, he's gone. See you later. Will Young nicks it to the wicket keeper, and that is another wicket, 146 for 3. And those wickets are falling. Those wickets are falling. You have to like chili. Yeah, I love chili, Shauna. Love them. Love chili. You can't go to India and not like chili. Thailand, chili is very important too. But he has nicked him, and that is another wicket that falls for the Kiwis. And it was looking very promising, and now it's starting to get very nerve-wracking for the Kiwis. Have you been in Samoa or Tonga? I've been on a plane in Samoa. How about that? No, we'll go one day though. But on my way back from Hawaii, we stopped over for like a couple of hours, or like an hour or something in Samoa. That's when Joseph Parker and I were sitting next to each other in the business class on the way back from Hawaii. He came boarded in Samoa and went to Fiji. All over the Maldives and Andaman Islands. Yeah, well, like I said, I'm off to the Philippines this year. I'm looking forward to that. Indonesia, never been there before. Jacob says, try not to see a homicide challenge in Ecuador. Jago, your suggestions, I'm probably going to put them in. I've got 2 boxes. One is a good suggestion box, and this one's the idiot box. And I'm going to put yours in the double idiot box. That's what I'm going to do. And now Olivia says just go to North Korea. One of my close friends actually was just in North Korea. Seriously, like last week. As long as you toe the line, you can go to North Korea. I just don't know if I'm allowed in North Korea because I have criticised North Korea before, even as a joke on here. If you've got anything going against North Korea, I believe you're not ever allowed in. So I believe I've already been banned from one country on this planet. And that is North Korea. Then again, good luck going through all my streams to see that. Unless we've got a North Korean national on a VPN right now. Alright, next bowl here from Siraj. He got a wicket. Now he's going up against Phillips. And it's going to be a double. What are you guys thinking? What do you guys think in regards to New Zealand's score? I'm going to take it down from the 325 to more so like a 293. I'm going to go 290, between 290 and 3. To say you're a Bulls fan. Greatest team of all time, does, mate? Maybe the greatest team of all time. Maybe potentially the greatest team of all time. Not even maybe, and not even potentially, it just is. It just is. Reckon China's the same? What do you mean? Yeah, 285 makes sense, Shauno. I'm going 293 on the upper end, but 285 makes sense. What do you mean by China's the same? China is the same in regards to... So I'm on my way from Hong Kong to Vietnam. I haven't booked my flight yet. So I could go direct, but I was thinking, oh, maybe it could be cool if I do like a night layover somewhere that I haven't been yet. I'll be a dot ball. And there was a flight from Hong Kong to Haikou in China and then to Ho Chi Minh. And I thought about going there, but I've got a T20 stream, New Zealand versus India. That's going to be a single. They're going to get 2 actually out of it. So that'll be 148 for 3 now. But you can't get on YouTube in China, and VPNs aren't guaranteed, so I didn't want to risk it, so I'm not going to do that. Kim Jong-un would love you. He would. I just say Dennis Rodman, mate. He's a big Dennis Rodman fan. He's best mates. Are they still best mates, him and Dennis Rodman? I'm not allowing you in if you've criticised the government before. Oh, in not allowing you in. No, you'd be allowed to go in. Don't criticise them when you're there. But that's the same thing in Vietnam. You can go to jail for criticising the government. The communist countries, don't criticise the country while you're there. I don't think, unless you're like a massive content creator and you're talking to millions of people and influencing millions of people, then there's probably going to be a problem. But if I said like, oh, I disagree with the Communist Party, the CCP kind of deal, I don't think they would give a shit. And they definitely wouldn't give a shit about people who don't have a social media platform. So unless you're leading the revolution, they're not really going to care. Dashan says, that small island. No, I know North Central Island, bro. I know, everyone knows North Central Island. You could visit there in ancient times. British used to imprison Indian politicians there. Fun fact. Oh, there you go. I didn't even know that. It's called Blackwater Prison in Hindi. You know, I know a lot about North Central Island. Well, what we know about it. I'll be a dot ball. I believe that when you're flying from Mumbai to the Andaman Islands, I think you fly near it. Like, it's restricted airspace above it, but I think you can see it from the plane. Or is it... Yeah, I think it's the Andaman Islands. You fly from India to the Andaman Islands, you actually go past North Central Island. Pretty sure Dennis went and visited Kim a few years back. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Dude, he'd clean up. Jeez, Dennis would have had a great time. Yeah, unbelievable time. Whereabouts are you based in India, Darshan? I'm going to assume you're like... I'm going to assume you're like southeast, because you're talking a lot about North Central Island. So I'm going to assume somewhere like southeast. So not like Goa, but the other side of, like near Bangalore. I'm going to go Bangalore. I'm going to suggest that Bangalore could be where you're from. I'm going to be completely wrong here. I'm just going with a wild guess. So Kuldeep replaces Siraj. Kuldeep has given up 25 runs through 4 overs so far. Never go to Iran well until the regime hopefully gets over. I would love to go to Iran, bro. I would love it. Iran is an awesome place without that regime. And that's going to be a dot ball. I would love to get to Iran, mate. Just like I'd love to get to Afghanistan. I'd love to get to Syria. Love to get these places. Unfortunately, now's not the time. Definitely now's not the time with the potential of what's happening. Next bowl. It's going to be single. Where you came close, it's Karnataka. Karnataka, I know Karnataka, but is it that, how, Karnataka. So is that, oh, it is, oh, dude, I should have gone with Goa. That's even close. Oh, no, Bengaluru is in Karnataka. So I got the same state. I got the right state. It's either Mysuru, oh, you might be from a rando village, to be fair. Mysuru, Tumakuru, Hampi. I know a lot of people go to Hampi. Apparently Hampi is a really cool, like, individual kind of place in Karnataka. I know of Hampi. Some of my friends have been there. And that's going to be a single for Mitchell. So it'll be 152 for 3. Yeah, I've heard a lot about Hampi. I don't know much about Karnataka. I know about Goa. Goa's just above. Just above. But I got it right. I got the same state as him. Lads, I don't think you realise, if you're not from India, I don't think you realise how impressive that is that I got the correct state. Look how big India is. Go and look at Karnataka. I said Bangalore, but like what? Where in Bangalore? Like where's your closest city, Dashan? Is your closest city Bangalore? Another single there for the Kiwis. Jacko says, if I shopped in North Central Island in an Ironman suit, their spears won't be able to pierce it. I'd be indestructible. You see, the problem here, Jacko, is that you don't have an Ironman suit. It's the biggest problem here. 24 balls since the last boundary. They've definitely slotted up in this middle portion. And that's going to be a dot ball. Iran is absolutely incredible, but it needs to be liberated first. If that ever happens and you're looking to go, I'll see if I can pull a favour from one of my cousins who live there. I don't know if you're serious, but like I genuinely would be interested in going to Iran and because like Iran was actually a Christian nation back in the day. It was largely Christian anyway. Oh, I think that might have nicked. Oh, no, he's going to be fine there. I think it'll be fine. Yawn. What are you yawning, Daz? If you're yawning now, there's a long way to go in this game. Anyway, we're going to get off the political discussion. But with that being said, yeah, I would love to go to Iran. The Middle East fascinates me. I don't know what it is, but Tajikistan has always just like interested me for some rando reason. Yeah, it's definitely off the bat. I knew he nicked that. I don't live in Bangalore though. I live in the heart of Karnataka. The heart is that like Mysuru? Or are you saying like in the middle, like Shivamogga? Wait, so where's the closest city? Where would be the closest city to you? The time here in Fiji is 10:17 p.m. For the Aussies going to chat, if they're in New South Wales or Victoria, it'd be 9:17 p.m. If they're in Queensland, the best state in the world, then it's 8 a.m. p.m. Double. Not necessarily, Ruse. Christianity was massive. It's not actually a Muslim country. It wasn't actually a Muslim country. Wasn't always. That's a dot ball. That's a 4, sorry. I don't know why it's a dot ball. That's a 4. It's a boundary. Christianity was massive. Massive in Islam. In Iran. Mysore comes south. It's Davangere. Davangere. Yeah, I'm not too sure what that is, but either way, I'm just happy I got the correct state. That's really impressive. Because most people will predict, like, they'll say Mumbai, or they'll say Delhi, or even like Kolkata. My ball knowledge is elite. Oh, so are you Iranian, Ruse? You're Iranian. Well, you know what I'm talking about. Maybe it wasn't a Christian country, but it's been a largely heavily Christian portion of the country for a long time until the Islamic regime came over. And that's going to be a single. So yeah, I'm not going to tell you about your own country then, but I do know what I'm saying is correct. It doesn't mean that it was a Christian country, but it was a largely Christian country beforehand. Doesn't mean it was overall. It still could have been Muslim, but I believe a lot of Persia had Christian roots. Hold on. Christianity in Iran. According to the Acts of the Apostles, there were Persians, Parthians, and Medes amongst the first new Christian converts at Pentecost. That's a Persia wasn't. Oh, that's a great shot. It's going to be a 4. That is a 4. Yeah, Zoroastrianism, I know about this, was also very prolific back then. I think that was your main. I don't think it was Muslim. I think Zoroastrianism was actually the predominant. I don't know where you live right now. At first guessing Australia. I'm in Fiji as we currently speak. Currently in Fiji. So 17 fours, 1-6 for the Kiwis. They are on 162 for 3 with 19 overs remaining of their innings. It's a half an hour break, 35 minute break in between the innings, which we will, kick back. I'll go make myself a coffee and whatnot. But that's still a little bit away. It's 17 overs away, so it's just probably over an hour or so. So they took a long time to hit a boundary, but they've started to open up again. We have Persians in the chat. You get around them. I'm always fascinated everywhere around the world, to be fair. That'll be a single. Hello Madrid says, Christian Zoroastrianism was Iran's natural demographic identity until it was invaded by Arabic colonizers. So I'm correct, because I knew Christianity was massive in Iran. That's why I was so surprised. I knew it was massive, so I'm pretty certain it was like a split, but maybe you could lean the advantage towards Zoroastrianism. I knew that Iran wasn't a Muslim nation until the takeover. I knew that. Well, Persians are long lost cousins of Indians. Oh, there you go. Fair enough. Fair enough. I didn't even know that. I'm Assyrian. Very close to Persians. I think we have. Do we have a few of those? Like a few Assyrians in New South Wales? I feel like Sydney would have. A like an area for it. Where would be the largest area for Assyrians in New South Wales? And that's going to be a single. Sydney has everything. Sydney's very multicultural. And there's like pockets for everyone from all over the world. Oh, that country is getting liberated, Ala Madrid. 100%. That is happening. They're doing it themselves. But also, if it doesn't, we all know there's somebody knock on the door. So that's going to be a dot ball. You know what was really cool? Like, if you go and have a look at Iran like this before the takeover, that used to be like the joint. It was very westernized. That used to be the place, hipster, really cool. The vibe was surreal. Like, Iran before the takeover was unbelievable. And that's going to be a single. Yeah, fair enough. Mughals. Dashan. They're Afghanis, was it? Was the Mughals Afghanis? Can't remember. Anywhere western of Sydney has everyone, Logan. Everyone. Well, not necessarily. Would you classify? I wouldn't classify like Belmore, and that would be like inner west, wouldn't it? So I guess anywhere inner west and above. But then again, Sydney CBD is very heavily populated with Chinese and stuff like that. So just the whole of Sydney, really. I would say the most non-international area would probably more so the eastern suburbs and whatnot. And it's going to be a drinks break. Maybe I need to go fill my Coke Zero up, guys. I'm going to go grab a Coke Zero in the drinks break. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Just going to give Coke Zero. All right, we're back. Got my fresh Coke Zero. We've got, I think, 18 overs left. Yeah, 32 overs gone. 166 for 3 for New Zealand currently. Conway got 56 and was bowled by Harship. Nichols 62 was also bowled by Harship. And then we saw Will Young go down as well. I'm gonna fix this again so that you can see all the scores. And then we go like that. There we go. There we go. Where it says Assyrians are the civilization. 1 second, let me close this. We're still on a drinks break as we currently speak. Assyrians are the civilization that occupied Mesopotamia. They are one of the first, if not the first, settlements in human history. Yeah, I feel like that's what a lot of Australians in life, a lot of Australians, inclusive of myself sometimes, are relatively jealous of that long-standing historical record. Like if you're Indigenous, you go back, however long. They're some of the first people ever. I think they believe they're the first people ever. Even though there's word that comes from Asia and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, then you've got the Italians who go back so long. You've got the Roman Empire. You've got a Chinese. They go back forever. Middle East goes back forever. I feel like that's what a lot of Australians feel like lacks from a lot of their life. Maybe this is just me speaking above myself sometimes, though. That's a single for Mitchell, so he'll get to 24 and it'll be 168 for 3. India goes back so far. India's got a very interesting story. A lot of Australians have connection with Greece, right? No, that's Greek Australians. Australia's very multicultural. No, Australia has the connection with England. So if you want to, as an Australian, feel like you have that connection to a long-standing history, you'd go with the British Empire. White Australians, that is. Indigenous obviously have their own Indigenous history, which is massive. And that's going to be a single there for the Kiwis again. So it'll be 169 for 3. The Eastern Suburbs is starting to be a lot more multicultural recently. Cronulla's the only sort of pure place there. Pure place is a crazy comment to say, like. Crazy comment. Pure place. Pure place is crazy. I know what you mean. Don't get me wrong. I know what you mean, but the words pure place is crazy. Weren't Akkadians before Assyrians? I would have no idea. I know that was for Ruse, but I still read it out. Single there for Phillips. He'll get it 12. Assyrians come from the oldest Sumerian dynasty in Middle East. Occult magic practices was a huge part in that culture. So you guys will know in regards to my travel, BKRtravel, that I am planning to do a lot of vlogging in regards to things like this. Like actual meaningful vlogs with things that you'll understand. Mythological stuff, historical stuff like this. That's why I'm so interested in it. Pure Aussie place. I get that, but that is also, you know what, the word pure is like, well, if someone's a Greek Aussie that has been here for over 100 years, like, you saying they're not, I know what you're saying, but anyway, current 258, 7 runs per over is 289, 9 runs per over is 323. I don't think they get 9 runs per over. I could still see them getting around that 289. Shauna, you might be bang on with the 285. 290-300 is not out of range, but they need to push the pace a little bit here with 16.9 overs to go. They're at 170. Do a spit test and find out your bloodline country. Surprising. Well, I know we come from England. My dad said something about his side, like long-term Scandinavia of some sort. I don't know if I believe him. I think he's gone. Phillips has gone on 12, and it's 170 for 4. Big wicket. Big wicket, and that's going to hamper this New Zealand run rate. That's going to hamper this New Zealand team. 6 wickets to go. New Zealand at 170. They need to push up to a minimum 290, 300 if they're going to make this game competitive, because India will be able to chase. That is a good bowl, that one. That was a well-deserved wicket from that bowl. He deserves that wicket there. So 170 for 4. Glenn Phillips goes. Caught by Shreyas. Bowled by Kuldeep. Kuldeep makes up for that early drop, which was awful. But he makes it up with a wicket here. Iran was the Paris of the Middle East. The fashion back in Tehran was incredible. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know about that history with Iran. It was so... But, like, look at Syria, too. Syria used to be beautiful, dude. I really hope one day Syria can go back to its former best. But Syria used to be incredible when you look at photos before everything started unfolding. We succeeded them, Sam. There you go, Sam. So Hay comes in. Mitchell on 24. Kiwis, are you feeling confident or are you feeling a bit worried right now? Would you take it when foreigners say cricket was invented by Australians rather than British? No, the cricket was invented by the English, but perfected by Australians. So starting to really get to the afternoon period now here in India, in Vadodara. But no, the English invented it. They just suck at it. The Australians, we didn't invent it, but we just perfected it, baby. We just perfected it. We slap it, man. We slap it. They can invent everything. They can invent everything ever existed. It's weird how they claim to have invented football when they didn't. I'm pretty certain football was invented by I think it was actually Chinese, where they in war times where they would kick around the opposition's head that they cut off. Or maybe it was somebody before that and they took that. Who invented football? Wait, hold on. Chinese war playing football with head of opposition. Oh, good ball. Anyway, I can't find it. But there was something like they used to play with the head. They would just kick the head around of the opposition. Just like British invented the football, but perfected by Brazil. I don't know if they did, though. There's reports of, like, you know, what I'm saying. The Chinese originally kicking around the opposition nation's head when they were at war. Not a nation, but opposition tribe or whatever it was. Some say it was invented by Indians, but it was different sports. Then no way. No chance was football invented by India. I shouldn't say no chance, but no way. I doubt it. I doubt it is what I should say. I doubt it. 173 for 4. 16 overs to go here for New Zealand. Who invented football? No single person invented football, but Ebenezer Morley is credited with standardising modern soccer rules in England in 1863. That's where it gets misconstrued. So an Englishman is credited with standardising modern soccer rules, modern football rules. Football itself has ancient origins, yeah. With similar ball games played by Greeks and Romans, and I believe the Chinese too. So no, England didn't invent it. They just invented the modern format of the game. But Chinese are bad at football. Correct. 2 new balls will be used for the first 34 overs, after which the fielding team will choose one of the balls for the remaining overs. Yeah, like the technicality lagging is that they created the modern form of the game of football. They didn't create football. They didn't invent football as a single. So it'll be 174 for 4. 6 runs, lads. 6 runs into the big number. You guys ever wonder what some countries looked like before they became famous for what they became famous for was invented? Like, what did Ireland look like before whiskey and beer was invented? Well, that would have been invented yonkers ago, though. I don't know. Fair? Sure. Jadeja is having a bowl. And that's going to be 2 runs here for Daryl Mitchell. He'll get it 27. What did Australia look like before the white person was invented? You know the answer to that. You know the answer to it. It was completely natural. There was no buildings. Nothing. It's not disrespectful to say that. It's fact. Everything was trees and desert, and as simple as that. Cricket, I don't know. We Indians have so much fond of. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why. 1 second. That's going to be maybe 2 runs here. It should be 2 runs, and they will get 2 runs. It's be 178 for 4. I don't know why Asia specifically went towards certain parts. The Central Asian regions really went towards cricket, whilst most of Asia in general, I guess, went to like ping pong and stuff with China. I think Vietnam's favourite game is actually football. I think it's football. Not that they're any good at it. And that's going to be a single. It's going to be 179 for 4. Just edging. That's why soccer or football is called the world game. Everyone kicked something around. Yeah. Chinese, their opposition's head when they cut it off in war. Do you think the Indians have some DNA of Australian natives? Are you talking about like indigenous? I believe that there's like Asian. This is tough because you've got back thousands of years for the indigenous, like thousands. I believe there's Asian potential there. I don't know if India though. What did China look like for cloning? It's crazy. I would love to have seen America before technology. Like, we have a good idea of what it looked like, but I would love to have seen America before technology. The Wild Wild West. The Wild Wild West. Newcomers like Italy, Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia. Get around Italy. Fire her up, Italy. Fire her up. All right, Cole Deep coming back in to continue his little spell. That's going to be a double. Basketball and football in most of Asia, apart from Indian subcontinent. Well, China's ping pong. I'd say Philippines is football. Vietnam is football. What about... Oh, Indonesia's probably football too, actually. Yeah, you might be right, actually. You might be right. We'll be streaming all the preseason games, every single game, KJH. You've been here long enough to know this. I'll stream every single rugby league game this year. Not a single game will I miss. Not a single game. Plus, we've got NRL tips every single week from a different landmark around the world. I'll be filming my NRL tips every week. We'll have plenty of videos coming out. Speaking of Italy, where's Dom? Dom's running amok, mate. He's running amok. The lights have not come on yet. It's still plenty of light here, though. But they're talking about in the commentary. No, Southeast Asia, like Philippines, is volleyball. Philippines would be football, but volleyball is big. But Philippines is football. I'll give you a confirmation of that when I'm there in end of March and April. But from what I'm aware of, Philippines is football. Doesn't mean their national sport isn't volleyball, just like India's national sport is hockey when their biggest sport's cricket, or Australia's national sport is cricket when I would argue AFL should be the national sport because rugby league, whilst it's more popular TV viewership-wise, and AFL might be more popular in-game attendance-wise, AFL is a purely Australian-made game, derives from Gaelic, but also is a purely Australian-made game, so that's why I would lean with that as a national sport over cricket. And also due to popularity too. That's actually going to be 3 runs here for Hayes. So they'll be on 185. We missed the number, but they have gone past the 180. They've gone past the 180. Oh, Philippines is probably basketball. You're right. China, I would debate. I'd still say it's ping pong, but Philippines is definitely basketball. It'd be basketball than football and probably volleyball. Yeah, no, Philippines is massive with their basketball. They're not good at it, but they're massive with their basketball. They are.
Like, Tamils might realise the natives are Australian. I would have no idea, dude. I'm not Indigenous. I'm not Indigenous Australian. Maybe I can claim being Indigenous because I did support the Indigenous Rugby League team. Well, I do support the Indigenous Rugby League team every year because they are Australian. Not that I care who wins between Māoris and Indigenous, but I will still back the Aussies. And that'll be a single, so 186 for 4 for the Kiwis with 14 overs remaining. Oh, they're going to need to really start pushing these runs, mate. They're going to really need to start pushing these runs. Got a lot of ping pong. Yeah, you would say that from Thailand, wouldn't you, Sean? Yeah, you would say that. Yeah, I know what you're doing. Yeah, I'm on to you, buddy. Being from Thailand, loving ping pong. You don't think I know what you're up to, son? Gotta wake up pretty early. Well, that's a beautiful place there in Vadodara. I don't know what this building is, but it's beautiful. If you're watching the game with me, that is a beautiful building. Gorgeous. You get around the ping pong show, Sean. Yeah, you don't mind a ping pong in Thailand, apparently, Shauna. That's going to be a double. $14 overs left. Jadeja is bowling. Middle East and Central Asia is football. Well, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Pretty much everywhere in the world is football outside of America. North America, that is. North America. And even Mexico is still football. But North America, the Australasian region, and then Central Asia. Central Asia is India, Hala Madrid, so I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I know you're more so referring to like Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan and all that type of stuff. Ooh, an edge there that's going to go back for a 4 there. Very lucky. Very lucky there. So it's going to be 191 for 4. Yeah, Tumble's down south. Not around where I live, none of that. I've heard Chiang Mai is still pretty pumping. Nana for that. I don't think he'll understand what Nana is. Lagan's been in for a few streams, so maybe he will have picked up on what Nana Plaza is in Bangkok. it is a place. It is a place, that is for sure. It is a place that, unless you know, if you haven't travelled to like that region before, like it was a world. Like when I went there for the good shot over the top and boundary. That's a 4 for Hay. Open it up a little bit. Okay, they're pushing the run rate a bit more. That's 195 for 4 here for the Kiwis. 195 for 4. Unless you've been in that kind of part of the world, you just aren't ready for it. You're not even ready for it when you're there. You're just not. I don't think anything can really prepare you for walking into Nana Plaza. I don't think anything can prepare you for that place. That is just... Dude. That's going to be a good shot again for a 4. Oh, no, so it's going to be a fielder out there. It'll be, I think, a single. Wow, they only got a single from that. But that's 10 runs off the over there. So, shoot, they're 4 runs away from the 200. 104 runs away from 300. I can't see them getting to 300, but... Right now, Shauna's probably all over it with 285-ish. But they'll still have to push the run rate up. You'll see a couple of wickets as they start to push it up. I can imagine what that place is infamous for. Nice one. Yeah, no, it's... Dude, it's something else. It's something else. That's all I can really say. Google it if you want. Nana Plaza. Google it if you want. Whatever you see on Google is an underrated example of what it is. Underrated is not the right word. It is an under... It's not as high as what the truth could be about it. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. So Hay on 17, Mitchell on 33. And anyone who's been knows exactly what I'm trying to say. By the way, Best Sport, he was complaining to me on my Instagram about you guys before. He said, "Good Lord," he was talking about all your shit talk towards him. He was crying. He was crying on my Instagram DMs. I'm glad you're crying, son. I'm sending a voice message while I'm live streaming right now. I'm glad you're crying. You give up the Dodgers right now and you support the Chicago Cubs immediately. There you go. And that's going to be a single for Hayes. He'll be 197 Rayan says, I just hope New Zealand don't collapse now, bro. Well, the thing is, Rayan, is that then it's you're right, but they're only at 197 with 12.5 overs remaining, so they need to push this run rate up. They need to push it because right now I don't see India getting anything less than 300 with the bat, and that's the problem for New Zealand right now because India have a fantastic amount of batters. They got Virat here, they've got Rohit Sharma here, they've got a plethora of ability in this game to get a massive run score. You know, they did the same thing in South Africa a few weeks ago. I just don't think they're up high enough. So you need to risk the collapse to get to the 300, is my opinion. You need to risk the collapse. I'm assuming you're Kiwi based on the way you put your comment towards. You need to risk it because right now they're probably on target for they're probably on target for about the 280, 285. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Incognito mode for this one? No, not really. It's a very popular place. It's overly popular in the world. Not my kind of gig. I was there with my mates and whatnot. You had to experience it. He's bowled him. Hay's gone. Hay's gone. Hay is gone on 18. It's now 198 for 5. And that, my friends, could be a real crusher in this New Zealand team. I don't think they're going to have enough. They had such a positive opening partnership. It was absolutely massive. Absolutely massive opening partnership to start off this game. And then, unfortunately, once they lost those 2 wickets of Devon Conwell and Henry Nicholls, it just come all crashing down. And unfortunately, right now, the Kiwis aren't looking in good stead. And they've got a lot to work on for this last 11 overs, 12.3 overs. Tell them to get another soy latte, that'll help. Fair enough. Nana is 100% Blazer type of place. No, bro, like when I went there, again, you have to go there to experience it. It was too full on. It was too full on. I love a good party. I love some good fun, and obviously you had to experience it with your mates, but like it was it's just not my kind of gig, dude. It's not what I don't look for that kind of stuff. I'm all for a bit of fun. Like the nightlife in Hua Hin was actually quite fun in the nightclubs and whatnot because it was a lot more on the down low but still pumping, and not purely for that. That is purely supermarket for that. Old school King's Cross, really? Fair enough. Just bigger. Oh yeah, it would have to be bigger, Roos. It would have to be. That it's literally a supermarket. It's quite literally. Robina Town Centre, or what's the Sydney one for you? Bondi Shopping Mall. It's quite literally. I would never thought a Australia live streaming for India versus New Zealand. Well, Darshan, this channel is predominantly NRL, rugby league, but we also have done the Ashes in the off season. We've done some cricket over the years, but now I'm going to start to take a bit of a step up in doing another sport with cricket to cover the off season, plus also I'll do it in the regular year. So we're going to be doing all different international games. So we've got this entire India versus New Zealand series, and we'll have the entire 5 T20s between India and New Zealand. We'll do England versus Sri Lanka. We'll do the T20 World Cup. Obviously, when Australia plays, you'll see a lot more energy, a lot more passion, because I'll get a lot more excited. But these streams are definitely still to watch the game, have a bit more of an understanding of the game on an international level, have a chat with you guys, and kick back and enjoy. And I'm going to be in Asia, where it's going to be a good time slot for me. But you'll see a lot of rugby league content on this channel, like predominantly. But we will be live for every big-time international cricket game as long as it doesn't overlap with another cricket game or with the NRL. Oh, definitely bigger then, in that regards for us. Definitely bigger. Even though I find that quite obvious to see. future European travel vlog said that'll happen one day, man. That'll happen one day. Well, it's in a bit of a sticky wicket at the moment. What's your thoughts on Bangladesh cricket? A lot of improvement needed, my friend. A lot of improvement needed. But hopefully we see them improve. What are they ranked right now? ODI, what is Bangladesh's predominant? What is Bangladesh's predominant format as we currently speak? So in regards to ODI, Bangladesh currently sit at 10th. It's not good. And then in test rankings, Bangladesh currently sit at 9th. Very not good. And then in T20, Bangladesh sit at 9th. So pretty much consistently, that's going to be a double. Nearly run them out. A lot of improvement needed, bro. But you're also asking an Australian who looks at the game from this perspective, and Bangladeshis will look at the game from this perspective. So they could find that okay. That's a shot. That's a shot. That's a shot. That's a boundary. So they've hit the 200. Now they're at the 204 for 5 with 11.4 overs to go. They've got 5 wickets in hand. You've got to, when you talk to different fans around the world, Kiwis will look at the game here. Indians, Australians, and English will look at the game from here. Everybody else will look at the game from here. So if you're asking what my opinion is on Bangladeshi cricket, I'm going to give you an opinion from this perspective and go, not good enough. But if you ask, say, a Nepalese fan, if you ask a Sri Lankan fan, if you ask a even Pakistani fan, for the most part, they should give you a better reading of kind of where that team is situated. The more cricket I watch, the more international cricket of games that aren't Australia that I watch, the more I'll be able to give you a better opinion. But currently speaking, I'm giving you a perspective from here, where I don't watch enough of the Bangladeshi cricket team to know an in-depth response for you. But when I do watch some more games and I do watch some more international cricket on a more global scale, I'll give you a better read of it. Because right now I'm just here and I'm thinking, not good enough. Do you understand what I'm saying? So Mitchell is on 40, Bracewell on 2. Highland says, I knew it would kind of fall apart. Mitchell is very good. He's the third best batter in ODI at the moment across the world on the rankings. That's going to be a wide. So freebie run, you need 300 here, man. You need another 93 runs and 11.2 overs. It's a lot of runs, but you need it. That's going to be probably 2 runs. No, just a single. Good fielding. Good fielding. I forgot, it is half an hour break in between innings, yes? It is a half an hour break, yeah? I think it is. And that's going to be a single, so 209. Yeah, what is your thoughts on the Bangladeshi cricket team, Darshan? That's a great question. I hope we get 300, but don't see it. I don't think anyone can see 300 right now, man, but we'll see. The interesting thing, Hadamadru, with my European vlogs, I will be in, I think it's Greece, Albania, Serbia, and Bulgaria before the main areas. Blaze, from the big 3 in cricket aside, Australia, England, and India, who is most hated? Australia. Easy. Very easy. Oh, sorry, you said big 3 cricket aside. I thought you were saying, like, out of those 3, who's the most hated? I'd say Australia, very, very easy. Because we're so successful, and also we let everyone know how successful we are. Get better. Outside of that, who's the most hated? Probably Pakistan. But not for successful reasons. I think that'd be geopolitically speaking, but also I think that filters in. I'd say because of the weighty audience that India has, I would say it's probably, like, when you think of cricket as an entire community, India brings a weighty portion, like over half portion. That's not even, that's not underestimating. Underestimating was the word before, by the way. It's not overestimating, it's underestimating, probably. it would be over. It would be over half of the overall community that cricket has because of the population size. Like India has 1.3, 1.4 billion. Pakistan has like 350 million. England has like 76 million. Australia has 26 million. New Zealand has like 5 million. The other Bangladesh is not an insane amount as well. So if you think about it, India's fan base is very, very weighty. So you go Pakistan. And that's going to be two. Yeah, two for Bracewell, so they'll be on 211. Duraz says Pakistan would be hated majority from the Indian audience as well. Like Indians come to BBL highlights just to comment bad about Babar Azam, for example. That is true. But I will say that if you're talking about like a competitive hatred, they're taking Australia. If you're talking about a geopolitical hatred that shows its face in cricket, then you're taking Pakistan. Don't forget that T20 World Cup is in India and Sri Lanka. It's going to be massive. Yes, Etihad Stadium. Yeah, Eastern Europe. Not for a couple of years, Hala Madrid, but Eastern Europe, yeah. And then after Eastern Europe, I'll obviously go more Central and then Western. I really can't wait to get to Italy, bro. I love Italy. I love the thought of Italy, what I should say. I've always wanted to check out, and I hear Bulgaria is very inexpensive to live and to experience. I hear Bulgaria is beautiful and inexpensive, and I do love some good meat, bro. I love the good meat. I know that part of the world, they love meat. Like, their dishes are all like meat. Apparently Pizza Hut is closed. I have to screw myself then. Maybe just screw yourself, Daz. Maybe. It's only 10 o'clock. Why would Pizza Hut be closed? It's only 10 o'clock for you in Muppetville. And that's a single for Bracewell. He'll be on 6, and it'll be 212 for 5. Unfortunately, if New Zealand do not cross over 300, I think India chase this down easily. They will, especially if there is still an offer. New Zealand's bowling isn't good enough, and India's batting is very good. Reckon I want to see his chances. Etihad. Okay, so Ruse, I'm going to ask you to never try and create chance ever again. Like, the kind of chance that we're talking about with England is, we never win at home and we never win away. We lost last week and we lost today. We don't give a fuck because we're all pissed up. MCFC, okay, we got that. And then we've got Etihad. You see the difference here, Ruse? You see the difference? There's a little bit of a difference between the two. Probably going to go with this one over that one, but, fair enough. Well, today, I was today years old when I found out it shuts at 10. Maybe your specific one. Bulgaria is beautiful. Eastern Europe culture is very different from mainstream Europe. Yeah, I would imagine. The English outburst on the Snicko Post series so far has been shambolic. Don't get me wrong, that might have been dubbed 1-2 times, but acting like it hasn't costed other sides. Yeah, I haven't seen a great deal too much about it, but I feel like a lot of their fans understand, but they just want to use it as a coping mechanism. So their current run rate is 265. 7 runs per over is 282, and 9 runs per over is 302. Sure, no, even you've gone overestimating them. Olivia says, you need to teach me some Man City chants. Oh, Man City. The greatest football team to come from Manchester. It's only 3-1. It's only 3-1. 30,000 empty seats. It's only 3-1. It's only 4-1. It's only 4-1. 40,000 empty seats. It's only 4-1. It's only 5-1. It's only 5-1. 50,000 empty seats. It's only 5-1. It's only 6-1. It's only 6-1. 60,000 empty seats. It's only 6-1. It should have been 10. It should have been 10. You lucky bastards. It should have been 10. It's one of the greatest chants of all time. One of the greatest chants of all time, that. The city is yours. The city is yours. Go back. Oh, I'm not going to say what it actually is. No, we'll fuck off back to London. The city is yours. I was thinking we'd do it, but we don't really care. Nowadays, we'll swear when necessary. We Indians don't really hate Pakistan. Sort of, Darshan. I'm going to politely disagree with you, but sort of. It's not as heavily blown as the media will suggest, but you do. But it's not as the media does overblow it. But let's be serious. Oh, that's a 6. That's a 6. That's a huge 6 there from Daryl Mitchell. He'll be on 49, and it'll be 221 for 5. Am I going to get the shock of my life? Olivia, their chance over there, there is no, there's no swear jar. Let's put it that way. There's no swear jar. There's no swear jar. There's no limit to what they say. They call managers pedophiles. They call if someone's gone and put themselves into a court case for sexual assault, they will use that in a chant. They have used that for guys like Marcus Rashford, and there are chants throughout time where there was a plane crash of a full team of players, and the opposition, the rivals, have used that plane crash where all the players died to shit talk their opposition fans and to the players and whatnot. Unfortunately, there was a thing called Hillsborough that happened with Liverpool many years ago, where their fans were crushed because too many people were let into the stadium, and then the railing fell and they all crushed each other. Unfortunately, some people will use that as chants. There is no limit to their chanting in England. Yeah, there is no limit. So prepare. I think you going to Manchester City versus Everton, is it? If you're going to Manchester City versus Everton, or is it Brighton? I can't remember. You're not going to hear bad because it's not a massive rivalry. But if you went to, say, Man City versus United, or you went to Liverpool versus United, or you went to Newcastle versus Sunderland, potentially, not really. If you went to Arsenal versus Tottenham, you'd understand what I'm talking about. And that's going to be a single for Bracewell. He'll be on 8. But you'll love it. It's awesome. It's awesome. This is the first thing with India. This is the thing with India. In India, it's ODIs that fight back always in the middle overs. Like New Zealand were 112 looking good for 350 and might not make 300. I don't think they make 300 at all. They need 77 runs in 9 overs. Good luck. City vs Newcastle, good game that, but not heated rivalry. But good game that. Darshan says, we Indians majority hate Australia. Honestly, not true whatsoever. You guys circle jerk Australians. No end when Australians are in India. That's just simply not true. In regards to cricket specifically, are you talking directly in regards to cricket? I thought we were talking about outside of cricket. But if you're talking directly in regards to cricket, of course India hates Australia more than Pakistan. Because India-Pakistan is not a cricketing rivalry. I will always maintain this. I'll put my foot down. I'll say it with cojones on the table. India and Pakistan is not a cricketing rivalry. It's not a competitive rivalry. It just isn't. Australia versus India. The only people India care about when it comes to cricket realistically is Australia and is England, but more so Australia because of our success. I will always maintain India-Pakistan is not a cricketing rivalry. It is a geopolitical rivalry that shows its face in cricket. Because there's nothing that Pakistan's really done over the years to make you hate them compared to Australia, where we've got the Travis Head moment, or we've got the fact that we're the most successful team in world cricket. There's just nothing that beats Australia's success. That's why you hate them more in cricket. Maldini was probably only the badass footballer who didn't give a shit to his hateful ultra AC Milan fans chant, although he got booed in his retirement. Yeah. Hillsborough is one of the reasons why we have such a fierce rivalry with Man City. What? What? Hillsborough? Man City? Hillsborough? Man City? Oh, you're talking about the chance, are you? I was going to say, Hillsborough has nothing to do with us, but, unfortunately, some Manchester City fans got into it. There's some idiots. Every fan base has them. You guys, Liverpool chants about the plane disaster and everything like that. You just disassociate with those idiots like that. Honestly, we don't care about Pakistan. In cricket, you don't. Yes, public. Other than that, you do. This is the last partnership for me, bro. If one of these get out on a 250, I feel. Yeah, I agree with you, Rayan. I agree. I don't think there's enough time to settle in and get into it. I don't think there's enough time to really get amongst it for the tail end with about 8 overs to go. I think you're right. 8.3 overs to go. I can't see anybody else really below this. Daryl Mitchell needs to stay in. Is realistically what you need to see. It's going to be a single here for New Zealand. So it'll be 225 for 5. I thought Indians love to call Trav their loving stepdad. It's not their stepdad. He is their father. And also, Liverpool versus Man City rivalry isn't a hatred rivalry. It's not an animosity rivalry. It is a actual respect rivalry. It's quite funny. Liverpool and City don't actually hate each other. It's actually based off of the success of the late 2010s to early 2020s when City and Liverpool were both, prime time, and Pep Guardiola versus Jurgen Klopp, incredible stuff. Obviously, City came out trumps majority of the time when it came to the title, but the games were very elite, and it was all quality. If you ask pure Liverpool fans and you ask pure City fans what their favourite rivalry is, it'll be Liverpool, and it'll be City, because it's not about animosity, it's not about hatred, it's about respect of the success that we both found in the late 2010s, early 2020s, as a single. There's no animosity there. It was just out of pure success. It was really good. It was actually really cool. That's why it was called the City Pool era. Indian cricket has too much politics. I hate my own team. Fair enough, dude. Fair enough. Now, of course, it isn't based off hate. It's just the two best teams in the league going head-to-head. Yeah, well, it was. It was the two best teams going head-to-head. And now, City had a bad year last year. Liverpool having a relatively bad year this year. It's not as what it once was. But, geez, Pep Guardiola versus Jurgen Klopp was unreal. I think that, there's a drinks break right now, guys. So hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. There is 8 overs to go. And then there'll be a half an hour break. We'll jump off. The stream will still be live. I'll put up an innings break, half an hour break, and then we'll be back for the ending in innings, which, right this very second, lads, it looks like they're going to chase down pretty well. Oh, Deshaun, please don't make us talk about Bubba Azam. The first BBL stream nearly killed me. How many people were asking about Bubba Azam? Nearly killed me. Nearly killed everyone. Everyone in the chat, me, the whole world nearly spontaneously combust with all the comments about Bubba Azam. We as Madrid fans really hate City the most. We really had a heated rivalry with them for 2-3 years in Champions League. Do you like that 4-0? Yeah, I know what you're talking about, though. I know what you're talking about. Ooh, shot for a 4. That's a beautiful shot. Oh, no, there's not going to be a 4. It's going to be 2. It's only going to be a single. Damn, they had a good fielding placement there. Really good fielding placement. Yeah. 272 is not enough. They need to get 300. A bad head of year and Arsenal still finished second. You're not wrong. Bro, Tottenham were in a 2-horse race back in 2016 and finished third. But no, those City Madrid games are massive, fella. They're massive. Still are massive, but obviously we won a few weeks ago too. So Hashit Rana is bowling at the moment for his 6.2nd over. 6.2. Next bowl. And that is going to be another single, maybe 2. No, just single. New Zealand vs South Africa is a movie. So dramatic every time. In rugby union, sure. In cricket, no one really cares too much. But in rugby union, sure. Arsenal weren't able to beat a depleted Liverpool side who didn't have Salah and Atike. Arsenal aren't winning this year. Well, you need Siri to smarten their act up. Oh, swing and a miss for that. It's going to be a wide, though. It's definitely a wide. So Sean, Daz is a Chelsea fan, so he's pretty happy to remind you of that. Yeah, it's definitely a wide. Yeah, he is taking the piss out of the bowler there. He is taking the piss out of the bowler. Next bowl from Harshit, and that's going to be a single. 2-3-1. Dude, they need 70 runs to make this competitive. And that's just to make it competitive. It's still probably India winning, but they need 70 runs. Connor Water says, no, I do think this is Arsenal's year, though, to be honest. I don't mind the shout, mate. I don't think City are good enough. Like, City are good enough, but they're not good enough for some reason. It's just like they're just off the pace. But also, Arsenal are good enough without being good enough. Like, they're still, like, drawing with Liverpool there. But then also, City had the chance, but they drew at Brighton. They're so lucky that City drew at Brighton. You know, but this is the time of the year when Arsenal always fail. This is always where they sit at this point of the year. That's a beautiful shot, and that is going to be a boundary. It's 4. They need it. 235. 235. Strikers 156 for 3. Needs 77 and 31, bro. Carey on 66. Alex Carey's playing. Is he cool? And Overton 163 needs 77 and 31. Well, they're not getting it, but like the fact that they're 156 with 31 balls left is pretty amazing. To be fair, I shouldn't say that. We saw the Brisbane Heat chase it down. We saw the Brisbane Heat chase it down bigger, 250 plus. The league isn't really as competitive as it was previously, and I think Arsenal are the best out of all the sides. Unless they beat City at the Etihad, unless they beat City when they play, I think it might actually be at Gurneville. When do they play? Because they've still got to play again once. That will be the game that tells me. Because City play United this week, and then United actually play Arsenal next week. Arsenal versus City. It is at the Etihad. Ooh. Oh, it is Arsenal versus City at the Etihad. Well. That will tell me what I need to know. That will tell me exactly what I need to know. Oh no, is the internet cut out, that's it? Are we still streaming, guys? Can you comment in the chat? Can you comment in the chat if this stream is still going? Because maybe on my end, well, the KO's cut, so I'm having to refresh. I can't just go to 7 plus like I usually would. I can't just switch it over to 7 plus, unfortunately. Thoughts about Bubba Azam having boost bumps? Desmond says 8.8 in April that season as well. Fly, yeah. Yes, we are still streaming live. Okay, sweet. Okay, well the KO has just gone down, so I'm just having to try and refresh the old KO. There's not much to go here of this. Yeah, okay, KO is refreshed now, so I'm getting back underway. There's only 7 more overs. You're on. Okay, sweet. Sweet. Wow, okay, New Zealand now 51% in the poll. Interesting. India were like 59, 60% at one stage. I don't think that's going to be happening though right now, unless the Kiwis do punch some big runs in. I don't think the Kiwis are going to be able to win this one. Don't forget though, guys, in 2 days' time, we do have this game again. New Zealand versus India for Test 2, for ODI 2. And then we will have a third ODI that we will also be streaming in 4 days' time. We'll be here for every damn well ball, son. Every ball. Watch that be another draw. Maybe. So Arsenal currently has best midfield and forwards in the Premier League. Currently they have to improve their back line. Yeah, they've still got a long way to go this season, man. I wouldn't be writing anything off just yet. I wouldn't write anything off just yet for anyone. I would have loved to have seen it. It would have been so funny if Arsenal came second and Villa ended up winning the Premier League. Now that would have been something. Oh, some good runs there for the Kiwis. Oh, does he get run out? Did he get run out? Did he just get run out? I think he might have just got run out. I just got Gale on just at the right time. Have they called that out? That's a great throw from Treyas. Yeah, that was a wicket. So Folks is in. That was a wicket. He got run out, so 237 for 6. Oh, dude, they're nowhere near what they need, man. They are nowhere near what they need. I agree, Connor. I don't think Arsenal attack's that great. And that's going to be a single. 238 for 6. I don't know if they're anywhere near making this competitive. India will chase this down easy right now. 6.5 overs to go. Dude, they need to start whacking sixes. They really do. They've got to start whacking sixes here. They have to start whacking some sixes. Mitchell on 35, Folks on 1. Next ball from Siraj. Shot over the top, but it's just going to dink in for a single. Need more. Now that is dirty talk. The only thing better than that, if it were United choking it to Villa, that would be beautiful. Get around your Drake. So 239 for 6 with 6.4 overs remaining, and then there'll be a half an hour break before we do come back for the Indian innings, and they will chase this down massively unless we can see a good 61 runs here in this final bit from the Kiwis. Oh, he's gone. 239 for 7. Siraj gets a wicket, and New Zealand are gonna struggle to get 270. They're going to struggle to get 270 here. Dashan says, I'm chatting and watching 4 behind the time because my phone shut down. Well, the Kiwis' wickets are just crumbling at the moment. They are crumbling. The Indians are just pumping strong. And Siraj celebrates as the Kiwis are into dark territory in regards to the score they have. Folks will go down. Where to now for the Kiwis? We're going to have to move this down so you can see the rest of the batters. All right, let's do that. So now you can see the rest of the batters. Clark comes in. So Clark, and then you'll have Kyle Jamieson, and you'll have Adi Ashok. Are you streaming from a laptop? I'm on an Apple computer, an iMac. iMac, VPN, KO. Has the screen been good? Like, has the internet been cutting out too much? Has there been, since the beginning of the stream, has there been any problems with the internet? If not, great. If so, you guys have done well to not let me know. New Zealand were looking so good at 126 for 1. They were killing it, Serpent. You know, I was saying 350 they were looking like, but the middle is where India usually gets you in India. They usually get you there because you get complacent. It's hot, it's muggy. To be fair, 28, 29 degrees is not bad, though. That's winter for India. This is actually, this part of India. It's actually nice. 28, 29 is beautiful in India. So this is debutant here, Christian Clark. First international runs there. Run. Been better than the other day. What do you mean been better than the other day? 240 for 7. 285 might be bang on, Sean. I said 290, 300. I don't think that's out of the equation, but Daryl Mitchell just needs to be absolutely banging. And a single's not going to really do it, man, but 241 for 7. The boundaries have absolutely dried up here for the Kiwis. Yeah, it's about 3.5 hours or so. About roughly 3.5 hours or so per innings. Oh, to be fair, no, this is going to go over 3.5. I think I'll finish up probably about 4 a.m. 4:30. It's starting to definitely get to the darker part of the afternoon. And it's a good bouncer there. And Siraj has bowled well there today. And that's 241 for 7. 6 overs to go. Beautiful afternoon. Geez, that'd be really nice. Let's go have a look at the weather right now. Vadodara weather. 27 degrees. Oh, perfect. Gorgeous. That is beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful weather right now in Vadodara. It's meant to get to 13 degrees tonight. Geez, that is icy for India. Icy stuff. When I was in India, there was not a day lower than 39 degrees. Fact. They've definitely been shaken up from the fall of wickets, lost their nerve. That first wicket rocked them. The partnership was so good until that first wicket. So as Australia doesn't suck in football, Darshan, I don't know why you're wrapping us into it. What did Darshan say? Australia doesn't suck in football. Australia is way better than India if you want to go down that path. Australians and Indians suck in football. At least we're together in this one. Wrong? Incorrect. We're much better than you guys in football. We're not the greatest by any means, but we're still highly competitive when we put in an effort. We suck comparably to European teams and stuff, but we still beat Denmark, who that's their national sport. We still beat Tunisia, who is regarded as a decent enough team. You know, we compete highly. I think we beat Japan our last game, who was a good team. It's not our biggest sport by any means, but it's not our best sport by any means. But, you know, we give it a crack. That's going to be a 4 there for Christian Clark. Going to be on 240. They'll be on 246. He'll be on 5. There is 5.3 overs to go. So, no, I don't think you should be putting us into the same category. We're far bigger and better than India in football, but it's not our best sport for sure. Eli O'Brien says, bit off topic to cricket, but did you see the wildcard games? Also, who do you support in the NFL? I know you're a Bulls fan in the NBA. So, you know, it's funny. So, I wish I supported the Chicago Bears, bro, because they're killing it right now. What's funny is I actually supported the Detroit Lions before I was a Bulls fan, before I went to Chicago, because I went to Chicago and love the city of Chicago. So, I'm a Bulls fan, I'm a Blackhawks fan, I'm a Cubbies fan. But unfortunately, since like 2006, I've been a Detroit Lions fan, man, because they sucked. And I don't know what it was, but they just kind of drew me in. And I've been a Detroit Lions fan all these years. And then we've had a couple of good years recently. We sucked this year. I wish I was on the Chicago Bears. But I have a soft spot for the Bears. I do. I have a soft spot for the Bears. I've stood in the spot of the double doinker. At Soldier Field, I've stood right there during a beer, like it was a day, on my birthday actually. It was a beer drinking, one of those beer festivals. So good, dude. So good. Weather was perfect. Cubbies were playing the Cardinals in a series as well at Wrigley, and we just hit a grand slam against them in the 8th inning. It was an awesome day. But yeah, I'm a Detroit Lions fan, but I do have a soft spot for the Bears, which is a weird thing to say, NFC North rivals and whatnot, but you understand what I'm saying. That's worse than being a Ravens fan. Sure, but I'm not. Well, I get what you're saying. Long-term wise, yes. I honestly think that Detroit, that's going to be a dot ball. I think Detroit should have won last year. No, the year beforehand. Philadelphia clearly last year against the Chiefs. Because if Detroit had to beat the 49ers when they were up and didn't throw away the comeback, they would have beat the Chiefs in that Super Bowl. But unfortunately, the Lions threw it away. That was their chance. Right there. But yeah, I did see the wildcard games. When it's soccer football, our men's team is featured in round 16 2 times, which is huge, and we have one of the best women's football team, Matildas. I think you might have heard about them. He probably hasn't, to be fair. In India, they don't care about football at all. Not many sports that you can say we're not good at, mate, as a country. That's going to be a dot ball. Geez, You can't be having these dot balls here, lads. Yeah, I saw the wild card going through. Massive. Ravens are better to be honest. Supporting the Ravens, you know you'll see. Oh, they're going to check this. You know your season's going to end in the most heartbreaking, gut-wrenching way. Are you talking about like the Detroit Lions, or are you saying the Ravens? Because that is absolutely the Detroit Lions too. Just not this year. This year we just struggled. The Chiefs were asking that Super Bowl the reason they won the 49ers were even more. That's what I'm saying. The Lions were actually the best team that year, but unfortunately... Ooh! No, I think that hits ground. I think that hits... Yeah, it hits ground. So it's going to be not out. It's not out. It hits ground before it hits the foot. Detroit... I will maintain this. Detroit was the best team that year. They were the best team in 2023, but 2023. But the problem, no, sorry, 23-24. Was it 23-24? I think so. But unfortunately, Dan Campbell pushed it too hard in regards to going for a fourth down, which was what he was known for, but the risk didn't pay off and they lost. But they would have beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. That's going to be probably 2 runs here, so they'll hit 250 at least. There you go, 250's made it. Yeah, the 49ers shouldn't have even beat the Lions, but they did because the Lions unfortunately just pushed it too much. Says, I meant when I say Australian football, like at least England level. But why are you comparing Australia to England? It doesn't make sense. Football is England's national sport. Well, it's not really, but football is their biggest sport. It's not our biggest sport. Football would be like 5th, 6th. We'd have, it depends on where you are from, rugby league / AFL. And then 3rd would probably be long-term cricket, but rugby union probably, if the Wallabies were better, would be number 3. And then it would be cricket at 4. And then it would be football at 5. That's going to be a single here for Clark, so he'll put Mitchell back on strike. I love the Jets, been following them since 2013. I'm so sorry to hear that. Now, Ravens and Lions are talking about tough teams to support. I give it to you, mate. You beat us both. You beat us both. By a country mile, too. Yes, Roos. Packers, Jets. Chiefs dynasty is the only dynasty that's a negative points differential in Super Bowls. That's a crazy thought process. 4.5 overs to bowl, 4.5 overs to go here until the innings break, and then we'll go away for half an hour, and then we'll be back for the innings of India. Oh, swing and a miss. Can you see 49 runs in 6, 12, 18, 24, 29 balls, 28 balls? 49 runs in 28 balls? Don't know about this. Don't know about this, Kiwis. Don't know about this. Even if you get out, you just need to whack right now. Your bowling is not going to be good enough to hold out at 270, so it doesn't matter. Just go for some 6s here, lads. Swing-a-ding-dings. Go for some home run candies. And just like that, that's a 6. That's exactly what they need from Daryl Mitchell. So it'll be 257 for 7. That is exactly what they need. That's a massive 6 there. Massive. They really needed that 6 too. As I was literally just speaking about. They really needed that 6. All right, 42 runs is what they need for mine. They really do. Or 43 runs. And that's another big shot over the top, but it's up in the air. And it's going to be just a single, I reckon. 258. And now Clark will come back on strike. You don't really want that right now. You want Mitchell on strike the whole time. But there is only 2 balls remaining anyway. So we've got 2 wickets for an average of 8, economy of 5.2. Oh, they absolutely got carried by the refs in that Lions game. Holding their elbow up about that one. That's going to be a single. 259. If you don't get 41 more runs and again, this is only 4.1 balls left, so 25 balls remaining. If you don't get 41 runs and 25 balls, I just don't see you getting any chance in this game. As someone that watches basically every sport, the same. I've seen it plenty of times. Teams that get belt to ass. I mean, Mahomes 35 passing yards in the first half, belt to ass in a Super Bowl, struggles the next season. Yeah, most sports are like that. Look at the Falcons. Look at the Broncos post-2023. Oh, that's good fielding. That'll just be the 2 runs there for Mitchell. At least he comes back on strike. He'll be on 69. Now we're talking. Yeah. Look at GWS post when they got whooped. Can I ask one? Yeah, there's plenty of teams you look across. Plenty. USA versus Pakistan, absolute cinema. For what? For what? What sport? USA would clean them up in every sport except for cricket. And then they'd get cleaned up because USA doesn't play cricket really. And India is going to whoop USA in that opening game of the T20. My gosh. Just to clarify, guys, India play USA in the opening game of the T20 World Cup. Screw me drunk and call me Stacey. They may win by 7 million runs. They may win by 4 billion runs. They may win in just simply 1 ball. That's going to be filthy. Even though the USA team is predominantly Indians, I believe. 3.5 overs remaining. 261. Clark, Jamison, Folkes, and Mitchell for the pace. And great fielding, man. It's only going to be a single, so Mitchell will come back on strike anyway. I have no idea about Kabaddi, bro. I know what it is, but I have no idea about it. USA has a solid chance in that. If USA gets over 100 runs, you nearly eat a live rhinoceros on a strain. If USA get over 100 runs, I think you eat a live rhinoceros on the strain. Might have to invent a mercy rule for that match. Yeah, we'll be live for it. We will be live. Okay, next bowl here from Harshit Rana. And that should be maybe 2. Get back for 2, get back for 2. No, it's a single. Two 63, 37 runs in 3.3 overs. Yeah, no, I know about the referees in Galatasaray versus Fenerbahce. They're full on. Rohit Gill, Kohli, Shreyas, Rahul, Jadeja. It's a good opening. That should be wide. Bit high. Yep. That is a wide. Oh, he didn't call it wide. Come on, mate. The USA are the whole world that smash everyone. Fair enough. Mitchell, it is time to go, dude. You need to get all 30 of these runs in the next 3.2 overs. You need to whack it. Last 20 balls, 24 runs, 1 wicket. Ooh. Swing and a miss, and he is trying. Oh, that's Clark going for it here. Be interesting to see what New Zealand can try and conjure up here with the bowling. Very interesting. A full healthy New Zealand team, though, would have pushed as well. But this is just a... Oh, that's going to go through for a 4. Beautiful shot. 267. That's from Clark too. So that's going to put Mitchell on strike for the next over. 3 overs to go. 267. 33 runs. 33 runs in 18 balls. Don't mind it. Don't mind it. I think they can still get the 300 if Daryl Mitchell goes for it. If he gets out, though, no chance. But if Daryl Mitchell stays in here, I reckon they get the 3. I reckon they'd get it. But they do only have 3 wickets to go. So a quick little drinks break here. I'm not going to jump up because it's about to be the innings break anyway, and I'll get a good stretch going in the innings break. 3 overs remaining. Three overs to go. Daryl Mitchell, just go for big shots here, mate. Massive shots. Just go for the big ones. Prasid for a bowl. 7 overs, 32 runs, 1 wicket, economy of 4.57. And, oh, that's a dink, bro. That's going to be a 4. Is there one back there? No, it is a 4. 271. Okay, I'm liking this New Zealand. 29 more runs in 17 balls. Oh, well, Daz, mate, we do have a rule on the channel. And you've just experienced it. Sundo got it done the other day too. Sundo got done the other day for it, Daz. He's a moderator. And unfortunately, you've done yourself a misjustice. You've done yourself a judicial process of epic proportions. This is what happens, Daz. Sundo. Oh, it's a slap of a 6 from Daryl Mitchell. They might get 300. They actually may still get 300 here. Still think India win, but like at least it'll make it a competitive total. 23 runs away. 277 for 7 with 16 balls remaining. When did Sundo join the stream? Sundo got slapped. And now Dasme got slapped. Why is it the only 2 people who have said something stupid like that is moderators? You know? What are we doing? Jeez, what a beautiful afternoon of that. Stunning. So that's 10 runs off the first 2 balls. Prasida's given up 10 runs off the first 2 balls. I've no idea how Australia won the ODI World Cup 23. It's a miracle. Travis Head, because he's your father. So next ball. Oh my gosh, they actually are going to get 300. That's another 4. They've got 14 runs off this over from Mitchell. He's on 84. This is a stellar effort here from Daryl Mitchell. He's saving New Zealand for sure right now. 47.3 overs bowled. There is 9 balls remaining here for the Kiwis, and Daryl Mitchell is bringing them to that 300. He is currently bringing them up to the 300. I don't know much about the IPL, Darshan. You'll have to find that out for me. So 5.92 run rate, and oh, he goes for a big swing. They will get a single. Oh, it's going to be a wicket, is it? Has he called this out? This is a review here from who? Is it New Zealand review? Yeah, New Zealand review. So the original decision was out. They didn't show us the umpire. But they are going to review this here, the Kiwis. They need to review it. They won't get 300 if Darryl gets out here. But look, fair enough that he does review it. They've got both remaining. Good ball, good straight ball there. Bang. He's out. He's out. There's no bat there. It's clear gap between bat and ball. Clear gap between bat and ball. Can understand why he's reviewed it just for the sake of it. And that, my friends, is gone. He's out. He's out, Darryl Mitchell, so I don't know if they're going to get 300 now. He was just going for a whack and he needed to. 2 wickets in hand. They've got 8 balls remaining. I feel like now I'm probably... There's 300 still a chance. He did bring up to 84. What a knock from Darryl Mitchell, though. 84 runs. Great knock there from the lad. Fantastic knock. So Jamison comes in now. So Clark on 13, Jamison on 0. A 4, a 6, a 4, and then a wicket. So he's already got 14 runs from the over, but at least he does have that 1 wicket. I still think 19 is doable. You just need a... Get 2 4s, and you're up to 289. You need a 6. To get past it, you're going to need a 6, and I just don't think these guys are going to do it. I'm saying, I think I might be right here between the 290-300 range is what I called. If you go back to what I originally called, well, I said 325 very early when they were whacking it, but then I did change it to 293. Mitchell's class. Mitchell's fantastic, Sports Zone. Darryl Mitchell just was unbelievable. In a game where the Kiwis are very much light on hand in regards to their players, someone needed to stand up to try and replace, and he did his best. Next ball. And it's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, they're not getting 300. No way. No way. So Christian Clark, he's going to come on strike. A 1-0. Oh, there's actually 2 overs remaining still. Sorry, I thought there was 1 over remaining. So there's still 12 balls to go here. I don't know why I got confused there. There's still 12 balls remaining here. Alright, well, it's still a chance. Still a chance. They just... If they can get 9 runs from this over, anything can happen. Last 12 deliveries here for India. Harshit Rana. Oh, it's a swing... And it's going to be just a single, so 282. Sunday had me hostage in the Stormy keyboard. Might have been AI too. I think it was all the above. I actually think it was Anthony Milford. Don't know what your thoughts are. So last 13 balls, 22 runs, 1 wicket, 3 4s, 1 6. Run rate of 10.15. Still looking for that 300 as a marker. And again, it's a real rough marker, but I'm still looking for it as a marker. And no run. Not good enough here. Hey, well, sure enough, if you can get 2 wickets and 3 runs, you're perfect with 285. Yeah, he's just gone for a drive right up centre field, right up the old Times Square. But just straight back into Harshit Rana's hand. So dot ball. Yeah, who cares if you get out, man? Just swing for the damn well bleachers. Try and send this to Kolkata. All the way from Gujarat. Send it to Kolkata. Send it to Vietnam. Send it to Fiji. That's what you need to do with the bat right now. And again, it's another dot ball. Well, this is just pointless here, Jamison. At the end of the day, it is Anthony Milford's fault. Yeah. To be fair, he is going for a swing there. He's actually quite lucky to have Knock it out just then. Jamison. That was a good bowl. Just got caught underneath the bat. Mid-swing. 9 balls remaining. And inside edge, it's going to be a single. It is going to be a single at the very least. A 23. I don't know if you wanted him to waste 4 balls and then to send Clark for the final 2 balls. But anyway. Sam, man for 32 months. Get around is Samuel Jenkinson. Samantha Jenkinson. What about ya? How about ya? Almost 3 years. God help us. 3 years of dealing with you. Gee whiz. Gee whiz. Terrifying stuff. Stuff made of nightmares. 3 years of him pretending to watch streams but actually playing his Virgin video game. Was that a vape? What? What are you talking about? It's going to be a single, so 284. You can, see the thing is, Daz, I don't know if you know this, you're on a YouTube stream. So you're literally looking at me. Like you can quite literally see me right now. At what point have you seen me vape? At what point? Especially when you've just said, was that a vape? Please, feel free. Let me know. At what point of any part of this have you seen me vape? You're literally watching me. Like I'm here, I can't hide. I can hide over here. That was a weird noise to make, but it is what it is. It's in Fiji, not Bankstown. It's a great point, Ruse. And that's going to be a single, so it'll be 25. They're going to go 2 on field. Ooh, they get there. So 286. Can they get 14 runs? Can they get 14 runs in the last over? Rob Viking says, Jamison wants to increase his average with a not out. Probably. Okay, so they need 14 runs. It's not happening, but at least Christian Clark's going to be on strike for the final over. Don't forget, guys, we will be live for the entire game, but we will put on the screen an innings break at the halfway point, which is in 1 over's time for half an hour. And then we will be back for the Indian innings as they will chase this down in about 3 overs. So Potter Sid, he did go up some runs to Daryl Mitchell. But Daryl Mitchell is a very good batter compared to these guys. At least Clark's on strike. Big swing, big miss. That's not a good point. That's not a good point to try to get 3. It's not great. I think Dad's mate's had a few to drink tonight. I reckon that's what's happened. But it's Sunday session, you know. You're not complaining. Not complaining with a Sunday session. Next ball from Prasid. Oh, it's a 4. Beautiful. I think he's very lucky there. He was going for a drive 6. But but it nicks back for a boundary. So they do get to the 290. So I'm going to be bang on. I said 293. I'm going to be bang on. I'm going to be bang on, baby. Still not a bad shout, though, Sean. Castle's any better than the Ashes? Are you saying this game? Look, I think India chased this down pretty well, but at least New Zealand have fought for a okay-ish score, but they needed 320-ish to win this game. New Zealand have plenty of players out, whilst India, the best ODI team in the world, New Zealand second, Australia third. Unfortunately for New Zealand, they've got plenty of players out. So India have kind of punched through them, but they were 126 for 1. Oh my gosh, that's up in the air. Up in the air. Oh, it's going to drop in the outfield for 2. Could be 3. They will get 3. So 293. Okay, 3 balls to try and get 7 runs. Happy New Year, JB. Looking forward to a big year, his son. Big year. But this is only the first innings here, Carl. So we've still got the second innings to come. We're about to go for the innings break of half an hour. There's only 3 balls remaining here. I just want to see New Zealand get to 300 because that's at least relatively competitive. Maybe the smoke from Daz's shisha tricked him into thinking he saw a vape. I'm still trying to figure out where you even got that from, Daz. You're literally looking at me on the stream. I'm right here, son. I'm not AI. Or maybe I am. Beep bop, beep bop, beep 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 beep. You muppet. Alright, next ball. And they're gonna... That's gonna be a 4. They might still get 300. Dude. Prasid has been giving up runs like no tomorrow. That's 8. That's 11 runs in this over. 3 more runs here to get to the 300, which thought like it was inconceivable at one stage. They were 126 for 1, and then the collapse absolutely just exploded. And then Daryl Mitchell pulled them to a total that, you know, these guys could push to 300. Three more runs, come on. And they are going to get a single, so it'll be 298. This is a great last over here. 4, 8, 11, 12 runs. Last ball, can they get 2? Can they get past the 300? Can they make it past the old 300 slap up? Prasid has been bowling absolute meat pies through this game. He's got 2 wickets, but he's given up 58 runs through 8.5. But mainly, to be fair, these first 6 overs were actually... First 7 overs are good. Outside of that, they're going to get 1. They will go back for 2. They will go back for 2. They will get 2. They got 300. They got 300, lads. They're going to get 3. No, they get 2. 300 on the dot. 300 on the dot, lads. 300 for 8 is going to be the New Zealand score. At a run rate of 6, Clark finishes on 24, Jamison on 8. Very good opening partnership here from New Zealand that put them into good stead, but unfortunately they fell apart very quickly. Luckily also for Darren Mitchell going for 84, massive score there. But Devon Conway and Henry Nichols set them out with a good start with a 56 and a 62. But that's the end of that innings, guys. So we're going to go away for half an hour. I'm going to put something on the screen. We'll be away for half an hour as the innings break does happen and they switch over from the batters to the bowlers. Obviously, guys, hit that like button. Subscribe for new round here. I will be back very soon as we see India try and chase down 300 bomb.
Alrighty, we're about to come out here for the Indian second innings, where they're going to be trying to chase down 300. Let's move this bad boy off, and we are back on. Well, look, New Zealand kind of saved themselves with a respectable 300, especially considering where they were at one stage. It was never looking likely that they were going to get to the old 300. They were 126 for 1 and killed it with their opening partnerships, but unfortunately for them, they just they fell apart in the middle area. Daryl Mitchell obviously got a massive score of 84, which was massive, but realistically, outside of Daryl Mitchell, it did come down to those openers who did situate themselves on 56 and 62 before, the collapse was really on. And this is a much more inexperienced New Zealand side than what we would normally see. They are the second in the ICC rankings for ODIs. And if they had a full-strength team here, they absolutely could have won this, to be fair. I'm really surprised that Siraj only bowled 8 overs rather than 10 overs. And they were bowling Prasid right at the end there, who was giving up quite a few runs. I thought that was quite interesting. But, outside of that, this should be chased down by India. They've got a very good batting lineup. And, look, it's getting to the night time now. The lights are going to have to come on. And let's see if they can chase down a respectable score of 300 and how quickly they can do it. But, guys, obviously hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe if you're new around here. We're going to be live for all 3 of these ODIs between New Zealand and India before there is a T20 Series 5 T20 matches between New Zealand and India. That kind of leads us in to the T20 World Cup that is in India and also Sri Lanka. So get around it. Aman Khan says, hello brother, I'm an Indian sports fan and I watch all Indian sports. When I tell my fellow Indians to watch other sports, they ignore it. And they only watch cricket because we are good, we cope in it. I'm Indian, I can confirm we are the worst sporting nation. Sports ministry in the last 75 years, 1 second first bowl, dot ball. Sports ministry in the last 75 years have done nothing for sport, give less funding and other non-cricketing federation does corruption. And then says, in India, Hockey India League is going on. It said Indians are wasting time on tennis, cricket, women's IPL, South Africa T20 League and Big Bash. I'm damn sure most Australians don't care about Big Bash too. Australians don't really care about Big Bash, no. Outside of India and Pakistan, no one cares about this overrated sport called cricket. Harsh words, relatively fair words. Harsh words, but relatively fair. Second bowl here from New Zealand. And, ooh, nearly nicked him there. That was a really good bowl there. Had a lot of movement on that. A lot of swing. What I would reply to that is that I'm Australian and I'm currently watching cricket. I do love cricket, mate, so I will debate you and disagree with you on that. But on an overall context, you're right. India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, the Central Asian region is realistically the only countries in the world that do specifically care, but there is such a large population behind it, right? Australians care about it only when it's the test. So you don't see many Australians really care too much about anything that isn't test cricket, and that's specifically against England in the Ashes. Dot ball. Oh, it's actually a wide. So that'll be the first run for India of a wide. Specifically the Ashes. If it's not Australia versus England in the Ashes, Australians won't really watch it. And the only reason they actually kind of did watch Australia versus India on a big level was because, one, of competitiveness, but two, because the Indians on social media came onto Australian social media pages and just absolutely shat on the country after their first win in the first test match in Perth. And just absolutely shutting them, saying Australia, shit house, blah, blah, blah. And Aussies got really passionate behind that and said, you know what, screw you, man. We love our country. We're proud of our country. You're coming onto our pages and just shit on us. So Australians, even the casuals, really rallied behind that and actually watched the series, which I guess was good for the game because they had an investment in the series behind that. And I think that'll be a common theme going forward now with social media and the emergence of social media in India, which has made it very vocal in that regards to their support. So I think that will be larger going forward. But overall, Australians only care about Australia versus England in the Ashes, and that's not even competitive at the moment. And then when it comes to England, they barely, they're the same as Australia, really. They really only care about Australia versus England as well in the Ashes. But I think they don't mind a bit of ODI, even though they have struggled recently. And the T20, they don't mind it. But it's not a massive sport in England like it once was.
Obviously, football is theirs. Australia Rugby League / AFL, depending on which state you're from. And then the Americas, they have no idea about cricket. They've got baseball. You know, they don't really care. And the West Indies have obviously gone absolutely down the toilet in regards to what they used to be successfully. And a lot of countries have been like that. And Africa doesn't think about cricket whatsoever. So, yeah, look, harsh words, fair words. I think it's harsh to say it's overrated. There's still a lot of people who really enjoy it, and I do enjoy it even as an Australian, as I'm sitting here at 12:30 in the morning watching two countries that aren't my team. I'm not from India or New Zealand, and yet I'm Australian, and yet I'm watching this and enjoying it, despite the fact that India should chase this down relatively well. But yes, I would say that you are harsh but fair. Dom says, fell asleep at 4 for 170. Cricket is like our rebound chick after the NRL and AFL breaks up with us. Yeah, look, exactly right, dude. Exactly right. But again, I will be streaming cricket when it doesn't overlap with the NRL this year. Oh, it's a beautiful shot there from Rohit. And that's going to be the first boundary there for India. So let's just update this scorecard to show. Let's update this scorecard to show the Indian batters, as they are out there now looking to chase down the old 300 machine. All right, there we go. And then we're going to move this across. So, yeah, there you go. I hope you understand what I was saying there. I think you do, though. I think you do. I just think that saying it's overrated is pretty harsh. Let's put the browser source above that, though. There we go. Oh, maybe not. So I'm trying to fix this. Give me 1 second here. So next bolt, and it will be a dot ball. I hate that little thing down there. Maybe if I refresh this, it will remove that. Potentially if I refresh it. Sorry guys, just give me 1 second here as I fix this on the screen. Yeah, it's really weird with me. I'm kind of like a perfectionist in regards to like real nitty gritty things on the screen. I don't know what it is. Who ended up? I'm sure the Scorchers ended up winning that Strikers game, but did the Strikers at least make it close, or was it embarrassing? And that'll be a dot ball. Dot ball. Oh, I haven't. Yeah, I didn't even see your comment. No, oh yes, because I need to actually refresh it myself, whereas I need to go across to the Indian, otherwise it will stay there. Now I'm just waiting for this to. Now I'm just waiting for this to refresh so that I can put the actual score up. She says, if Kiwis are able to strike twice in the first overs, it would definitely get interesting. If the Kiwis can get one early, yeah, for sure. That's going to be a single here. Single. Oh, I'm going to try and refresh it again. I love this. Just as everything is fine, it goes a little bit haywire. Yeah, no, that thing's still over there, so it was all pointless for me doing this. Why is it loading? Why does it keep loading? Hopefully that... I'm going to have to leave it for a little bit and just hope that it loads at some point. Alright, next bowl. And it'll be a dot ball. Bro, the problem with India is there is no dual citizenship thing too, and we fans want that thing former sports ministry says we will do with pure India talent only, and he gives almost very low funding. Okay, yeah, look, that does sound pretty much what would be expected in my personal opinion. I'm not necessarily surprised by I'm not necessarily surprised by that, to be honest with you. But I can understand why you would disagree with it. And I disagree with it. This is really frustrating that this browser source isn't actually showing the score right now. It's 6 runs for India. Rohit on 4. Shubman Gill on 1. Try and refresh it one last final time. Well, not one last final time. But we try and refresh it again. your internet started doing things. Yeah, probably because I'm trying to refresh this, or maybe because you're here. Because I actually, my internet's working really well. The internet's working really well in regards to KOs. So yeah. Well, I don't know what's going on there. Hopefully that loads at some point. Let me know when it does load in the chat, guys. I'm going to have to leave it for the time being because I can't do anything as we currently speak. But let me know in the chat once that does go live, just so that I can have peace of mind. There is some in Africa, but not much. Yeah, like the Zimbabwe. South Africa's still rugby union, though. Do you think New Zealand have given themselves a chance? Like, they've given 300's a chance, Rayan, but it's not going to happen for mine. But 300, I guess, is a chance. Okay, peace of mind. I know it's working now. I know it's working. Beautiful. Can you guys just comment how many fingers I'm holding up right now? Go with 2. Tell me how many fingers I'm holding up, just so that I know when we are, how far you guys might be behind me as we currently speak. That'll be a dot ball. Speed of 137.8 kilometers an hour, that ball. Shuman Gill's 208 in Hyderabad was the first and only double 100 scored against New Zealand ODIs. Fair enough. Yeah, try refresh your stream, lads. Everyone who's watching, try refresh your stream. Just do a refresh. And then let me know how many fingers I'm holding up. All right, next bowl from Jamison. And that is going to be a dot ball. Good work. They do have to keep them low here at the start. Again, New Zealand were about 126 for 1. But they would need to get in one of these early partnerships. Go on. Are we live? Hold on. Just commenting in the chat just to make sure, because no one's let me know how many fingers I'm holding up. Okay, next bowl. Ooh, double. 2.3 overs bowled. So yeah, look, 301 is a chance. It's unlikely, but it's a chance. Let me just refresh this. All right, I'll be a dot ball. Comment if we are back on. It was there briefly, but now it's frozen again. Okay, we'll try. We're trying it again. I've tried turning it off and on. I'll try it again. Comment if it gets back underway. There we go, we're good. Okay, sweet. Yeah, I don't know what just happened then, because my internet's working fine. It might be YouTube playing up there, lads. I think that was YouTube, because the game for me, I'm on a VPN right now, the game for me is working, and everything here is working, so I feel like that might have been a YouTube thing. But anyway, at least we're back now. How Australian Football League system is, and also about grassroots, football, soccer. What are you trying to say there, Aman? Are you talking about AFL or are you talking about football? Another comment, YouTube hell. Yeah, it's done that twice now in the last 2 streams. Yeah, because again, I was seeing your chat messages. I was watching the game. I was commentating the game. I don't know what happened. All right, next bolt. Up in the air, up in the air, up in the air. Oh, but there's not going to be anyone there. That's going to probably go for a 4. Probably go for a 4. No, it's not. Oh, dude, that's a bad misfield. Oh, dude, that is a bad misfield there. And that's going to end up being a boundary from a misfield. Wowee. That is a bad misfield, man, that gives a free boundary when it probably would have just been the 2 runs. Maybe 3. Probably 3. But instead it gets to the 4. Oh, man. How soccer is big in Australia along with grassroots? football isn't big in Australia though. Soccer, it's not big in Australia. The big sports in Australia are rugby league and AFL. Dot ball, good ball. Rugby league, if you are in Queensland, New South Wales, or Australian Capital Territory, is all rugby league. If you're in Victoria, Tasmania, South Australia, or Western Australia, it's all AFL. And if you're in Northern Territory, Darwin area, it's a 50-50 split between AFL and NRL. Football isn't that big in this country. People get behind the Socceroos because they're nationalistic and they're back in their country and they're proud of their country. But football's not a big sport in this country. Next bolt. And that's going to be a double. Double. Ten runs off the first 3.3. I think they'd only had like 2 runs off the first 3 overs, the Kiwis. They struggled really early. It's mostly crocodile wrangling up in the Northern Territory. That is exactly right, it is. Just filled with a bunch of Steve Irwins, basically. And that will be a dot ball. Come on, New Zealand. Make a game of this. Make it competitive. Make it competitive. Geez, my sleep schedule over this next week is going to be so messed up. We've got this game that will go till about 4:30 in the morning, my time. Then tomorrow night, nothing. But then the night after, we got until 4:30 my time, and then the next night nothing, and then again for the third game 4:30 in the morning. Jeez, get me to Asia where the time slot's going to be normal. What a bloody legend that man was. He needs to be put on our money. Honestly, I would agree with that. I do think Steve Irwin should be put on the money of Australia. I think he deserves it. He shaped Australian culture. He was Australian culture. He is the guy. He was the guy. Put him on the $500 note. Give us a $500 note and put Steve Irwin on it. The most expensive note. Chuck him on. That's a shot. Oh, great fielding there. So 4 overs bowled, 10 runs scored. Yeah, settling in all right. Should have been Prime Minister. Should have been Prime Minister President. Should have just added in a President for the sake of it and chucked him in both. Which is bigger in Australia, football or cricket? I'd say cricket. Cricket is bigger than soccer in Australia. But only in summer. Only in November, December, January. It's the only time Australians really care about cricket. But, that's a peach of a bowl. But it'll be a dot ball. Just missed the stumps there. Close to bowling gill then. Very close. Yeah, I would say cricket is definitely bigger than football/soccer. By a decent bit too in Australia. The only time Australians will care about football, is the World Cup. When the Socceroos are playing. Outside of that, they're not watching the A-League. Can sense a wicket coming. It is kind of given that vibe right now as it is. New Zealand have been knocking on the door. Next bowl, and that's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, Kiwi's bowling's been pretty solid through his first 4.2. I don't think, to be fair, the ball is doing a lot more in this second innings already than what it did in the first innings. A-League was good back in the day. I loved it. I loved it back in the day, but unfortunately it was over-politicised. Over-politicised. What are their crowds like nowadays in big games? Do they still sell out the derby between Sydney and Western City Wanderers? That's a great shot there from Gill for a 4. I really hope Rohit and Virat goes early today. Shatiji, you're not an Indian fan? Surely you'd want them to stay in and just score a mozza. Oh, that's a boundary though from Gill. That's a worrying sign. Hell no. Still have no idea what an Auckland FC is. Yeah, Sam is an Auckland FC fan. I don't know if Sam's still watching. But he keeps like messaging me on Facebook saying like, "Oh, I'm going." He went to the Auckland versus Brisbane game the other day, and I said, "Grow up, Sam." Single for guilt. So be on 15 runs through 4.4. Said, "Grow up, mate. Grow up, Sam." How long ago was back in the day? Oh, 2013 through 18 was pretty peak A-League. 2013 through 18, I'd say. And then the Socceroos had such a good World Cup, and they, against Tunisia and against Denmark, and, competed at least for one half against France, and competed for the full 90 against Argentina. And then it had the chance to explode again. And then I think it was the APL. FFA was the original one back in like 2018-19 that screwed it. And I think it was the APL that screwed it with like changing the grand final and stuff like that, right as it's getting its casual audience back into caring. It's unfortunate, dude. They had a real good opportunity from that FIFA World Cup, and they just completely messed it up because of some clown at the top. Good start with the Kiwis. It actually has been a pretty good start bowling-wise, even though they've given up 15 runs. It has been a strong start. Their current run rate is 3.10. Their required run rate is 6.33. Oh, dude, their bowling has been really nice, though. So close to picking up Rohit just then. It's been so long the team has been carried by these two. Yeah, fair. I want to see how others react under pressure. Yeah, valid. Valid. I'm sad to say not many here watch the A-League, although I know some who follow it religiously. The thing with the A-League is that if you watch it, you watch it religiously. If you watch it, you are an A-League fan, you are peak, you love it, you adore it. It is your biggest sport pretty much. If you don't watch it, or you casually watch it, no one's really casually watching it, but if you don't watch it, you just don't care. Like, you don't hear enough about it to care, and it's very much a sport. It's a dot ball, very much a league, and very much a sport in Australia that the media will never talk about it unless there's a bad news story to come out. The quality isn't good enough comparatively to the rest of the world, which is obvious, and it's just not a kind of peak league, right? It had the potential, and then just didn't happen, unfortunately. And that's going to be a single. It had massive potential, but then they decided to out RBB members and stuff like that in the media, and it was, pretty poor stuff. All right, so that's going to be a single there, so it'll be 16 for nothing. It would be cool if we had an overlay on the screen that shows how the batting team are doing compared to how the pitching team did at the same time when they were batting in the previous inning. Well, no teams are pitching in cricket, Roos. That's baseball. Bowling, you mean? Look, I think for the time... Oh, it's a 6. See you later. That's a massive 6 there from Rohit. Massive 6, and now they'll be on 22 for nothing. I would like to implement it, mate, but especially not in Fiji will I do that. When I'm in with better internet in like Vietnam and whatnot, and Hong Kong and that the likes, sure. But in Fiji, I'm going to keep it pretty simplistic. But that is a big 6 there from Rohit. Massive 6 from Rohit. 20 metres high, 75 metres long. And I'm starting to get a pretty early sign here with the way the Indians are batting. Starting to get a pretty good sign of what might be to come. Dot ball. It's like their bowling has either been spectacular or bad. Because that was just an absolute prime time shot for Rohit to slap. And did. And he did. It's nice as the night time has come over here in Vadodara, though. Where's the next game, Satish? Obviously, it's not in Vadodara. Where's the next game? Next bolt. Shot through, but good field placement. That will be a dot ball. Let me have a look. So, India cricket. Cricket. Next game, ODI 2, is in Saurashtra Stadium. Saurashtra Stadium. Where is that? Oh, Rajkot. Okay. I know Rajput. I don't know Rajkot. Oh, all of these are in Gujarat, is it? Oh, all these games are in Gujarat. Okay, fair enough. Is that what you normally do with like Indian series? You keep it in one area? I know Gujarat has like a lot of money. Isn't Gujarat some of the most wealthy in the country? Another batting paradise, yeah, fair. Where is it in India? Third game is in indoor. Oh, okay. That's the indoor's different. Indoor is central. I'm sure that's going to be a batting paradise too. I've actually got the worm overlay on my phone right now, so I can provide the numbers if anyone wants them. Oh, that's going to be good fielding. Gets him to a single, but good fielding. Yeah, third game of series is in indoor. Worm overlay. Are you referring to like WinViz, or what? How the bowling team overlay on screen, it shows how the batting team are doing compared to how the pitching team did it. Oh, I get. Yeah, no, sorry, I know what you're talking about. All I remember is that New Zealand were 126 for 1. Now I know where indoor is. Yeah, I know where. Indoor is central, isn't it? Oh, nice shot out the back there for only be a single. I'm pretty certain I know where indoor is. Isn't that as central as you can pretty much come of India? I'm pretty certain that's like the central. Like pretty much bang smack. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's pretty much just bang smack in the middle of India. I know a thing or two about a thing or two, especially when a thing or two happens to be about a thing or two. I know knows what he's talking about, and Rohit knows what he's doing. He's hitting another 6. Well, guys, this game is looking very, very, very strong here for India at the moment. Madhya means central in India. In Hindi, fair enough. Oh, they speak Hindi in that part. Rohit, and this is looking like it might get ugly because India are hitting 6s very early in this game compared to New Zealand, who opened up with 6s and whatnot. They kind of just like smashed through it with boundaries, but not 6s. I think they had 1 6 for the first like 30 overs. India have already hit twice in the first 6.3. Weather in Fiji today was raining. This is usually our cyclone season, but the weather here is usually pretty good. Beautiful. Damn, they couldn't even. Virat Kohli and Rohit couldn't even have a break during the innings break. They had to receive flowers and. Fiji same time as New Zealand? I think so. It's 12:52 a.m. right now, so I think it's the same time as the Kiwis. Oh, that's going to go through for another 4. Yeah, look, New Zealand, you made it a manageable, respectful 300, but this looks like it might get chased down in buddy 10 overs. New Zealand cracked the 30s in the 8th over. India are comfortably leading right now. Yeah, 35. And they're just whacking boundaries for fun at the moment. But this is what we said. Their bowling did look pretty good in the first 4 overs, but their bowling overall isn't good enough. And that's what lets them down. And the Indian batting team is very strong. Very strong. They've got the two in the ICC rankings. They've got the 2 highest batters, which is it Rohit and Virat? Hold on. It is Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, yeah. And then in 5th is Shubman Gill. In 3rd is Daryl Mitchell from New Zealand. And in 4th is Ibrahim Zadran from Afghanistan. And this is why I don't really listen too much to the ICC rankings. But that is the technical rankings. Dad says 7 minutes until we are 48 days away from the Dogs' premiership run. It's going to be very difficult for the Dogs to have a premiership when the Titans get it. Very difficult. Oh, Jack, no way. No, we won't be doing that. We've got plenty of content coming for the NRL. Happy to have good bowl. Happy to have light conversations about the NRL, but no, we're not going predictions. We won't be going predictions and whatnot, man. We've got plenty of content that will come out from the 15th of January to talk about all the rugby league action. Yeah, we do hear that every year, Ruse. You got season prediction videos, you got discussion videos, you got pre-season. We got plenty of stuff. We're definitely not going to go deep into a prediction analysis right now. All right, next bolt, and that'll be a top ball. Never said that in my life. Dad's mate, I think you told us about maybe 4 million times before the season started last year. I'm pretty certain you told us maybe 7 million times about the Bulldogs on a generational run to win the comp, and I tried to say, well, why don't we just settle down a little bit, you know? I remember even midway through the season last year, this conversation happening, and I said, why don't you just settle down a little bit? So their current run rate is 4.77, their required run rate is 6.23. Next bolt, top ball. To be fair, I think New Zealand would be okay, happy with 300, considering where they were. I keep reacting to the 6s and 4s like India is going to take this away, but a 1 wicket could change this dramatically. And the run rate is still below by a decent bit too, by about 2 runs. Next bolt. Up in the air! Oh, that would have been a screamer, bro. That would have been a screamer. You can't blame him. You can't blame him. It's great fielding. It's fantastic fielding. That would have been an absolute screamer had he taken that. Oh, that wasn't catchable. Like, he's done... That is probably the best you can do. Oh, my gosh. How speedy his arm was to get out to that. That is... The pace, the speed, the power. Geez, that was just romper stomper. And that's going to be a dot ball. What a great field, but... Shatij says you cannot hit 30 inches either side of Phillips in the air. Dude, what a damn well... And he stopped it from being a single run. Oh my gosh, dude. Glenn Phillips, take a bow just for the attempt. If he holds on to that, that's one of the catches. That's one of the best catches I would have ever seen. Especially one-handed. Next bolt. And that's going to be a single. Little confusion. Oh, but they do get the single. Did I not say in 2024 when we were tipped to finish in the bottom 4 that we would play finals, sir? I don't know, to be completely honest with you, but also I'm pretty certain you probably told me that you're going to win the comp in 2021. Dad's mate knowing you. I can't remember 2024, but I'm pretty certain that you probably would have been telling me in 2021 the Dogs were going to go undefeated in the premiership. Would you debate this? Would you disagree with me? It does. So Rohit on 26 from 26, Gill on 9 from 22. Bait has been taken. Mate, you got me. I don't know if I'll sleep tonight because of it, to be fair. I don't know if I'll ever be able to sleep again after this bait being taken. That's going to be another single. Oh, dude, they're really chancing singles here, weirdly enough. Target 301. So what were they? I think they were at 49 after 10 overs, New Zealand. I think they're at 49 for 0. Oh, they were at this stage it was 37 for 0. So both India and New Zealand are at the exact same stage that each other have been at. At the 8.1 overs, they were both. Oh, he's gone. Oh, I thought he hit it. I think that could be I thought that was out. He thought he heard it sound too. Damn, dude, let's have a look at this again. Oh, no, maybe not. I don't know. Jeez. I'd like to see a closer up angle of that. I don't think so. New Zealand has left Milne, Williamson, Soddy, Santner, and many more out of the squad on the most difficult 2 overseas. Well, it's not the most difficult 2 overseas. Let's settle down. We all know Australia is. But it is bizarre. You should be coming to India with your best possible squad, yeah? That's a wide. That's a wide. 39 runs. You and I both know Australia is the difficult place to come. I know that you guys won Border Gavaskar, but you and I both know that Australia is the most difficult place to come. But you need to sleep. Yes, I do. I do need to sleep. But with that being said, you and I both know Australia is the most difficult place to tour over India. And case in point, New Zealand beat you 3-0 in tests last year in India. Correct or not correct? Like, don't get me wrong, India is a very difficult place to play. But Australia in the summer is the most difficult place to play in the world. Like, you look at the recent Australian series against England. Australia played on multiple different pitches. They lost one game in on a horrific pitch in Melbourne. Outside of that, it was a horrific pitch in Perth and dominated. It was a flat pitch in Brisbane and dominated. It was an even flatter pitch. No, it was the flattest pitch for mine was actually in Brisbane. It was a very flat pitch, but manageable for both teams in Adelaide and dominated. And the SCG, again, dominated right at the back end. Like, Australia's been able to do it in all those conditions there in Australia. But when South Africa came to play us, we beat them 3-0. When you guys came to play us, we beat you 3-1. Would have been 4-1 too, but 3-1. It took 15 years for England to win a test year. Yeah, India had the wood over us for a little bit. Up in the air. He should be gone. He's gone. Wow, 39 for 1. Row hit has gone on 26. That is a huge wicket, lads. That is a huge wicket. Row hit is gone. It's 39 for 1. 39 for 1. The Western Bulldogs last one on final in 2021 is crazy. But that is a wicket, and that's a sniff for New Zealand. That is a sniff. In limited overs, India is the most difficult tour. Oh, okay, sorry. I thought we were talking about in general. Okay, I'll give it to you. Sure. Yeah, I would agree with you. Big wicket. Does only take one wicket, Shawno. 39 for 1 again. New Zealand didn't lose a wicket for a long time. They had a partnership of about 126. No, 62 and 57, 62 and 56. I think it was 118 when New Zealand lost their first wicket. So Virat Kohli will come out here onto the field. Virat retired in Test, didn't he, Kshitij? He's retired in Test, no? Or am I thinking of... I feel like he retired in Test. It has opened the game up a little bit there. Do can be a factor. Yes, for sure, Space Garage. Absolutely. It's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out here. Because if there's another wicket soon... Test and T20 retired Kohli. Thank you, Arnab. 297 innings, 14,557 runs, 76 50s, 53 hundreds. Crazy that they're close, eh? 76 50s and 53 hundreds. It's funny how close that is. If they can pick up Kohli quite early here, this game is actually on. Because currently speaking, India are actually behind by a fair margin where New Zealand were, especially with that wicket. And that's going to be a dot ball for Kohli. Yes, New Zealand's first wicket fell at 118 runs in the 22nd over. See, look at me go. Ray answers game on. Mate, game on, son. It's game on. If there's another wicket here. It's not game on just yet. But if there's a wicket relatively soon, mate, kit's off. Kit's off. All right. I just want this to be a good game. I want this to be a competitive game. And 300 right now is, at the time, was like, okay. But right this very second, it's going to be interesting. Kohli is likely going to farm singles like the Champions Trophy. Fair enough, Space. Well, right now, I wouldn't expect him to go big anytime at the moment. Squeaky bum finish. You get a bit of a squeaky bum finish. That's what you want to see, Daz. You know, like a Manchester City in the FA Cup. You know, they always have squeaky bum finishes. Rue says, going into the 10th over, New Zealand had 49 runs already, so they're currently up by 10 and a wicket. Yeah. It's a fair margin in the wicket. Fair margin. Kohli single figures only. Sydney singles. So Shubman Gill on 10, and it's going to be a single. When does Travis Head come out to play? Bring Heady out. Hey, I got the mo. Get me out there. You might need me, India. I was in India last year. I can claim to saviour here. I can claim Indian. I lived in India for 2.5 months. I can claim to be Indian. I'll save you. Get me out there. Chuck me in after Kohli. Chuck me in. Get me in there. I got the mo and everything. I'm like a Travis Head, but, you know, just BKR. Yeah, he just need to clear the field. He'd be spewing about that shot. Rohit. Spewing. All right, next bowl. Oh, drive. Right up the middle. Right up the guts. Right up Times Square, son. That's a boundary. Beautiful shot. Beautiful drive. Right up Central Boulevard, baby. Right up Central Boulevard. Get that one down the esophagus. If you're out Kohli off the mark, where to fall? Beautiful. Beautiful. Whereas exhaustion is really getting to you, isn't it, mate? Think you might get a coffee or energy drink at the next break. What did I do? What did I say? Oh, good fielding. What did I say? Did I say something incorrect? She says, don't know whether a Kiwi flies or not. Well, we're about to see if they can pick up a wicket soon. But this Kiwi Phillips does. Oh, geez. Just the way that he is, that fielding out there from Glenn Phillips is incredible. Yeah, he's the commentary just said it. He's very close to having his pilot's license. It's incredible. It's brilliant stuff. I won't lie, I am tired, Ruse, but with that being said, I don't know what I said wrong. Oh, that's a shot for 4. He's very lucky they didn't go to the fielder, but it's another 4 there for Virat Kohli. Be careful, though, Virat. Be careful. Not that I heard. Yeah, I think Ruse might be drunk. I think Ruse might be delirious. There goes the run rate. See you later. You're kind of slurring a little, but it's all good. Yep, you're probably going to hear me slur even further. We've still got about three hours or so of this game, unless Kohli can keep hitting boundaries, or we can see wickets. Still got quite a long time in this game to go. Still about 3 hours at a minimum. Next bowl here from Folks. Top ball. It is 1 a.m. and I am streaming. Again, my body clock over this next week is going to be wrecked. Gonna be wrecked. Because we got 3 of these ODIs. I don't think the T20s are on an awful... Oh, no, the T20s are on an awful time, aren't they, here? I think the first T20, I'm still here in... I think the first T20, I'm still here in Fiji, and it's at like 3:15 a.m. But then when I get to Hong Kong, it's at like 8, which is a beautiful time. Where is it? T21, 1:15 a.m. PM start. 1:15 a.m. start. That's brutal. But then it starts at 9:15 p.m. for me in Hong Kong, and then 8:15 p.m. for me in Vietnam. The Sri Lanka versus England game in Vietnam starts at 3:45 p.m. ODI 3. That's a beautiful time slot. So yeah, get me to Vietnam, bro. But for the next week, I'm going to be on a brutal schedule. Gotta say though, love the jacket. The cover jacket. No, it's a Chicago. It's an old school Chicago Bombers jacket. Oh, not Chicago. It's not. They were like world champions or something back in the 1920s. Oh, it was the baseball. That's right. The Negro League baseball. Cool jacket. Next bowl. Dot ball. Yeah, I got it when I was in Vegas. It's beautiful. Oh, my KO's gone down here. So I'm going to have to refresh the old KO. But just one wicket changes everything here, man. They just need that one wicket breakthrough with that next wicket. If they can get Kohli, I tell you what, the Indians will start to get a little bit nervous. Start to worry just a tiny little bit. I still think they will be very confident, but they'll start to worry just that tiny little bit that'll make things interesting. Because one wicket does bring two. Two wickets do bring three. One wicket can bring 5. You know how cricket works. But then you do need 253 runs from 239 balls. Based on reality, you get around here, son. Well, we might be on for a game here. If New Zealand can get a bit of a move on soon enough. But they are already in front. They are in front of them in regards to where they were at this current time. Vero is also having a good VHT season. VHT? What's VHT? Space Garage. VHT. VHT. A Vijay Hazare Trophy. Oh, is that like a... Is that the one day international... Or what? Not international. One days of the domestic league. I'd never even heard of it. I've never heard of it. Fair enough. And that's why doing these streams is very good. Because you learn about so many things. You do. Can I just confirm? Can you guys confirm for me that we are still live right now? Because my KO has gone down. India are trailing by 4 runs from where New Zealand were at this stage. Yeah, fair enough. But the one wicket's huge. Yeah, India's domestic. Yeah, thanks. India's domestic. Okay, let me see if I can get K back up. I'm going to have to run to the bathroom in a second too, guys. Domestic ODI. Who does he play for? Who does he play for in that? Is it a good league? Like, do people get around it? Like, is it a big league watched by... Do a lot of people watch it? Because again, this is why I can't wait to stream more cricket, because I'm going to learn a lot more. But this is why it's so good, because I will learn so much more about domestic trophies and all this kind of stuff. I just never heard of that. And I don't think many Australians would have, to be fair. Good here. Okay, sweet. Yeah, unfortunately, just the old KO is causing a bit of a ruckus to get going here. He plays for Delhi. Ruse says, yeah, still live. Camera's cutting out a little, but nothing too bad. Yeah, the wicket goes without saying. Yeah, the wicket is what is taking these two apart right as we currently speak. So 151, so they do get 2 runs there. Run rate required is 6.38. They're probably around the 4.5 or so right this very second. I might just quickly run off to the bathroom here, guys. Maybe it'll give my KO time to refresh anyway. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. I'll be back in just a moment. Hopefully I don't miss anything, because a wicket would be massive. All right, we're back. I just absolutely rushed. I bloody sprinted, son. Because I don't want to miss a wicket, but also KO's been a bit problematic at the moment. I'll go to VIP box. Might be a little bit behind, but I'll go to VIP box just to watch it for the time being. Cricket. Yeah, because the internet's working. It's just that the old KO is struggling. I can't just switch over to 7+ like I would for the Australia versus England, because Australia's obviously not covering it. So I am switching over to an illegal streaming service. But I do pay. I do pay for a legal streaming service. I just don't technically legally watch it because KO is only legal in Australia. But, sue me. All right. When the NRL's on, though, I do pay for the watchnrl.com. Okay, there's a 4. Okay, a 4 for India. Virat Kohli is killing these 4s. Kill them. Space Garage says most Indians also don't know about it, to be fair. Yeah, look, it would be interesting to see if it would have been very interesting to, wow, there was a massive inside edge that went past the stumps for the boundary. It would be very interesting to know if people did care about it. Yeah, because that is that would be very diehard if you're watching that. You'd be very diehard. Oh, now KO decides to work. As soon as I get my VIP box, it says, you know what? KO's going to work now. So 60 for 1 for India currently. Basically, says, are you covering any of the FA Cup games? On a side note, in the FA Cup, is the FA Cup even relevant anymore? Yes, not as much as it once was, though, but still amazing, especially that Macclesfield result. But no, I don't cover football here. Maybe one day, man, but, I'm about to go through a very hectic February. Like, my February is going to be, I'm not going to get time to breathe with NRL preseason coming on and the T20 World Cup, which will be live for pretty much every game of, plus internationals beforehand and afterwards for the cricket. So, yeah. Unfortunately not, but I do love watching. That's a 6 there. Oh, dude. India have opened up at the moment. That is a big time 6. 66 for 1. That was Shubman Gill. And now that's going to be a single, maybe 2. Maybe 2 on the throw. No, just a single. Just a single. Took New Zealand over 20 overs to finally crack the 100. If India are able to crack a century without letting another wicket fall, they're surely a lock to win the match. Well, things can change very quickly, but yes, they're in a very advantageous position, and that is going to be a boundary. Just to the right there, it gets through, and they are hitting 4s for fun, and that is now 10, 11, 15 runs off of the over here. Aditya has just given up runs aplenty here. Virat is from Delhi, so plays for Delhi. Okay, fair enough. But he plays for Bangalore in the IPL, no? Why doesn't he play for the Delhi Capitals? Well, I guess that's a stupid question because they haven't brought him in or Bangalore pays him more money. The Indian international players barely even participate in domestic unless they are forced. Yeah, look, I get it. I agree with it. Why would they? Why would they? Especially during this part of the season. And that's going to be a dot ball. Fun fact, KP was the highest scorer in 2003 Dilip Trophy. KP? Are you saying Kevin Peterson? KP? Are you referring to Kevin Peterson? Next bolt. And, oh, jeez, gorgeous. Drive up the ground, and they have just absolutely slaughtered Aditya here. 14, that's 15 runs from the over. It was 11 runs before. That is another 4 to make it 15. Yeah, look, I don't know if you're going to be wanting to bowl Aditya right now. Yeah, Kevin Peterson. Yeah, I was right. And a single. Geez, he got whacked in that over. 16 runs off the over. Well, if you thought that New Zealand were fighting their way into this game with that wicket, well, that over has kind of gone against that thought process. Yikes. But based in reality, we are going to be streaming in England versus Sri Lanka ODI coming up if you're going to be keen to watch that. We can't do the first or the second game because we've got the India versus New Zealand T20 series coming up. but I will be here for the England versus Sri Lanka game, ODI 3, which is in about 2.5 weeks. 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I'll be live all day for that. Great time slot for me. It'll be like 3:15 p.m. in Vietnam. Hate the night games in England, no matter where I am, but love the day games. Stop all. Recent list A innings. Gujarat 77-61 balls for Virat. Andhra 131 score 101 balls. South Africa 65-57 balls. South Africa 102 93 balls. And South Africa 135 and 120 balls. Jeez, he was killing South Africa. And that'd be a single. 28. So he's 28 off of 22 balls. When do you think that Virat's going to retire from one days? Surely it's on the horizon. Indian players used to play domestic a lot before there was too much cricket. There was one memorable game of Mumbai versus Haryana or Sachin versus Kapil Dev. Yeah, cool. Yeah, there is a lot of cricket now. Like India, it's cricket pretty much all throughout the year, eh? Yeah, because when the internationals aren't on, they just play the IPL. See, with the BBL is on. This is the problem as well with Australian cricket and why people don't care about the BBL too much, because the BBL is on during the Australian summer, which means that for the most part you don't see Alex Carey, you won't see Steve Smith, you won't see the Brisbane Heat get taken Michael Nisa and Marnus Labuschagne, Usman Khawaja as well. You know, all the international players can't play. Scott Boland's not even going to play for Hobart this year. Or Stars, I think it was, sorry. He used to play Hobart, now he's Stars. Scott Boland won't even play for the Stars this year because he's being managed. So that's a crucial point why the BBL isn't cared about by Australians. Also because they don't really want too much cricket. But there is multiple problems. One, the BBL is on during the international season. They can't put it on any other time because it would never beat out the NRL and AFL, and then they wouldn't want to compare with rugby union or football for the scraps. That'll be a dot ball. And then the second one is that for some reason India prevents their players from playing in the BBL, even though it's not a direct competition because the IPL is played in March onwards, March to May, June. And the BBL is played from December to January, so it really makes no sense why the IPL prevents their players from playing in the BBL. And I think it would really rise that competition greatly. But unfortunately, it's managed really poorly for mine, and I don't agree with it. But it is what it is. That's going to be a boundary here. That's going to be a 4. He's not going to get there. Yep, 81. 81. It's actually leg buys there. So 81 from 1. Basically, it says, if you could recap 2025 in terms of sports, who would be your biggest winners, biggest surprise, and biggest losers? Are you talking about in sport in general? Or are you talking about specifically cricket, or what are we talking about? Kiwis, you're going to get spanked. Don't spoil a good batting title with shit bowling. Well, their bowling's just not good enough at the moment, man. Kiwi, Virat is aiming to win the 2027 World Cup, I believe, with Rohit, and then retire. Oh, there's a one-day World Cup next year, is there? Where is it? Where is the one-day World Cup next year? We'll be live for it. I will be live for it. Well, as much as we possibly can, if it depends on where it is and what time of the year it's on. Coley on 28 from 22, Gill on 20 from 33. And that is going to be a dot ball. Well, I'm surprised it wasn't a wide. South Africa. Ooh. Is that going to be on September then? When is that? Ooh, that might be the worst possible time ever. Oh, but time zone wise, I don't think that'll be on at the same time. Oh, that might be beautiful. That wouldn't be on at the same time as the NRL though. Oh, it is in Namibia and South Africa. Oh, that actually might be at a perfect time slot to not impact the NRL. What time of the year would that be? Maybe September, October? Oh, that's going to go through. That'll be a single there for Gil. Two reasons why the BCCI prevents players playing overseas is because it's literally written the IPL team owners' contracts and because they want the monopoly money. No, I'm very well aware, Space Garage. I'm very well aware of why they do it. I disagree with it, though, because ultimately the IPL treats the BBL and other T20 competitions as pure competition to its product. That's a single. No, that'll be 2 runs if a Kohli will get to the thrifty 30s. So 87 for 1 here for India. They treat all other competitions, especially like the BBL, as a direct competitive product. And it's just not true because the BBL is on at a different time of the year and it would be beneficial. With that being said, the main players like like a Jace Fowler or Virat Kohli and the likes wouldn't play because they'd be too busy playing. In there, they'd be too busy playing, cricket for the international team anyway. But a lot of players miss out on the opportunity. And a lot of growth. It's all good that they're playing the IPL, but it's still growth playing more cricket in Australia. And it actually would benefit India long term because they'd be playing more used to Australian conditions, even though they won not the recent Port Gallagher Trophy where Australia won 3-1, but in recent years. Ultimately, it's better for them to play it so that they can get that feel. That's going to be edged through for maybe a 4. No, it should be 3 runs though. Should be 3 runs. It's in October apparently, so won't interfere with the NRL. Well, that's a perfect time slot. Oh my gosh, that's a perfect time slot. If that doesn't start to like mid-October, that's absolutely spot on perfect. And I'll be in like the African region too that year. Oof, that might be unbelievable. I think I might be in like Ethiopia. I can't remember. Yeah, October, November. Yeah, that's perfect. Because the NRL Grand Final will situate itself between the 2nd and the 8th of October. Somewhere between that. That's when the Grand Final is. And then there'll be the internationals, but like the internationals won't interrupt with it because South Africa's time slot is so different to Australia's. Yeah, 16th of October. So it'll interlap with some international rugby league, but the games will be on at such a separate time slot. I won't get any sleep that time though. So after killing Kohli, you'd have Shreyas, Rahul, Jadeja, Washington, Harshit, Kuldeep, Siraj, and Prasid. They bat really till about Jadeja, and then it's a sharp drop off after Jadeja. Washington average, Harshit average, Kuldeep definitely no. Siraj, yikes, and Prasid average of 1. How have you inside the edge into the pads? That's actually wild to mine. That is wild for mine to have an average of 1. I'd say yes, Virat is the best all format. All format is the key word there. All format batsmen of our generation, yes, all format. But I think you know my answer in regards to test individually. Dot ball. Brenton says Ethiopia will be an eye-opener to see. Didn't know that was in your travel card. Dude, where is it on my travel card, man? Actually, I will see. I will tell you right now. I can go and have a look where I'll be. I had my travel plans all the way to 2035. Okay. Next bolt will be a single for Kohli. It'll be on 35. Okay. Okay, so Malaysia, Laos, Nepal, Mongolia, Japan, April, May. Sorry, I'm actually still in Asia. South Korea, June, July of 2027. Oh, hold on. Back for the next bolt. And that's going to be beautiful drive for a 4. Gill gets a 26. They're killing the Kiwis here. 97 for 1 for India. Killing them. Okay, so I'll actually be in India. I will actually be in India. Yeah, the end of my Asia ventures is pretty much at the end of 2027. Yeah, India, October, November of 2027. Then Turkey, December, January. Georgia, Armenia, Greece, sorry. That's going to be another couple of runs here for India. That'll be 99. Was that 2 or 1? That was just a once. It'll be on 98. Greece, Italy, Romania, Egypt, Ethiopia. Ethiopia's not till February, March 2029. Take the cap out, please. No. The more you fight it, the more I will deliberately wear it. So now I've got a nice 60 I recall versus Australia at the Gabba in 2021. Yeah, but overall he's not that great. Test individually, I'd have Root and Smudge to see. Root and Smudge, of course, over him, and I'd lean to Coley over Kane. I would definitely lean Coley over Kane, but you're kidding if you're comparing Root and Smudge on the same wavelength. You're kidding. Steve Smith is above Joe Root. People say Washington is a better bat than a bowler, or at least that's what the people who have worked with him said. Fair enough. But he's going to average 20. So it's like he's okay, but it's nothing spectacular. That's why I say it's a sharp drop-off. You're seeing guys in the average of 40s, and the average of 40s basically for the first 5 batters here for India, and then it drops off to 20, and then it comes down under 10s. Actually, what's Mitch Stark's average batting? What would Starkey's average batting? Because, like, we bat deep. Australia bats real deep. If you remove if you remove Cameron Green, we bat deep, and even Green, obviously, you could put in a shift. But, like, we bat, when you've got a full-strength team, down to, what is it? You go Head, Weatherald, debatable, but Head, Weatherald, Labber, Smith. It was Kawaja, but I think Bo Webster, put Bo Webster there. Green, no, Webster, Carey, Green, Stark, Cummins. We back down to Cummins. That's deep. Cummins has been a bit shaky with the bat recent years, though. He barely has bowled in his last 2 tests, and Gambia has promoted him to number 3, oddly, for South Africa. No, I didn't mean Root above Smith. I just mentioned those 2 are ahead of Coley in tests. Yeah, I'd agree. I would. Oh, that's a 6. See you later. That's a 6. And it is now 33 runs for Gill, 107 for 1, and India are just absolutely annihilating New Zealand in this middle portion. It's not even the middle portion. Well, yeah, 16.4 would be the middle portion. Between 15 and 35 is classified middle portion for mine. And they are just annihilating them as we currently speak. Annihilating them. And has gone all the way. Do you think Stark should bat ahead of Cummins? He is behind Cummins in the batting order. No. No, I don't. I think Cummins is a better batter than him, but Stark had a really good series. Oh, but he did get out for a couple of ducks too. Yeah, like if you go and have a look at... If you look at how Stark went, he was really bigged up by that 70, and I think he got a 50, but outside of that, he did struggle to get past the 5. He was very unlucky with one of them, though, being called for a duck when it was a no ball, but they didn't call the no ball. And that will be a single here for Shubman Gill. He will get to 108, although India will get to 108. The accelerator is being pressed now, yeah, for sure. it would have scared them, that one wicket. The one wicket would have freaked them out a little bit, so they've just been like, you know what, screw you. New Zealand's bowling is so young, I barely recognise anyone aside Jamieson. Yeah, this whole team is not their full strength team by any stretch of the imagination, man. By any stretch of the imagination. Dude, I'm actually so chuffed that one day international, the one days are at such a peak time of the year. That's right after the NRL season. That's beautiful. Francis, who do you think is the next 3 Aussies that will retire in Test cricket? Gary, Stark, Smudge. Gary is next. Gary's next. I still think Steve Smith's going to play on for a few years, dude. I think Nathan Lyon is absolutely next. 1 second. Next bowl. And that's going to be a single for Shubman Gilliby on 35. Maybe 2? No, it's a single. You're probably right, but it would be in that order, and Steve Smith will be late. Oh, Scotty Boland, bro. He's like 38, isn't he? How old is Scotty Boland now? Scott Boland age. 36. And Steve Smith is 36 as well. I've got Scotty Boland retiring before Steve Smith does. And that's going to be a single for India. Yeah, I'd say Smith's got a long time, bro. Smith wants to play till the Olympics, apparently. 2032, so 6 years, so he'll be 42 years old. How old's Virat Kohli? I think he's around that age, isn't he? How old is Virat Kohli now? Oh, 37. Similar age. Sorry, I don't know why I thought he was that age. 42 years old is a bit ridiculous. I don't know about that, because that's 2032. Gary after the next BDT. Yeah, I'd say Gary gets through to next year. But Nathan Lyon, what's he now? He'd be like 38. He's 38 years old, yeah. So by the next BGT, he'll be 39 years old. Yeah, he probably does get through to that. I think he gets through to that. I think this might be his last cricket season coming up. Maybe, just maybe, he might play one more year afterwards just so that he can finish off in Australia. Or, you know what? Big shout. He might retire after that 125-year anniversary match against England. I'm going to say that. I'm going to say big shout is Nathan Lyon retires after that anniversary test match against England at the MCG. That'd be a massive shout. That'd be a perfect way to go out. Win the 125-year anniversary, MCG, revenge for what happened at the MCG this year when they won, even though we won the series 4-1. And, you know, he goes out a hero. I reckon that'd be the way to go. Durrell says, Kohli's fitness isn't an issue for me. His fitness is insane, but I reckon he retires at the 2027 ODI World Cup. Valid? Visiting Kolkata end of the year. Are you have you got family from Kolkata? Is that why? Because you're... Oh, we're going to have a drinks break. I'm going to wash my face, guys. As you can tell, it's nearly 2 a.m. in the morning for me, so I'm getting quite tired. I'm going to put water in my face and slap it up, and then I'll be back in 2 seconds, guys. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. I'm just going to wake myself up with some cold water here at 2 in the morning.
Settle down, Brent. Settle down. He said, use some Ganges water. I do have to be quite respectful about the Ganges because I know that's a very worshipped, but I also understand from a foreigner perspective about the Ganges. Yeah, I reckon Boland would before smudge bowls. Bowlers tend to before batters. Yeah, look. Let's go through that Australian cricket team right now. Let's go have a look at the Australian cricket team. Because Paddy Cummins, 34 or something like that, or 35, 34, 33? How old is Paddy Cummins' age? I know he's not in the next three. Cummins' age? 32. Oh, he's born 1 year before me and 4 days after me. May 8th. He's a Taurus like me. Fire up. It is a drinks break, guys, if you are wondering what's going on right now. India are going to win this game unless a miracle collapse happens for New Zealand. India need 188 runs from 32 overs with a run rate required of 5.88. They will win this game. But hopefully it becomes competitive. But let's go to the men's Ashes and let's go through these. Let's go through the team. Oh, okay, sure. It's not going to show me. I just want to get reminded of the team. Even though obviously I know who's on it, but just seeing the names makes it easier. Travis Head, no, he'll be sweet. Weatherald, Man, how old's Man now? 34. He's 31. Man's younger than me. 21st of June, 22nd of June. So he's got plenty of years left in him. Yeah, if I'm going to make a call, I'm going to say Nathan Lyon retires after the England versus Australia 125-year anniversary match. I will say Scott Boland would be after that. And then it's between Stark and Steve Smith. And Stark is 35. I'm going to say Stark. I'm going to say Steve Smith is the fourth to retire. I'm going to go fourth. That's my bet. Nathan Lyon, Scott Boland, Mitchell Stark, Steve Smith. And it's going to be a single there for Shaman Gills. It'll be 114 for 1. Drake says, I have family in India. Yes, plays. My mum is Indian descent, but I was fortunate to be raised in this beautiful country in Cronulla. Get around Cronulla, son. Get around the Sharkies. Man, genuinely, it's insane how Stark played all 5 tests. I know he kind of had to, but bro, at his age, left everything out there. Seriously, deserving a series. Absolutely. Like his prime time Starkey was first 2 games, but he was just consistent throughout. You know, even though it was down compared to the first 2 games, the final 3 games, he was still killing it. All right, next bowl here. So his downer was still fantastic. When I saw Stark in Perth in 2024 BGT, he was huffing and puffing. I was like, this guy's dumb, but he's been remarkable. Yeah, no, he was incredible. You know, he had a couple of lower back problems throughout this Ashes series too, and just kept punching on through. I'd say, look, Stark for mine could even retire before Boland. I wouldn't be completely surprised with how much they have to use Stark in comparison. You know, Boland's already on management. Like, think about that. Scotty Boland is already missing the rest of this. He's not playing for the Stars. He's already getting managed for the rest of his BBL season and not being able to play. Even when the Stars are highly competitive, that's a single there, so they'll be on 117. Coley on 42, not out. Current partnership is 78. So no, I think Scott Boland is I got a little bit confused with what I was just saying just then. Scott Boland's already being managed. No, Scott Boland does retire first. But Stark is not far away. Not far. I definitely think he's definitely playing the next summer season. To be fair, I wouldn't be completely shock-horrored if next season was his last season. I wouldn't be. Based off of the way I saw him in the Ashes, whilst it was amazing, you could just see he was picking up those... You could just see he's an older body now. I think at best you'd get 27, 28. But I think next year is a potential. I don't think it's out of there. I think you could see quite a few of this Australian team retire after that England match.
Or maybe they try and push themselves to that England Ashes series in England. I think Nathan Lyon retires after the England anniversary match. I think Stark could retire. I think he'll get that final Ashes in England and try and win it because he's never won it in England. Yeah, I think that'd be important. Stark retire tomorrow and I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, that's a great point, Space. That's a great point, but I don't think so. I think he'd be more so looking to get to the England Ashes series in England before moving. You just can see it in his body. He's an older body now. You can never beat Father Time, son. Never beat the old Father Time. Yeah, Serpent. Does look like India win this one comfortably. 19.1 overs gone, and they're already at 118 for 1. Now, look, in all true fairness, New Zealand were 126 for 1, but then they slowed down completely. India have gotten to 118 much faster than what New Zealand did. Actually, Statsman Ruse. I haven't seen you comment for a little bit, so I hope you're still here. But Statsman Ruse, can you let us know in regards to where New Zealand were at this point? After 19.3 overs now. Because India are 119 for 1 after 19.3. Current run rate is 6.10. Required is 5.97. I'm pretty certain New Zealand was roughly around the 5 mark at this stage. So they're pretty comfortably in front, India. Even though New Zealand didn't lose a wicket until 126. That's going to be a single, maybe 2. Yeah, just a single. Look at Kohli trying to force a run there. Is Hazelwood younger than Camo? Nah, I think Hazel was like 34. He is 35. No way. No way. Ooh, Hazelwood's someone that we're going to come into the question here, especially with his injury problems. That is going to end up being a single. Skill beyond 40. Wow, I forgot about Hazelwood. I think Nathan Lyon's a guarantee first. I'm going to say Scott Boland second. I'm going to say Josh Hazelwood third. Now I'm going to push Mitchell Stark to fourth. And I'm going to say Steve Smith fifth. Because at 35 plus his injury problems, you could even put Josh Hazelwood above Scott Boland. You know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to say Nathan Lyon, Josh Hazelwood, Scott Boland, Mitch Stark, Steve Smith. Remember Zakir Khan retired when India got smashed by Baz for 300 something. Jeez, it's too bloody cold outside to even have a joint. 14 degrees. I hate winter. I love winter, bro. I love it. I haven't had winter in 2 years now. A year and a half. Because all the Asian countries, I was there during summer and they don't really experience winter. But my partner keeps talking to me about how bloody cold it is. So 122 for 1, India, and that's going to be a dot ball. Going to see a few fast bowler vets possibly retire in the next 2 years. Yeah, absolutely. Next bowl, and that will be another single. Hold on. Australian fast bowlers up and coming. So you've got Australia's up and coming fast bowlers, Callum Vidler. Oh yeah, Will Sutherland, yeah. Xavier Bartlett, Big X. Lance Morris, Fergus O'Neill, Tom Straker, Marley Beardman. Callum Vidler from Queensland, a high potential, I love him already, a high potential quick known for pace and swing, impressing in the Shield final before a back stress fracture, often compared to Paddy Cummins. Okay, well there's a shout there. Also a Queenslander, so he gets a double tick. That's going to be a single for Coley beyond 47. Then Marley Beardman from the Western Australia, a standout from under-19 World Cup with raw pace and developing skills, part of a strong emerging group. Tom Straker from New South Wales, another under-19 star, a tall left armour with good pace and swing alongside Vidler and Beardman. Fergus O'Neill from Victoria, known for his consistency and ability to perform against strong batting, potentially filling roles of senior Quick's age. Okay. Ferguson O'Neill is the one getting pretty high rap there because they're talking about the filling roles for the quicks. Then other noteworthy names, Lance Morris from Western Australia, a genuinely fast bowler, recovering from injury, but a strong contender if fit. That doesn't give me a great deal of confidence. Xavier Bartlett, a strong performer for Queensland and Brisbane Heat with ODI experience and a potential for high honours. It looks like Big X might be one of the next names to come up. I think Big X could be the next name to come up. There is also Big Spencer Johnson from South Australia, a tall left armour who was debuted in ODIs and offers genuine pace. A couple of the Brisbane Heat boys, Will Sutherland, Victoria, an exciting all-round option, capable of medium-fast bowling and batting at number 7. Australia do love their all-rounders, man. They do love their all-rounders. Maybe, I don't know if Xavier Will Sutherland, Mark Sticchetti, another Queenslander and Brisbane Heat, Test squad member in recent years, offering experience and speed. I wouldn't be surprised if Big X is a bit of a replacement for Scotty Boland. I think maybe Xavier Bartlett could be the Scotty Boland replacement. Jai Richo. Yeah, Jai Richo is right there. Jai Richardson is right there. You have to hope Cameron Green feels his all-rounder role, man. You really do. You can't keep him plodding along like he is. And that's going to be another single here for Shubman Gill. They're just moving the chains right now, India. Just moving the chains. Geez, this atmosphere at this crowd is actually... The atmosphere is doing pretty well. They're getting up and about. They're shaking it around, son. Shaking it around. The Indians here in Vadodara. Space Garage, I feel the biggest challenging for the upcoming cricket teams would be injury management. Man, it takes decades for countries to build that system of how to handle their fast bowlers. That's going to be a single there for Kohli, and here we'll get to the Fiddy bomb. Fiddy, Fiddy bomb, Fiddy bomb, Fiddy, Fiddy bomb. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Fiddy, Fiddy bomb, Fiddy bomb, Fiddy, Fiddy bomb. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Virat Kohli with a Fiddy bomb. And Gill is very, very damn well close. Space Garage, yes and no. Not for teams like Australia or for England, and realistically for India, with the money that they have. These big nations shouldn't be struggling with that kind of regards because of, the technology nowadays to get players through, injury periods and understanding players' ins and outs and all this kind of stuff. And yes, the amount of cricket, but teams adjust. I'm telling you, Australia, India and England really shouldn't be struggling in this regard. I could understand South Africa is struggling. I can understand New Zealand struggling, but not as much. South Africa, from mine, I believe, are a lot poorer of a program than New Zealand, if I'm not mistaken, in regards to the financials. But I think long-term wise, I could understand that more than New Zealand. But India, Australia, and especially Australia and England should never have that significant problem. Oh, upcoming international teams. Oh, yes. Okay, you're right. Sorry again, forgive me, mate. It's 2 a.m. in the morning. So sometimes my brain can skip words. But upcoming cricket teams, yeah. But who are you saying is upcoming? Are you saying like Afghanistan? Is that who you're saying? I don't know if I'd say West Indies are. Pakistan aren't. They're just kind of flatlined at the moment. Sri Lanka aren't really. Bangladesh, not really. Are you saying like Afghanistan? Plays a dance to try and keep himself awake. Shit, every time there's a fitty bomb in rugby league or in cricket, I have to do the fitty bomb dance. It is what it is. Oh, geez, good bowl. That'll be dot ball. Cam Green, don't fill me with too much hope. He hasn't had much pressure on him as his position in the roster and has been below in performance even when the rest of the team has had their moments. Yeah, what I noticed about the Australian cricket team this year and what we usually see is everyone stands up in their own individual moment. It's not just like, for example, Mitchell Starc was prime time. Test 1, Test 2. Carey was unbelievable. Travis Head was unbelievable. Then like you saw Steve Smith make his turn up in the SCG test, which got them the dub, even though he had a relatively disappointing series, even though he averaged around the 70 across the series. You know, you saw Michael Nisa. Wow, what a series he had. Michael Nisa, that's a man of the series performance for literally any other team that isn't Australia. Michael Nisa wins man of the series in the limited games he played. He wins man of the series in quite literally every other team. England, India, doesn't matter. Michael Nisa gets chucked in there, has that performance, he wins man of the series. Alex Carey, you chuck him in India, England, New Zealand, South Africa, man of the series. You know, it's Travis Head. You chuck him, like he should have got it and he was in Australia. Like, well, he shouldn't have. He was deserving of it, but Stark was even more deserving of it, obviously. Point of the matter is everyone turns up, except for Green. Bo Webster comes in for one game, doesn't get out for 70, and then doesn't bat in the second innings, but doesn't get out for 70, picks up, 3 wickets or something as an off spinner when he's a medium pacer. You know, everyone turned up in a moment. Cameron Green did not turn up. Brains are overrated anyway. Listen, Daz, I back you there. I back you 100%. Upcoming as in teams who don't usually print out fast bowlers every generation and have like one bowler who can bowl real fast, 140 plus, not medium pace. Instead, Ireland, for example, suffers a lot of injuries. Yep. Well, Afghanistan can be included here, but yeah, Ireland, yeah. There is always someone, when the going gets tough for Australia and they're crying out for someone to stand up, well, guess what? Someone fucking stands up. But it's not going to be Cam Green. And yet, I will say this with hand on heart, Cam Green has the most potential out of all the players in the team. He has the most potential out of all the youngsters in Australia. But unfortunately, and I say this all the time with every sport, that's a single there for India, and they'll be on 136. The word potential is the worst word in sport. I actually despise that word. The word potential, I despise it. I hate that word because it's a legitimate word that says that this player can become good, but also the word potential sticks with you for too long. And people are always looking for that potential. And if it doesn't come, well, it's going to come. If it doesn't come, well, it's going to come. Well, when does the word potential stop happening? Because we've got to stop talking about it with Cameron Green. So it's like, okay, he has the most potential, but also he hasn't done shit. He's not doing anything. He's had like one good series or one good moment against the West Indies kind of deal. Like, we're not seeing Cameron Green evolve into the player we need him to be. So when are we going to... Oh my gosh, I can't believe that Kohli's not out. When are we going to see it? And it's like, when are people going to stop using this general terminology of Cam Graham's potential? Because I'll use it, other people will use it, but I despise it because I don't think that he should have it. Oh, dude, that should have been out. I don't think there was a moment this series, and like you say, even Bo did that for one test. I don't hate the bloke, but hey, you got his money. This is the thing, people get misconstrued. That's a single there for Kohli. He'll be on 54, 138 for one. People get this misconstrued. Criticising Cameron Green is not hating on Cameron Green. He's probably a great bloke in person. I don't know him personally, but he's probably a great person. The character, no problem with it. The cricketing ability, you can criticise and not feel bad about criticising a professional player's cricketing ability. Does that mean that I'm better than him? No. Does that mean you're better than him? No. But we have watched this sport all our lives, and we do have a good idea about what's good and what's not good, and what's getting wins and what's not getting wins. So you are able to critique. This happens in every single sport. If you say that a player is a dickhead as an actual person, that's a problem, because you better hope that it's in regards to something that has been public in regards to their character. But if it's not, if you're talking about their actual ability in sport, that's completely fine, completely valid. And any cuck out there who comes out and says, well, you can't talk about this because you're not as good as him, shush. Because that is an absolute dribble statement. That is just a coping mechanism for you disagreeing with their opinion, which I don't know how they've come to their opinion, but at the end of the day, they're entitled to their opinion. But just because I am not as good as Cameron Green does not mean that I can't critique him from the couch. You can be a couch potato and actually still critique as long as you're doing it about the actual sport itself. And that's one of my biggest problems that I have with sport, is that apparently people believe that you can't have an opinion on a player's on a player's ability unless you specifically play in the game. Like, it baffles me that people have this thought process. It really does. It baffles me. Aditya has given up 20 runs through 2.1. He's given up a lot of runs here. And that's some more runs there. That'll be a single. Would anyone disagree with the notion/statement that I just made overall about playing and not playing and having an opinion to critique? It's funny. Like, if Kohli or Gill get out, they've still got a 47 and a 49 average to come in. Good fielding. Single. Kohli and Gill aren't making any risks here. We're about to get through the halfway point of the Indian innings. Three balls away from the halfway point. Critique the play, not the person. Correct. Will I call Jerome Luai a dick on the field? Absolutely. I'll say that on the field, he's a knobhead. That doesn't mean that I think that he is a flog of an actual human being, but on the field, absolutely, you can critique that. And then in regards to the playing ability, I'm nowhere near as good as Jerome Luai, but I've watched rugby league since I was damn well born, and I have a pretty good idea of what's good and not good. It might just be a different opinion to somebody else. And Shubman Gill will get the single. No, he'll get 2 runs there, sorry. So he'll be on the 50. So 50, 50, bomb, 50, bomb. 50, 50, bomb. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. 50, 50, bomb, 50, bomb. 50, 50, bomb. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. People get that misconstrued so much. You've always got to do the 50 bomb dance, lads. Green is yet to cement himself as the next decade top-tier Test cricketer. Agree, but when will Australia go away from potential and say, well, when will they bite the bullet? Because they have to bite the bullet. Okay, let's put it this way. How many more Test series are you going to... Do you think Australia... Not you. Do you think Australia give Cameron Green? You can only criticise this player if you know the sport, played the sport, and as Australians, we play sport. Sure, I think you can still, for example, female commentary. They haven't played men's rugby league. I still believe they're entitled to an opinion. Do I agree with some of the things that they say? Not necessarily, but I still think they're entitled to an opinion because they watch the same game as us. So I don't think playing the sport is an advantage for sure, because you understand the ins and outs as a player, regardless of level. But I don't think that, say, women commentators shouldn't have the ability to have an opinion just because they didn't play, the men's version. I do feel like you need to have played at some point in some capacity, even if it is in the women's rugby league. So if you're just a commentator, you haven't played even juniors or anything like that, I do feel like that is a massive advantage and benefit. Ooh, close to a wicket there, but it'll be a double. But ODI and T20, Green seems to be a solid player and has performed in those formats, especially ODI. Sure, but we're more so referring to the Test team there. So Gill on 51, Kohli on 58. Oh, that's a 6. That's been whacked. Oh, it's actually a 4, just inside the boundary by about this much. That is a boundary, and they will hit the 150. 150 for 1. Yeah, India were just patient. They just got through. From about 100 to 150, they really minimalised from about 120 to specifically 118 to 150, they really settled it down. They didn't want to push the pace. They didn't want to risk it. They just wanted to kind of do their thing and push the easy runs. And now that they've gotten through that period, he goes and whacks a 4 and very close with 6. I can see that India is going to target this period now between the 25 and 35 over. If anything, the 25 to 30 over specifically. They don't need many more runs. What do they need? They need 155 runs from 148 balls. Like, they're completely smooth sailing. Smooth sailing. And that's going to be a dot ball. Especially with the easy singles they're finding and then the random 4/6. It's just too easy for them. But we'll see if New Zealand can come back out in Gujarat for the second game and then in Indore for the third game. But India are looking pretty heavy for a 3-0 series win, in my opinion, as we currently speak, provided there's no collapse. Because New Zealand have not brought out their top tier echelon players. And then T20, I'm very confident India sweep them. Maybe not sweep them, but I'm pretty confident they win confidently. Oh, he's just getting some massage work here on his hammy. Shuman Gill. Short series against Bangladesh shall be a good platform for Green. Yeah, when's that? That's... is that like May that's meant to be? Hold on, I'm going to get the schedule up. My schedule, because they haven't updated the actual date. Specific date. Yeah, there's just some... He's just got some tightened muscles here, Shuman Gill. Alright, let's move down here. September... No. Australia vs Zimbabwe is in September and 3 ODIs. Australia vs South Africa is in September, 3 tests and 3 ODIs. Wow, busy month. Australia vs England, 3 ODIs and 5 T20s. Australia vs New Zealand, 4 tests. When do we play Bangladesh? When do we play Bangladesh? I know we play them very soon. Is that midway through the year, maybe? Australia versus Bangladesh. Cricket. Oh, that's right, in August. Do we know what date that is? Do we have the date? Casey Badger doesn't deserve an opinion when she's in the bunker. I agree with that. No, we don't have a date yet. We just got August. I do know Virat Kohli lives in London now. So they're still just massaging, but I think he's sweet to go now. Yeah, the Bangladesh series is in, I think, Darwin and Mackay. 2 rando places to play. Be interesting to see how those pitches are figured out. Yeah, Cameron Green really needs to crush that Bangladesh series because I'm not taking him to South Africa if he fails in that series. If he fails in the 2 games against Bangladesh at home, you wish her. There's no chance I take him to South Africa. No chance. No chance, bro. You know they will, though. Longest sixes this match. Daryl Mitchell, 88. Daryl Mitchell, 87. Rohit Sharma, 86. Daryl Mitchell, 84. Shuman Gill, 83. So Daryl Mitchell, 3 of the top 4 for the longest sixes so far in this match. Don't push the boundary ropes back. What are we talking about, commentary? What are we talking about, lads? Well, they are halfway there. Just to keep maybe Kiwis in line and thinking maybe there's a chance. India are at 152 with 1 wicket down with 24 overs remaining. So they're halfway there, just past the halfway point of the overs. What happened to McSweeney? I don't think... Oh, that's a huge shot. That's going to be a boundary. So a 4 from Kohli wakes everyone back up at 63 runs for him, and they'll be at 156 now for 1. McSweeney, for mine, is not an opener by any stretch of the imagination. And if anything, I'd put him in 5. But I've got Bo Webster there. You know, do they need a better opener than Weatherall? That's single. Do they need a better opener than Weatherall's? Sure. But Travis Head in the 1/2 is locked. Currently speaking, Marn is locked in that 3. I just think that Marn's locked in that 3 regardless of how he performs. 4 is lock Steve Smith. 5 for mine is Bo Webster. 6. Oh, he's in the air. He's gone. Shubman Gill's out of here. Out of nowhere. Shubman Gill just threw away his wicket. And it's 157 for 2. Okay, sniff. New Zealand, sniff. Sniff. There is a wicket here. Out of nowhere, out of nothing, Shubman Gill just threw away his wicket and he's out on 56. And India 157 for 2. All right, well, you're going to try and pick up a wicket pretty soon, though. You have to pick up a wicket pretty damn well soon, but a wicket has been needed and a wicket has been received. Much needed that. Much needed. All right. 157 for 2. 56 off 7-1 balls for Shubman Gill. Strike rate 79. And now we're going to see Shreyas coming, I think it is. Yes, Shreyas here. The Safa Tour is our biggest challenge for 2026. Yes. Of course it is. That's number 1 versus number 2 in Test cricket. The current World Test Championship champions against the runners-up, and on the flip side, the current best team in Test cricket against the second best team in Test cricket ICC rankings. Can make the argument for South Africa or Australia if you really want. I make the argument for Australia, and I say it pretty clearly. But you can make the argument for both. Especially being South Africa. We did beat them 3-0 when they came to Australia, but in South Africa will be interesting. That's not. No, it's not. I was about to say this isn't our first tour since. This isn't our first tour since, is it? You know what I'm saying. I don't think it's our first tour of South Africa since. It's been 8 years. Couldn't have been. Not possible. When did we last tour South Africa? It's been a while. Yeah, it's going to be next bowl. Yeah, it's been a while. When was our last tour of South Africa? Because the last time we... Yeah, I can't remember. Last time we played South Africa in a series was in Australia, and that was 3 summers ago. Oh, that's a drive up Times Square, but it is going to be fielded, and it'll be 3 runs actually. Good running, very good running there from Kohli, and he'll come back on strike too with a 67 to his name, 66 to his name. Sorry. Oh, they only got 2. Okay, the running was okay. Thought it was better. I thought they got 3. So 141 needed to win the game. If they can break through Kohli in the next couple of overs, New Zealand have a chance. But they need a wicket in the next couple of overs. Eleven extras isn't actually that bad. Jamison with a wicket and Aditya with a wicket. Of course, it was caught by Phillips. Glenn Phillips, next level. I love watching Glenn Phillips in the field. Okay, 141 to win off of 138 balls. And that's going to be 141 to win off 137 balls. As a neutral spectator here, come on New Zealand, get a wicket and make this game interesting. Find a way to get done. Australia's on 1 from 2. 27.1 overs bowled. Oh, what are they telling it to wait for? Oh, there was someone walking behind the screen. Man, like, you're at the cricket. I don't understand why people are so lazy in regards to this. We see this so much. How do you not know that you're walking behind the bowler in front of the batter's eye vision? Oh no, here's the first yawn, lads. There's the first yawn. Oh no. That's a worry. Dot ball. Especially when there's still plenty of time still to go here. That is a worry. Because usually when I start yawning and get quite a few going. I was last tour South Africa during the incident. Oh no. Oh, this is our first tour since. Wow, so I was thinking it would have been a while. Because the last time we played them in general was 3 years ago in Australia. So that's 25, 24, 23. What? So it was 5 years. 5 years, wow. That's another dot ball here, okay. This is good here from Jamison. Just slow him down right now. Slow him down. If you can try and keep him to 110, 115 to win off of 100 balls, still very, very much not really in the equation for New Zealand, but at least it will set up their next 50 balls or the next 25 balls. Next ball. Stop. Ball, a little bit of confusion. They're very lucky there was a outstretched arm that couldn't be grabbed. The ball couldn't be grabbed with the outstretched arm. Yeah, so the series that we've got coming up, we've got Zimbabwe, Australia, then we've got Afghanistan versus India in 2020 T20s, and then South Africa versus Australia in September. September's a big month. And then September as well, we've got India versus the West Indies in 3 times ODI and 5 times T20. In October, there's Pakistan versus Sri Lanka, 2 tests and 3 T20s. New Zealand versus India in 2 times tests, 3 times ODIs and 5 times T20. No, it couldn't be 3 ODIs. They're not playing them again in ODIs, are they? They're not playing. No, that must be inclusive of now. Australia versus England 3 times ODIs and 5 times T20s in November in England. That Australia versus India series next January for the Border Gavaskar Trophy in India is going to be so big, dude. All right, next bowl. Goldie on 66. Oh, it's going to end up being a dot ball. Remember that one guy in the ATT 4 test who was fat and wearing a red coloured shirt just like a ball, and he refused to move from his place in the end? They gave him another shirt to wear. The ATT test? Forgive me, bro. It's 2:20 a.m. in the morning. What's ATT test? ATT 4 test. The ATT. So comparison right now, India is only slightly ahead of where New Zealand were. Only slightly. Recently they've been brought back within range, but again, the wickets is what's the difference. I think New Zealand was... No, sorry, it's 2 wickets for India. It was 3 wickets. It's not that far off. Anderson Tendulkar Trophy, fair enough. So at this stage, New Zealand was 146 for 3. So yeah, 1 wicket behind and about 16 runs behind. So India are definitely in the advantage. That's why they need to really limit these overs and realistically keep them to 110, 115 needed off 100 balls. Ooh, that'll be dot ball. A wicket would go down very nicely. 2 wickets would be incredible. Make him nervy. Make him sweat for it, son. Make him sweat for it. Aditya is bowling. He got a wicket on his last over. That's going to be a single for Kohli. He'll get to 67. How long are you sleeping tonight, the match? I'll probably still only sleep till about 10 a.m. or so. 10 or 11 a.m. or something like that. But it'll be a good sleep, that's for sure. Gonna absolutely need it. That's going to be a dot ball. This is good working from Aditya. They're really limiting the runs here in this middle part. They're doing well after giving up a few runs. It's like they rattled them a little bit with that wicket. I just realised I just got out of KO. I don't know why I just did that. That should show you how tired I am. I just got out of the game. Alright, give me 1 second here as we get it back on. Okay, there we go. We're back underway. Back underway. Break it open with a wicket, New Zealand. Just break it open. And that's going to be another single there. That was a boundary, by the way. India did hit the 4. So 5, 6, 7 runs off of the over. It's not awful compared, but still much more than needed. 40 runs from 5 overs is crazy from Aditya. He's giving up like, what, 7, 8 runs? 8, 16, 24, 32, 40. He's literally giving up 8 runs and over. So bro looks like he's vaping on the field right now with whatever he's doing. He's genuinely looked like he was vaping just then. Shock. Alright, Jamison back on. His bowling's been pretty good. Up in the air, up in the air, up in the air. Oh, dude, it sits in just before the fielder. It'll be a single. Oh my gosh, that was the big chance there. It was Shreyas. It wasn't Kohli, but that was a massive chance just then. Single, 169 for 2. Oh boy. That would have been just gigantic. So 132 off 125. So that to win to ball count is looking pretty similar to what I was saying. If it keeps going like that, it's another single. So it'll be 131 from 124. Like I said, 115 to 110 from 100. So they need to get through the next 24 balls and only give up about 16 to 21 runs. They really need to limit them here and just not let them get these boundaries. 29.2 hours bowled. So we've got a T20 match to come to finish it up. Yeah, this game probably finishes roughly around 4 a.m. for me. Yeah, dot ball. No, they'll get a single from it. They push the run. And you can't let freebie single like that happen. Other than the next drinks break, I'm going to go wash my face again. Oh, dude, I'm so looking forward to Asia, though, man. I'm so looking forward to getting back for the food in Asia. Oh, Hong Kong dumplings, mate. I'm going to film my T20 World Cup predictions video at Victoria Harbour as well. That's going to be beautiful. I haven't been to Victoria Harbour yet. I've been to Hong Kong once, but I was only there for a night. I stayed at the airport. But I'm there for 2 nights. I'm going to go film my T20 World Cup predictions video from the Victoria Harbour. Up in the air. Should be gone. Oh, no one's there. Oh my gosh, New Zealand. How about the field placement? There'll be a single there. 129 off of 122 now. Yeah, they do need to keep Shreyas on strike and not let Kohli, because Kohli's killing it. 69 from 67 strike rate. 10 from 11 from Shreyas is good, but he's also looked a little bit worrying. Next ball here from Jamison. And that's going to be a dot ball. Beautiful. 4 runs off the over so far. Very limited over. So current rate is 5.77. Required is 6.4. So they are actually behind the required run rate. But it's not too much of a worry for them at the moment. Keep it to a single or a dot ball here. And they're under the required for the over. Next ball. And dot ball. Huge. Okay. So current run rate is probably going to go down to what? About 5.65? 5.73. And required is 6.45. New Zealand can make this interesting if they can pick up a wicket. If they pick up a wicket, this game is actually potential. If they can pick up Kohli, this game has genuinely got potential. Oh, it's a drinks break, is it? I might go watch. No. Is it? Is this a drinks break? I think it is. A quick drinks break. I'm going to wash my face. Give me 1 second here, guys. Thumbs up, subscribe. I'll be back in 1 moment. Back underway and dot ball. Dot ball. This is actually slightly becoming interesting right now. It is slightly becoming interesting, even though we all know that they do go harder. They do pick their time. I'll be a single here. That's fine for New Zealand. Because run rate required is 6.5. They're currently at 5.7. So 128 to win 118 balls. Again, 100 balls. 110 to 115. It's not fantastic, but it's a lot better. And that, my friends, is a 6. So that's not going to help them out at all, the Kiwis. So that's going to be 179 for 2. Shreyas Iyer will go to 16. And Aditya has just let them right back into the dominant force. But maybe you can set them up here. Yeah, that's just too easy. That's just right there in the breadbasket and just absolutely crunched for 6. Too easy. 87 metres that. I think Daryl Mitchell's still got the highest. And that'll be a dot ball. You need to save this over now. 14 4s, 5 6s is what India have hit so far. Yeah, geez, that is a huge shot. Next bowl. And that's going to go back for a 4. Yeah. And all that good work has just come undone. All the good work that you just set yourself up with has just come undone. And a 6 and a 4 is just going to brutalise this over. There's 11 runs already. There's 2 balls to go off of the over. I think there's actually 1 ball to go off the over. Oh, dude, you start to feel like New Zealand might have a sneaky sniff at this. And then they just go and throw it away in this 1 over. Final ball of the over. And they will knock it again for a 4. Yep. You just know, when things turn, they turn. That's 15 runs off the over. Aditya just threw everything. All the good work that they just did, Aditya has just thrown that well out of the bag. And now the runs to ball count is tied up. Now it is tied up. And Kohli does get to the sexy 70s as well. Sorry, that was a 6, a 4, and a 4 from Kohli. He's looking pretty good for the old hunch. 19 overs left. So Christian Clark, he's getting 21 runs through 4 overs, so pretty good economy. And that is going to be a nicely put shot through the gap, but it will just be a single. So 113 from 113 needed. 1 step forward, 3 steps backwards, mate. So far backwards. Again, they were just starting to... There was a little bit of a rhythm coming into the bowling that really limited them. But we also know that in ODIs, the middle portion is usually quite slow. And then it requires that big push later on. The middle portion is just too easy to lose your concentration. That lack of concentration does filter in during the middle portion. So you need to just sit in and earn your right to hit. And then when you earn your right to hit, you see Virat Kohli go for the 6, go for the 4, go for the 4, and just slap any kind of potential that New Zealand were looking like they might have. The next boundary will take them underneath the ball count. Dot ball. A wicket is desperately needed, otherwise this game is well and truly done. Yeah, geez, that run out before from India to New Zealand was actually amazing. It was so close too. He was so close to being safe, but he did get out. Next bowl. Up in the air, and will sit nicely. It will just be 2 runs, though. It's back to a 111 from 110 needed. Three runs off the over, still not too bad, but they've already they already killed themselves in the last one with 15. Next bowl. That'd be single. Australia's been 27. That's the thing. Like, they're currently at 110 off 109 needed. If you could have just given up the 4 to 6 runs, even if you give up a high of 6 rather than 15, so you take off 9 runs, so they would be currently at 119 runs needed from about 109 balls. You know, that would be about where I was suggesting. And dot ball. Current partnership is 34 from 32, or 34 from 33 now. A better one, though. At least it was only 4 runs from that over. And Shreyas will now come up to the strike. 110 to win, 108 balls. Bracewell will be the one bowling. He's got 33 runs through 5 overs. So what? 7, 14, 21, 28, 35. Just under 7. Pretty normal. 6.8. It's still quite high, but 6.7, 6.8 is the economy currently for Bracewell. I just feel like there's going to be a switch that India hit and they're just going to go gangbusters. And they're just going to send them back to the underworld. There's just going to be a couple of overs where they just absolutely whack it. I don't think it's going to be now. I think maybe we'll look around the 36, 37 over mark. I'll go 37. I reckon 36, 37 is going to be a big couple of overs where they're going to try and target. They might hit a couple of boundaries beforehand. But realistically, to be fair, that's a high intention shot there, but it will just go for a single instead. 193 for 2. Oh, I forgot to say it. They went past the 180. I can't give you the same. I can't give you the same passion behind the 180 right now. That's going to be a single. 194 for 2. But I am doing my best. I'm doing my best to stick up through this. I think my body will be used to it for that second ODI in 2 days. At least I'm kind of putting myself onto the Asian time schedule early by doing these. That's a dot ball. So 107 from 104. Dude, take off that 9 runs. That's 116. That is where they needed to be. And another single. So 106, 103. So it would have been 115. Current run rate is 5.94, required is 6.17. And another single. 96 for 2. About to go under the 100 mark. Sean, has the internet been flowing well though? Because I'm surprised. Like, it's actually worked really well tonight. Why has it worked really well tonight comparatively to beforehand? I wonder. I really would like to see Calder get to the 100. He definitely deserves it. He's been the real main guy for India here, which is no surprise. At this stage, New Zealand was 170 for 3, so they were 26 runs behind. Did say Coley would get single figures, might be triple. Definitely does look like he's going to get the triple. Needs 27 more runs here. Australia's on 30. It's been good. That's great. That is good. That'll be a single there for Australia's got 31. Well, yeah, look, so far, India have just absolutely killed it. 26 for Sharma is still happy days. Shubman Gill with 56. They might be looking at 3 players above the Fiddy bomb before Rahul even comes in. If KL Rahul actually even has to come in. And nice shot, but just be a single. 74 for Kohli. I do like how look at that. Like, the guys who completely paint themselves in the Indian flag. Someone had the thing saying "Miss you, Tendulkar." Where is he from, Sachin? Sachin Tendulkar. Where is he from in India? What state? That's going to be a single there for Shreyas. He'll be on 32. He is from... Oh, he was born in Mumbai. Fair enough. Space Garage says, it feels like Kohli is getting 100 every second of the game. Every second game. Yeah, no, he's in a really good spot at the moment. Next bolt. And right this very second, it just has been too easy for him. There hasn't really been a worry for Virat Kohli. There's not been a real scare at any stage of this match so far. 102 to win from 98 balls. There's not really been any scare that's, he's come close. Oh, the only scare that he did have was when the ball ricocheted, nearly hit the stumps from the bounce into the ground, and then it just kind of nearly rolls. But that's a beautiful little swish shot. Oh my gosh, that flick is beautiful there from Virat. 78 runs, and they get past the 200 marker. Less than 100 needed now. It's a 98 from 97, and that is a beautiful little flick. Beautiful little flick with the wrist there. Beautiful. Just too easy there. The nice little flick. Flick and swish. Wingardium Leviosa. Next ball. Yeah, he looks like he wants to go for it. That's a dot ball. I still said 36-37 is when they target. So 2 more overs. I feel like they target Big Bopper. Unless Aditya is coming up now. They'll just target Aditya. He's been giving up way too many runs. I wouldn't bowl him again. I don't care. I'm not bowling him. I'm not bowling him again if I'm New Zealand. Brace ball 38 through 6. It's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. All right, Bracewell. And just an easy, quick single. And this is what they've been prime time in this game. This is what's really been the key telling point for me. That India, when they're not hitting 4s and 6s, they are just getting these consistent singles. Sachin's from Mumbai. The guy that paints himself in tricolour is likely given tickets for free. He has been doing this for decades at this point. Well, there's 3 of them. It was 3 guys. I think I know who you're referring to. That wasn't the guy. Oh, that's a 6. Oh, Virat. Oh, that's sexy. That is a sexy 6 from Virat Kohli. And they get to 210. Virat Kohli now gets into the electric 80s, and he's on 84. This is a superb knock here from Virat Kohli right now. 34.2 overs gone. He's just killing them. You could tell he was aiming up for it. Couldn't get it in the recent shots, but he finds that one and sends it to 84 metres. Next bowl. And just another easy, quick single. The guy you're talking about, he's like a big belly guy, right? He's got a big belly. Is he bald? I can't remember, but I think I know who you're talking about. Next ball for Shreyas. And that's going to be a single. Yeah, you just want Virat on strike right now. Shreyas, just do your job and put him on strike. And Virat is the key point. Just got to keep playing that hot hand. Slap the hot hand. And another single. He'll come back on strike in a moment anyway. Sounds like a 45 over innings for India possibly. Yeah, I think they can win this game in the next 10 overs. You're right. I think they can win this with about 30 odd balls to go. Maybe not 30, but yeah, 24 balls to go. No, 30 is possible. 30 is possible. If Virat doesn't get out, they could do it before the 43rd over. Again, I think they're about to target these next couple of innings. And just put it beyond doubt. They're already underneath the ball count, 88 to win off 90 balls. So realistically, if we're thinking that they're going to do it before 5 overs, so that's 88 to win in 50 balls. 88 from 50? No, 60 balls. 88 from 60. I think that's very doable. Very, very doable. Is that correct? 88, yeah, 88 from 60, yeah. Daryl Mitchell coming in for a bowl. Right arm medium. Bowling from the north end. He's 34 years old. His best was 3 for 25. And that's a wide. That should be a wide to start off. And that is a wide to start off. So 87 runs to need from 90 balls. It's actually pretty good there from the wicketkeeper to stop that one from going for further. Next bolt here from Mitchell. And that's going to be an easy single. Well, this is a prime candidate to target. Right here. Whereabouts in India are you from, a Space Garage? I can't remember if we said it before. Whereabouts in India are you from? 58 runs. No, yeah, 58 run partnership right now. 3rd wicket partnership. Just an easy single again. Yeah, talking about Alex Carey right now. Best wicketkeeper in the world. Clearly. Shreyas, 35. Corley, 87. Alex Carey has set the bar so high for being a wiki right now. Virat on strike. Expect a firework here. Expect a 4 or a 6. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for a 4 or a 6 off this one. No, he's just going to go with a single. Fair enough. Formalities remaining. Yeah, look, this one's well and truly done, Shatish. Well and truly. Virat's just been incredible. Chris Henry says, just waiting for the Man United game. Just thought I'd pop in and say hello. Hello, mate. Hope you lose. Nah, I heard you playing the FA Cup. Over in Delhi. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I was there last year. Delhi. I stayed in Hull's Cast and Connaught Place. Very typical places for tourists. Specifically, Connaught. I also stayed at Aero City. Stayed at Aero City, Hull's Cast, and Connaught Place. Connaught Place, the most touristy. Hull's Cast, probably an underrated touristy, but most people wouldn't really go there too much. But it's a good way to immerse yourself into India before going full in depth. Aero City was just normal. Yeah, make sure you hit the like button. Yeah, if you haven't already, hit the like button, guys. This is our first time doing an international game in cricket that isn't Australia. And we're going to be posting and streaming all international cricket games that we possibly can, even throughout the NRL season, just as long as they don't overlap with the NRL. We will be doing as many. So we've got India versus New Zealand in 2 days' time for the second one-day international, and then 2 days after that, the third one-day international. We'll be streaming all 5 New Zealand, India. We've got one of the England, Sri Lanka games coming up in the ODI. Got the T20 World Cup. It's going to be massive. So if you love cricket, it's the place to be. Meanwhile, Sophie Devine has smashed 91 off 38 in WPL. Well, there you go. I don't know anything about WPL. But 91 off 38 is insane. 91 off 38 is insane. I know nothing about the WPL, but that is insane. Oh, it's a drinks break, is it? I might even go quickly wash my face again, just to keep myself firing for this last little bit as India look to just punch in the mouth. All right, I'm going to do that. All right, give me 1 second here, guys. It's just a quick little drinks break. We're into the final stretch now, ladies and gentlemen. Final stretch now. Space Garage says, I wish someone made a video about the evolution of cricket gear from the bike helmets era to now. Yeah, they have changed dramatically. There's potential I could do it, but it's not really the kind of content that I do. The more content that I specifically do is the commentary. Usually I've got a lot more energy, but again, it's now 3 a.m. for me. Usually I'm a lot more energetic during my streams, and we've obviously got pump and chat and buddy just bouncing and firing, and 3 a.m. is a tough slog, but we do it because we love cricket, man. We do love a sport. But the content I do is like prediction videos, tipping videos, and now I do analysis videos of current teams. I only do too much in regards to evolution of cricket gear, but it'd be good for somebody to do for sure. Sounds like a Johnny Bairstow number. Johnny Bairstow, what a legend of the game. Johnny Bairstow might be my favourite cricket player of all time. And the reason being is because that man is the greatest Australian CIA agent that ever did CIA agent. Just stay in your crease. You know, don't go for a walk. You can't go for a casual nightly stroll for a cup of coffee. You can't go for a cup of tea in the middle of an over. You know, you can't do it. Doing a great job. Appreciate you, Nab. Doing my best here for the first time. Obviously not my first stream, but the first time doing a... actually, I think this might be the first time I remember doing a one-day... No, I've done Australian one-day internationals before. Yeah, Johnny Bairstow, what an absolutely fantastic player. What happened to good old Johnny? Injuries, but also he's there. I think they should have actually brought him to Australia. I think Johnny Bairstow should have played for England. I know they had Jamie Smith, and I get that, but Johnny Bairstow has experience. He's got hundreds in Australia. He's got that experience, and I feel like they needed somebody, you know, just resilient to be there. And Jamie Smith obviously wasn't resilient, but Bairstow doesn't fit their stupid bull, cuck bull, Baz bull enough, so that's why he doesn't come, and they put Jamie Smith in. Again, Jamie deserved his spot. He did, but, and it's a big but, it just didn't fit what England actually kind of needed in this series. So folks will come in. He's getting 23 runs through 5 overs. Really good economy. What's that, about 4? Just over 4, 4.4 or so. 4.6. It's very good. All right. This is when I said I thought they would target, and Shreyas is on strike right now on 37. Next bolt. And that will go to a fielder in the outfield, but it'll be a single. He was trying to get hold of that. A bit of an off patch, but I'd have took him, big match man. I don't know, like big match man, but I think he's just a lot more consistent and solid, and I think they need a lot more consistency and solidity from this series. But again, he's not Bazball, right? So they didn't bring him because they wanted to bring up the youth in Jamie Smith, and Jamie Smith did earn his right, but I just don't think that was the play in Australia. Has a single there for Coley. He'll get into the naughty 90s. He's only 10 away now. Oh, I thought he was in the... yeah, he's on 90. Coley racing towards that mark of 100 tons in international cricket. Yeah, this one is looking pretty easy right now, but he hasn't got there quite yet, so we don't want to be jinxing it. But then again, as long as it's not Australia, we can talk about it. If it was Australia, we would have had this chat banned for talking about this 100. 100%. 79 to win off of 82 balls. And yeah, I told you they'd target it. That's a 4. I told you that they would target these overs. And that is a 4. You could tell the first 2 balls, they were actually trying to have a slap. Didn't pan out, still got a single. And then they just dinked that one in over the top for a 4. Dinks that one over the top there for a 4. Is it 2:53 a.m. there? Yes, it is 2:53 a.m. here in Fiji right now. And that's actually going to be a dot ball. 75 off of 80 balls to win. New Zealand, you don't need a collapse. You need the most miracle collapse of all miracles. Coley will not get over 100 tons. It's just too far away, but he will cross 90. How many is Coley on? How many tons is he on? Including this one, if he gets it? Like, include this one. Oh, that's over the top. Yeah, you look at them. They're targeting it. I told you. It's not going to quite get over the top there for a 4 or a 6, but they're only going to get a single, but they're going for a slap. And Coley will come back on strike. You probably would have not preferred that. You would have wanted him to be on strike for the next one, so I'd go for a single, Lee. Jeez, they're just showing us that near incredible catch from Phillips before, Glenn Phillips. Oh, swing and a miss. Oh, they're claiming a nick here. I don't think so. I didn't hear anything. They are going to review it. Wow. Okay. They're going to review this. This is Coley. Oh, no. Coley is 84 right now, 85th today. Shall he get it? Well, this is a worry. I didn't hear anything here. I really hope he doesn't go right now, but there's a chance that he's about to get out on 85. They're going to review this. Okay. I don't think so. I don't. I think there's clear gap between bat and ball there, but this angle's not going to show it well. I don't know why you reviewed this. I didn't hear anything either. Yeah, we're going to have to see ultra edge here, but this doesn't look out whatsoever. Yeah, no, there's absolutely nothing. What? No, I think this was desperation. Like, you couldn't ask for a more flat line. You could see from all angles that there was clear gap between bat and ball. I don't know why they reviewed that. I didn't hear quite literally anything. I don't know why people are booing, though. Like, have a little bit of respect. Have a little bit of respect, crowd. Why are you booing? Like, at the end of the day, it's actually a compliment to India that they're so desperate for that review. They chucked that out. You should actually be happy that they reviewed that because now they've lost a review. Not that you care. Yeah, New Zealand desperate. The game has gone anyway. Absolutely. I don't understand why the crowd's booing him, though. It's a bit weird. And of course, if you're New Zealand right now, you want to get out Kohli. You don't want to have this 100 against your name. Jamison, 7 overs, 1 for 30. And that's going to be a dot ball. All the Indians are active in the chat. Yeah, because, well, Sean knows Australian, but and Chris is English. But because for all the Kiwis right now, it's 3 in the morning. All the Australians right now, it's 2 a.m. in the morning or 1 a.m. in the morning. You're not going to get too much of my audience up and about now in Australia or New Zealand because they're all fast asleep. Still here, yeah. But see, Sean's got the benefit of being in Thailand, so he's not on the Australian time zone. And Thailand is a great time. And there's a single 73 for 76. If Jay wasn't unwell at the moment, Jay would be here too. He'd be cracking on. He'd be here. He's a lone wolf late into the night, son. He's up and about all hours. Just not early in the morning. When he sleeps, he will sleep. Next bowl, Kohli on 90 right now. And let's make that 91. Naughty 90s, baby. The naughty 90s. Nervy naughty 90s. Still feels weird having this mo. Feels so weird. So weird. Travis on 44. And he goes for a slap, but it will go straight to the fielder for a dot ball. Jeez, I tell you what, if Kohli got out in the 90s, this crowd would go deadly silent. They're cheering, obviously, every run really loudly right now. They would go deadly silent if he got out. Jamison's very clearly been their best bowler so far in this game for New Zealand, which isn't a surprise. 1 for 32 through 7.4. And that will be connected for probably just a single. $71 runs to go. What time is it there in India now? 3 hours. You're 6.5 hours, I think, behind me. So that'd be 11, 10, 9, 8:30 p.m.? 8:30 p.m. for you in India? At a guesstimate? And dot ball. It's so interesting with India. They are geographically on 2 time zones, and yet it's just one time zone across the entirety of India. So even if you are in the far, far east of the country, northeast, up and around Bangladesh area, that's still the same time zone as Jaisalmer. It's just insane to me. It's insane. In Australia, currently in Queensland, it is 1 a.m. In New South Wales, it is 2 a.m. In South Australia, it is 1:30 a.m. In Perth, and South Australia is geographically behind Queensland, but yet Queensland is half an hour behind them. And then Perth is like what, midnight? It's crazy. We have so many time zones. They have the exact same. Aussies have dozed off. Yeah, Aussies definitely have dozed off. Aussies wouldn't have watched this to start off with, really. But the Kiwis have definitely dozed off. And that'll be a double. They're just kind of prolonging the inevitable right now, New Zealand. It's kind of forcing this to get, the full 50 overs in. I don't know about India winning it before the 45th over at the moment. They've really slowed down again. And single. 231. They're now back behind the ball count. So it's 70 for 69. 70 to win, 69 balls in the count. They're now behind it again. Yeah, well, he really gets that foot high on his bowling action. Next bolt. And another just easy single. It's just what they're doing. They're just moving that needle. Moving that needle. And Coley is on 92. He's not putting the pressure on himself to get his hunch. He's just kind of moving along. Moving and grooving. It's not the tight bowling, that's for sure. Well, India now going to get another single. They're just moving it. Shreyas is about to get to the 50 bomb. Kohli's about to get to the 100. If Shreyas can get to the 50, that means that everyone's got 25 plus already. 3 players in the opening 4 batters would have got plus. Jefferson's bowled pretty well. Folkes actually hasn't bowled too badly. Folkes actually bowled pretty well here. After 7 overs, 34 runs. Yeah, Folkes actually bowled really well here. 7, 14, 21, 28. He's about 5 runs, just under 5 runs and over right now. That's pretty good there from Folkes. Worst bowler for New Zealand has clearly been Aditya. All right, Kohli to come out. He's on 93. 39 overs gone. Jamison again, 1 for 33, so he's well under. 8, 16, 24, 32. He's like 4.1 runs and over. Pretty good. If Virat Kohli doesn't make 100, I will not eat for a week. Well, the parents agree. Oh, no. Oh, Kohli's gone on 93. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. If Virat Kohli doesn't get 100, he will not eat for a week. And then he's got out on 93. Oh, my gosh. He got so close. Oh, Virat Kohli gets out on 93. It's 234 for 3. Oh, dude, that's painful. Oh, if you're that kid, you'd be spewing because that sign just got on the camera as he got out. Like, fantastic knock regardless from Virat, but wow, you'd be disappointed. That kid is going to be hungry for the next week for sure. Why, if you have parents, why are you encouraging that behaviour? Then again, fasting is huge in Indian culture. I think fasting's huge in Hindu culture, isn't it? Well, at least it's going to be a cheap week for the parents. Maybe that's why they're encouraging it. It's going to be a cheap week. They're not going to have to pay for his food. That 100 was there for the taking. Absolutely. He was at 93. He'd killed it. It was a crushing innings. So Jadeja will come in. Like, it's still not happening for New Zealand, but this has been an okay period, these last couple of overs. Damn, you can see how annoyed he is. Dude, look at him in the dressing rooms right now. You can see that he's pissed off. Yeah, he's played a match-winning innings, but still you'd be pissed off. So Ravindra Jadeja, 140 innings, average of 32.90. He's got 13 50s, 0 hundreds. Jadeja was okay against Australia in the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Yeah, he definitely deserved the 100, Sean. It's been very easy for him. Maybe he got a little bit complacent there, but it's been very easy for him, and then they just got the right bowl. That tight bowling, Sean. That tight bowling. And that will be a dot ball. The tight bowling got him. Too easy. He got 1 6 and 4 fours. And that's the funny thing with cricket. Like, you get 93. It's like it's an incredible amount of runs. It's an incredible innings, and yet you still feel disappointed. You still feel cheated as a fan, and you still, and the player feels like he's disappointed. And it's like you actually did get an incredible amount of runs, and we aren't cheated because it was such an incredible innings, regardless. But you just have that innate sense, that innate feeling, like, oh, that was shit. It's just like, well, we got 93 runs. Yeah, his eyes lit up and he thought it was a big shot there for a 4, but it just was poor. Commentary just said if that goes over him, if that goes in behind the player, it's a boundary hit. Well, no shit, Sherlock. That's the whole point of fielders. Like, what are you saying? My auntie had balls, should be my uncle. What's the point of that comment? Jacko would love that if. Jacko would be a big fan of that if. Oh, swing and a miss. Be careful here, India. It's going to be a wide, so they're lucky. It'll be 66 to win off 63. Be careful here. This is a bit of a weird part of the game. Surely there's no way. Surely there's no world into this. Surely. Surely this game is done and dusted. It would be a massive choke job to not win this from here. And that's going to be a 2 for Jadeja. So we'll get off the mark. And it'll be 62 off of 60. No, sorry, 64 off 62. Shatish, you getting worried, mate? Are you getting nervous? You getting nervous? It looks like New Zealand guaranteed win here. I reckon Virat didn't get the 100, so call it quits. New Zealand win. 1 wicket, yeah, take out 1 rock and the wall can fall down. That is how it works. 1 wicket turns into 2 wickets pretty quickly. You saw that with the Ashes. That's going to be 2 runs, 62 off 60. Sorry, 62 off 61. the thing people don't really recognise a fantastic amount. You know, that one wicket can completely change this game. I doubt it will, but it can. Why didn't KL Rahul come in? I thought he was next. Too scared. I think he's probably too scared, Chris. Yeah, too scared of the man that is Jamison. Jeez, what an over. What an innings he has had with the ball though. Oh, up in the air. Oh my gosh, Jadeja's gone. It's 2:39 for 4. Oh, India, don't do it. You can't do this, India. It's 2:39 for 4. She says, I'm biting my nails. This is very close. Well, dude, you're actually opening New Zealand up here. That's 2 wickets in the over from Jamison. Oh my gosh, it's the same kind of wicket as Kohli. Oh, Jadeja has gone for 4, and we are now going to see Rahul. Dude, this has just woken me up. KL has been batting lower down since even in the Champions Trophy he did. Well, he's about to come in now. He's about to come in now, and they can't have another wicket in this next few moments. What an over from Jamison. 3 wickets. Oh, sorry, he got 2 wickets in the over. 5 runs given up for 2 wickets. He's got 3 for 38 through 9 overs bowled. That is really good numbers from Jamison. Massive numbers. So Shreyas is on 47. If you can get Shreyas now in the next 2 overs, you're actually a chance. There's 10 overs remaining. 60 balls remaining, 62 to win. Realistically speaking, India should have an easy run here, but 2 wickets in 1 over. 1 wicket comes 2 wickets, potentially comes 3 wickets. You cannot have another wicket right now. But Rahul comes in, average of 49.51, 84 innings, 3,218 runs, 20 50s and 700s. Well. Well. I don't know why he's playing that shot, man. There's nothing on offer there. I don't know why he's playing that shot. Yeah, you can see how disappointed and angry he is with that one. Because he knows he's just throwing his team into the fire. And, folks, this is actually a prime-time bowling attack right now between Folks and Jamison based off of how this game's gone. Folks only 34 runs. Hasn't got a wicket yet, but 34 runs. Got an economy of 4.86. Oh my gosh, dude. Risky shot, but it's going to be a single. 61 off 59. Pick up a wicket now and it's all on. Well, let's see if he was too scared or not right now, Chris. Rahul on strike. Let's see how scared he was. And that's going to be a dot ball. Come on, make an interesting game here, Kiwis. Make an interesting game. Dude, that's such a peach of a ball. That was a slower ball bowled seamer that went straight to the fielder, but that was a really nice bowl. Oh my gosh, just beats him. Dude, Kiwis are actually knocking on the door of this game. They're knocking on the door right now of a comeback. They're not in the door. They're not actually quite up the driveway just yet, but you can see them coming to knock. Angling in that and then just kind of sweeps out, holds its line. Last 9 balls, 6 runs, 2 wickets. Great period for the Kiwis. And dot ball. Great period for the Kiwis. And Jamison's about to come in for a bowl right after these final 2 bowls here from folks. At least the question is currently being asked. It's like India have threatened to break this game open many times so far, and they just haven't broken the game as open as it should be. You know, once you get through Rahul, Washington averages 20, Harshit averages 20, Kuldeep 9.9, Siraj 7.9, and Prasid at 1. Telling ya. Single, 60 off of 55. This would be a generational choke, though, from where they were. It'd be generational. So current run rate is now 5.90. Their required run rate is 6.55. So they are slightly behind the required. But again, it doesn't really matter right now. That time of the night, guys. You're going to hear a few more yawns now that it's 3:15 a.m. But not long to go. Probably good 45. Oh my gosh. Why is K decided to go down now in such a key point of this game? Such a key point of this game. 4 for 241. Or maybe I will scroll down this batting lineup a little bit more. Hold on 1 second here. 60 runs, 55 balls. It's there, New Zealand. It is there. It is. It is there. It's waiting. It is waiting. Just get through one of these guys, man. This would be famous too because of their lineup. It would be famous. It would be famous for them to come back. It's not going to happen, but it will be famous. Alright, let's go back to the VIP box. Obviously, KO wants to play funny business. Wants to play funny business. So they get a single, 4 for 242. I guarantee you once I get this going and it starts streaming, I guarantee if I click on KO it'll work again, which is what happened last time. It just likes to mess around. Oh my gosh, there's another wicket. Oh my gosh, there's another wicket. Oh my gosh, there is another wicket. It's 242 for 5, lads. Jamison just got another wicket. Shreyas Iyer has just got out on 49. Jamison had 2 wickets. Now he's got another wicket. This is his 4th wicket. He's just bowled him, dude. He's just straight up bowled him. Dude, New Zealand are in this game. They are 100% in this game right now. I can't believe this. India, this is massive. They are throwing this massively right now. How is this even as close of a game as it is? How is this as close as it is? Dude, if Sundar, if Washington Sundar doesn't stay in here, they can pump through Harshit. They can pump through Kuldeep and Siraj. Sean says the Kiwis have a chance to grab it both hands, just like the pet sheep. Well, they've brought themselves back into this game. There's no way, India, you throw this. You can't. You can't. This is not a full-strength New Zealand team. You can't. And they've just broken through the big boppers too. If you get through Rahul, you actually have a good chance of winning this game if you get through Rahul. So Harshit Runner comes in, average of 20.5 with 5 innings. He needs to stay in here, lads. My gosh. That fall of Virat Kohli has been the Twin Towers coming down. And Jameson, what a performance here. Jamison, fire up. 4 for 38. He's on a hat-trick ball. This is a hat-trick ball here for Jamison. Through 9.1. He's bowled 4 for 38 and he's currently on a hat-trick ball. There's no way. Hat-trick ball and... Oh, that will go through for a single. No, they'll get 2. They'll get 2. So 57 from 52. 57 runs from 52 balls. Yeah, that silence around the stadium is deafening right now. Yeah, nothing shot from Shreyas Iyer. Nowhere close to getting the ball there. He got well beaten for that bowl. Absolutely well beaten. Oh my gosh, dude, he nearly bowled him. Dude, he nearly bowled him. Oh my gosh, this is really worrying for India. Nearly nicked him, nearly bowled him. Here we go. The Red Stars and the New Zealand flag look really cool. Dude, this is so close. Oh my gosh, nearly nicked him, nearly bowled him. Just take your pick. Take your pick, baby. The Kiwis are on fire right now. They are on fire. Next bowl. Dot ball. The momentum is with the Kiwis right now. Be careful, India. Very, very much momentum with the Kiwis currently. Maybe if I try Safari, maybe if I switch across and see. Maybe. We did say tight bowl and well, it's been fired up. It was very much needed, and Jamison has been that man for 4 for 40 through 9.4. And that will be that'll be 2 runs for Harshit Runner. Oh my gosh, they could get run out. Oh my, you're lucky. It's a single. He got caught halfway down the pitch. Rahul told Harshit Runner to go back, and he does get back in time. Wow, dude. This is actually terrifying if you're an Indian fan. This is actually terrifying if you are an Indian fan right now. But why is Rana coming in over Sundar, by the way? Yeah, look at the Indian fans in the crowd. They're nervous. They are absolutely nervous. All right. Just an injury right now for Rana on the dive. It seems like he's done something with his shoulder. So they're just looking at that. 8.1 overs to go here. 8.1 overs to go. I'm going to... Oh, no, I don't need KO as we speak with this VIP box. Yeah, it's just a bit of medical attention for Rana. And apparently he's good to go. Jadeja 4 hurts, man. That hurts. That would hurt. I'm just surprised Rana is playing over Washington Sundar here. So runner is up again. I just disagree. I disagree putting Rana in here and not Washington Sundar. You need someone from India to step up, because otherwise New Zealand will win this game if someone from India does not step up. So Jamison 441, final ball here of the over. And dot ball, good bowl. 56 from 48. The ball count is slowly getting away. Remember when India, they were about 5 runs underneath the ball count. Now they're about 7, 8 runs behind the ball count. Things change very quickly in sport, man. Like, look, a big boundary, like a 6, even a 4, but mainly a 6, that would completely change the game on its head again. It would get that momentum back for India, but they can't risk that 6 at the moment. Risking a 6 and getting out would be just brutal. So who's bowling? Bracewell? Folks has been great, though. Surely Folks is still on. No, Clark, okay. Do you think the batters may not have been ready? Others were, so got chucked in? No, he would have been ready. It's just this is a choice. These are choices. Harshit on 3, Rahul on 1. $56 from 48, so they're now 8 runs behind the ball count, 5 wickets in hand. It was looking very easy for India, and now it's not looking easy, and now it's 9 runs. 56 to win off of 47 balls. India, be careful here. A generational throw is on the cards as we currently speak. Harsh on 3, Rahul on 1. Oh my gosh, is he gone? Oh, he's going. It's going to miss. That's a dot ball, though. That's a dot ball. 56 from 46. That is a dot ball. They'll take that. Yeah, New Zealand had no business staying in this game. I agree with the commentary. They had no business being in this game. And another dot ball, 56 from 45. They had no business being in this game, and yet they are a chance. Travis Pedro says New Zealand needs some generational talent. Well, sure, but like they have taken a completely young team, youthful, inexperienced team over here to India, and they're giving this a crack. Like they're putting a fair crack in. They should never have been in this game. They shouldn't have been in this game from the start. They shouldn't be in this game now because India have been way Oh my gosh, big swing, big miss. Now 56 runs off 44 balls. India should have put them to bed well and truly ages ago in this game. They should have put them to bed. But that middle order collapse of 3 wickets really quickly, Shreyas Iyer, Virat Kohli, and Jadeja has really hurt him. They have. He's called Ben Stokes. Yes, Ben Stokes, massive Kiwi generational talent. Got out for a grand total of 1 run across both innings. 1 run in total across both innings. Wow, they're going to get 2 runs. They're going to steal 2 runs there. That's crazy. So it's going to be 247 for India. They need 54 or 43. New Zealand will win today. I still think it's a bit too much in the too hard basket right now, Travis Pedro. But look, anything can happen. It's still plenty of time in this game. A wicket would really spice things up because then they'd be into Washington Sundar. That would really spice things up, being 4 wickets in hand and down by 11 runs in the ball count. Oh, it's a beautiful shot for a 4 though. Harsh hit runner. That was a boundary of absolute dreams. They needed that. 50 runs now off 42 balls. 251 for 5. They need him to come through clutch here. And India absolutely needed that. Absolutely needed that one. Wowee. Don't forget, guys, we will be back in 2 days' time as the ODI 3 will get underway. And then a couple of days after that, we will have the start of the T20 series, which will be live for all of them. Let me see if K is working now. I don't think so, but we'll see. Luckily, I have VIPbox.tv because K hasn't been working. Malik says, welcome. Get around you, Malik. What are you thinking right now? You thinking this is a confident win for India, or do you think this momentum is true strong behind New Zealand at this point of the game? One thing, Kiwis are going great in ODI. They're terrible in T20, sure, but again, this is not the ODI team that you know for New Zealand. They have a lot of their players out, man. This is a much younger and experienced New Zealand team, and they're coming over India playing a full-strength Indian team, and they're giving them a run for their money right now, and they have no business being in this game. Folks, he's been bowling well, and it's going to be a single. Oh, they're going to get 2, are they? Yeah, they will. Fielding play. Oh my gosh, there's a misunderstanding. Could get run out. He threw to the wrong side. It's going to be a single. Dude, India are in shambles at the moment, dude. 49 runs to win, 41 balls remaining. Just relax, be patient, compose yourself here, India. Compose yourself. Just compose yourself here. This has come from nowhere in this game. This has come from absolutely nowhere. Dear me. Melissa C, you don't sleep while you're watching India versus New Zealand this time. Yes, it is 3:30 in the morning for me. I'll get plenty of sleep after this. There's no stream tomorrow, so I've got plenty of time. But no, we're doing lots of cricket this year alongside the rugby league. They're going to call 2, are they? No, just the one. It's 253 for 5, 48 off 40. We're going to be doing all the T20 World Cup, mate. We're going to be here for all the India versus New Zealand series. We're going to be here for England versus Sri Lanka. We've got plenty of cricket coming up, mate. So, no, look, I'm taking a step up this year on the channel. We're not just going to do only rugby league. Rugby league will be the priority, but we will be doing a lot of the international cricketing games. So, get around it. Yeah, I'm not too sure about their selection, Travis Petrie, why they didn't select players. Are you reading New Zealand? I'm Australian, mate. I just enjoy cricket. I'm a neutral watcher here. Obviously, I do like New Zealand because they're our brothers, man. So I'll always back in New Zealand over India, but I don't really care. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I'm actually going to get a really good sleep tonight, regardless of what happens here. But just enjoy cricket, enjoy sport, and that's what we do here. So, I would love to see the comeback, though. It would be a massive comeback, dude. Massive comeback for the Kiwis if they did it. They looked down and out in this game, and they struggled to get to 300, but they got to 300, and now it's making a game out of it. 47 to win, 39 balls, and that's going to be knocked in behind, and that's a full amazing fielding. Amazing fielding. They'll get 3, but amazing fielding to prevent the 4. So it's going to be 44 runs needed off 38 balls. Dashan says, Aussie agent analysing how India and New Zealand play. Yep, that's what's going to happen. That is what's going to happen. Well, I can tell you right now, as a neutral fan speaking to India, this middle to late section of this game has been a massive concern for you. And New Zealand, they've got excuses with the young players they've brought over. Massive worry here. Up in the air. He's gone. Oh my God. He dropped him. I think you just lost the game. I think you dropping that ball just lost the game for New Zealand. That's crazy. Daryl Mitchell's just dropped the sitter. Travis Peters says, I'm rooting Kiwis, but I know you're rooting India, Aussie thing. You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. I literally just answered your question. If anything, I'm going for the Kiwis, but I don't care who wins. What are you even talking about? That doesn't even make sense. Aussie thing? When it comes to rugby union, sure, but I'd still take New Zealand over the Northern Hemisphere teams. That doesn't even make sense. Alex says, I think your favourite team, India, that's why you're watching India versus New Zealand. Well, I think you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about because we just streamed Australia versus England, and I would prefer... Look, straight up I'll say to you right now, I 100% will go for New Zealand. I could not give a fuck about who wins this game, but I enjoy the game of cricket. So it's like, this is really, really strange that people are desperate for me, as if I'm an India fan. I'm literally just enjoying cricket right now and watching it, and if anything, I would prefer New Zealand to win, but I don't care who wins. I'm just enjoying cricket. I don't have a team in this game. I am a neutral. It doesn't matter who wins this game, because at the end of the day, I've just watched Australia win the Ashes. What is happening right now? What is happening right now? Why am I being called an Indian circle jerker from multiple people in the chat? I'm just trying to watch the game, and apparently now I'm an Indian fan. Oh, Sharon says I was kidding, bro. It's all good, man. This channel's sort of banter and have a bit of a laugh, mate. But it just was so random. It's 3:35 in the morning, and I'm being told that I'm an Indian fan. I will respond saying, no, I'd prefer New Zealand, but I'm just watching the game as a neutral and enjoying. And then I'll be told, nope, you are an Indian fan. What? I just told you in response, not just you, by the way, but I just said that I'm not an Indian fan. Oh, dude. Darshan says, bro, I want India to lose. I'm so Indian fan. But no, Travis, if you're a regular, if you tune to the channel a lot, we have banter, we have a bit of a laugh, mate. Don't take things too seriously. You're all good, mate. But no, I'm an Australian fan, and I don't have an investment in this game. I just enjoy cricket, and on this channel, we're going to create a lot more cricketing content. Who do you support, by the way, Travis Pedro? Because you said you support, you're going for the Kiwis, but you're not a Kiwi, and you're not Indian. So who do you support, Travis Pedro? Yeah, but this is why Test cricket is always the best, Travis. Test cricket is the pure form of the game, always. I love all formats of cricket, but Test cricket is chef's kiss. So 43 to win here for the Indians. 35 balls remaining. I can't believe he dropped that ball, by the way. He probably dropped the game. That dropped catch from Daryl Mitchell, he probably dropped the game, and he had an incredible time at the bat, but dropping that ball... That was probably it. If he catches that, they win this game, I reckon. I think that New Zealand win this game if he caught that ball. Oh, that is such a damaging blow, dropping that ball. No, Test cricket is always the best format, but this has been fun. Next bowl. Oh, swing and a miss. 42 off of 33. What a game. I'm not Kiwi, but I love Kiwi than Australia. No, but I'm saying, who do you support, Travis Pedro? No, I get that, but who do you support? Like, who is your team? What you about of Test cricket reaching around the world? What do you mean? I don't understand that. What you about of Test cricket reaching around the world? Please explain what you mean. I'm not too sure, bro. So 42 to win, 33 balls. By the way, for people who English isn't their first language, I'm very well understanding. That's why I just clarify what you mean, because that was a bit broken. Up in the air, up in the air, up in the air. No one's going to be there. It's going to be a single. I genuinely hate T20 League cricket. They are ruining cricket. I don't know if I'd say I hate it. I still enjoy it, and I will be here for every game of the T20 World Cup. But it's not as good as it's nowhere near as good as Test cricket for sure. So you are from New Zealand. Travis, what's wrong with you? Travis, what are we doing here? what are we doing? You said you were going for India. I said I don't care, but I'm kind of backing in New Zealand because it would be a great comeback and also be really Like we back in our Kiwi brothers. And next minute I find out you're a Kiwi. What's happening? What's happening here? That's a single, so 40 to win 31 balls. Like, reaching to other part of the world, Test cricket is only played by a few countries perfectly. Nah, if anything, it's going backwards rather than growing right now, man. I think that it is slightly growing in America, but it's only going to be a very minimal growth. That's a 6. That's gone. Bang! That's a 6 from Harshit Rana. He is saving India right now. Again, I think he was dropped. Was it Harshit Rana dropped, or was it KL Rahul was dropped? I love New Zealand, but they broke my heart so many times. Yeah, valid. Valid, dude. They don't win. They don't win the clutch too much, unfortunately, the old Kiwis. But still a very good team to watch. This isn't a game to judge the Kiwis on, though. This isn't a game. They've got a whole bunch of players they haven't brought over for this 3-game ODI series. So KO is working now, so I'm going to go back over to there. 34 to win, 30 balls remaining. Hardik Pandya not playing today. Sure, Darshan, but like this is a pretty full strength in your team. Graham Smith said that Test cricket can only be played by 7 or 8 countries max. Yeah, but also it's just it doesn't have the ability to grow. That 5 days is not something people are going to buy into unless it's a part of your culture. It's a part of Australian culture. It's a part of English culture. It's a part of Indian culture. Even though they do focus more so on the T20 and the shorter formats of the game rather than the test format. It's a part of our culture. You can't sell 5 days worth of a game that could be a draw to a country that doesn't have that kind of format. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't sell it. 33 to win, 29 balls remaining. How do you go, say, to America? How do you go to Mexico? How do you go to Brazil? How do you go to quite literally anywhere? Let's go and say Spain, Italy. How do you go there and say to their people, hey, listen, I've got a great game for you, really enjoyable, goes across 5 days, could be a draw, so you could have wasted your time for 5 days, even though we understand the significance of a draw, we respect it, but how do you sell that to a new fan? You can sell T20. You can, up in the air. That's going to be a single. You can sell a 1-day international. How do you sell a 5-day Test cricket match to a country? It isn't in their culture. Travis Head has saved us from sound pollution in 2023. Everyone knows, mate. If you watch cricket, everyone knows Travis Head 2023. Travis Head saved us also from England sound pollution in 2025-6. Next bolt. And that's going to be a single. So 270 for 5. 31 to win. 27 balls remaining. Game's on, baby. Game's on. Game's on here. Another wicket would really throw a cat amongst the pigeons. I just think that drop catch is what lost them the game. That's going to be probably 2. Oh, it's a misfield. Oh, the Kiwis are throwing it, dude. They're going to get 2. 28 runs to win off of 25 balls. Dude, New Zealand, you actually were in the box seat in this game, coming back out of nowhere, and now they're just throwing it. A dropped catch in the field, and now a misfield. You were right, Test cricket is just too tough. We have to see what happens in the future. From our perspective, sure, tough is the right word. From an international's perspective who doesn't support it, then they would disagree massively. That's going to end up being a single there. 28 runs to win off 25 balls. Yeah, no, I don't think you can sell it as a tough game when you've got rugby league, you've got rugby union, you've got NFL, you've got all this kind of jazz. You couldn't sell it as AFL, you couldn't sell it as a tough game. you have to sell us to baseball fans. That's the only way to grow it. But you're not going to get people from baseball watching. They already it's already not as big time. Ooh, that's a 4. That's a 4. No, it's good fielding. So it should just be 2 there. Can I say the same when Rohit silenced the Aussies in Champions Trophy and T20 World Cup? The thing is, Dashan, is what you don't understand is that the Australians don't care like Indians do. So that's why we know Travis Head means way more. Because, yeah, sure, I care. But 99.9% of Australians, of our entire country, do not give a shit. They don't know what the Champions Trophy is. I don't think you guys in India realize this. Australians don't know or give a shit about what the Champions Trophy is. So no one in Australia would have reacted to that besides the pure cricket fans like me. And then in regards to the T20 World Cup, I'm telling you that maybe, at best, you've got 3 to 5%, no, not even. I would say maybe 10% of actual cricket fans watch the T20 World Cup because Australians are not into that format. It doesn't work with us. Travis Head against you guys works with you because we know how much it means to you Indians. But for Australians, you don't really get to use that against us. You can use it against me, sure, but you can't use it against other Australians because they don't care. They never have. Cricket is not as big of a sport in Australia as you think. So anyway, that's going to be a boundary there, 279 for 5. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to help you understand a little bit more, man. You can reply that till the cows come home to Australians and they'll say, mate, we don't care. I do. They don't. It's not as big as you think in Australia. Rugby league, AFL, even rugby union on a consistent basis is bigger. And cricket is only big in the summer season for Australians. I'm from Bangladesh. Of course I know Bangladesh. I was nearly going to go to Bangladesh. Oh, he's gone. Oh my gosh, Harshit Runner's gone. Oh, he's nicked him, and it's 279 for 6. Game on. Game on. Game on. Game on. There's no silencing Aussies, by the way. No matter what, we'll just remind you of all the trophies we've got. No matter what, we'll remind you, 1.4 billion people compared to 26 million people. 1.4 billion people care about cricket. Not even a small portion really care about cricket in Australia as anywhere near as much, and yet we still got more trophies with far significantly less population size and multiple sports that we care about comparatively to India that mainly cares about cricket. So you don't win this conversation, bro. So I think you'd probably just enjoy the game, bro. You don't want to battle with an Australian in terms of cricket because at the end of the day, we have the trophies and the accolades to back ourselves up. Do you? So that's a big wicket there, though. 279 for 6, 46.2 overs gone. Not like that. I mean, are you genuinely saying Australians don't care about cricket? Yeah. Went on the top? Yeah. Yeah, the answer is yes, bro. The answer is yes. It's sad, but it's true. But a lot of Australians will watch Australia vs England, and that's it. I would say a good... pretty much majority of people will watch the Ashes in Australia. That's it. They'll only watch Australia vs England. They won't even really care about India. A majority of people in Australia will probably watch the Ashes, and that's about as much cricket as they watch. Yeah. Should be asleep, Shatish. So 4 wickets remaining, 22 runs to win, 22 balls. Kind of forget the up in the air, up in the air, up in the air, up in the air. Oh, he's very lucky. That's going to go for a 4. No, it's not. It's going to be good fielding. Oh, he's unlucky not to get a 4, but he's also very lucky that it didn't get caught. So there'll be 2 runs here. Oh, it was only a single, was it? Wow, 21 runs to win off 21 balls. I watch every sport, Travis, but obviously we're in a pretty hectic moment of cricket right now, but I watch every sport, yeah. Same in India. People are looking at other sports because cricket ruining other sports in India. Same. No, it's not. No. Not even close to the same. It's not true, bro. I'm sorry, but that's not true. I've been to India. I know how much you guys care about cricket. I know that cricket is absolutely your main sport. I know your viewership numbers. I know your analytics. We've all seen the statistics. Cricket is India's game. There's no debate about that. Cricket is not even close to Australia's game. It's our national sport based off of culture and history. Not the same. It's not the same but different. It's not. Worlds apart. India as a whole, a large majority do watch cricket all the time. Doesn't mean everybody. Not everybody watches cricket, but a large majority do watch cricket all the time. In regards to Australia, a very minimal amount of people watch Australia play England only in the summer when we do play. It's very different. Much significant differences there. Similar ideologies in a lot of ways, but I don't really even necessarily 100% believe that in regards to a lot of what you're saying about India. I don't believe it. Especially based off of my experience, every single person that I interact with in India, I was in India for two and a half months. Every single conversation would start with, "Hi, where are you from?" They'd find out I was from Australia. Brett Lee, Shane Warne, Ricky Ponting within the first 3 words. There is no way you can tell me that India does not care about cricket. You come to Australia, if you go to Queensland, not a single person will mention the cricket. They'll ask you, are you getting around the Broncos? Are you getting around the Dolphins? Which team do you support? Are you a Titans fan, but a Cowboys? You go to Victoria, they'll say, which AFL team do you support? Collingwood? Do you follow Western Bulldogs? Do you follow Geelong Cats? This is what I'm saying. Within the first 3 words, the first 3 things that people in India said to me was always a cricket reference of Brett Lee, Ricky Ponting, Adam Gilchrist, or Shane Warne. Tell me I'm wrong. That is my experience. You can't really tell me I'm wrong, but tell me I'm wrong. I don't believe what you're saying. Space says, I hate how people make a game their whole personality and then get insecure about it when their teams don't do well. Both India and Australia have gone through rough patches. Why not just enjoy it? Yeah, absolutely agree. I absolutely agree with that. With that being said, what do you say? So, by the way, 18 runs to win off 18 balls, 4 wickets in hand. Again, their whole personality and get insecure about it when their teams don't do well. Both India and Australia have gone through rough patches. Yeah, Australia's rough patch is kind of now, which is funny. It's quite funny. We're actually in a little bit of a rough patch considering. Yeah, a little bit. 3 overs to go here, lads. 18 to win off 18 balls, 4 wickets in hand. Yeah. I don't know what that's referencing in regards to the conversation specifically that we're having right this very second, but sure. We want other sports to be as good as cricket. That's fine. That's not the part of the discussion we're having, though, but that's fine. That's fine for people to want other sports to be as good as cricket. But that's not the case, and that's not the part of the conversation that we're having right now. But sure, I don't disagree that other people wouldn't want cricket to be not as big as it is. Some people might like football better. Some people might like hockey better. Some people might like other sports better. You might enjoy rugby league if you watched it. And that's going to be a single. So 17 runs off of 17 balls. This is going to be an interesting chase here, man. The conversation isn't about like wants and needs and Indians wanting another sport to be bigger. But at the end of the day, it's not. And at the end of the day, people do watch cricket and they do enjoy cricket because look at the statistics, analytics, the growth margins, viewerships, everything. Everything is in favour of cricket. So it's like if you want things to change, then you need more people to get behind the revolution. Revolution of changing the sport. Stephen says, agreed. I think there was more Indian supporters in Australia in the stands. There was. Yeah. There was. Especially at the G. Not at the G. Especially in Perth. Perth was full. Full of Indians. And fair enough. Fair enough. And they won. Good stuff. I think they had more fans than SCG. I don't know about the MCG. It would have been close. Would have been close. Like, for example, look when South Africa comes over to play Australia in the Test Series. You got empty crowds. No one cares. You got England come over, you sell out. And that's going to be a maybe two. No, just a single. 16 runs off 16 balls. Space Characters. Brett Lee is insanely popular in India. Only other bowler as popular is probably Malinga. Shane Warne's pretty big too. Like, again, those 4 names were the ones that were referenced to me every single conversation. First 2 things people would say. Where are you from? Australia. Brett Lee, Shane Warne, Adam Gilchrist, and Ricky Ponting. Ricky Ponting being the biggest one. Ricky Ponting was always the biggest one. But those 4 names would always immediately come as soon as you say Australia, or they picked up that you're Australian. You like cricket? Yes. Ricky Ponting. Brett Lee. Mitchell Johnson's another big one that would come up quite a lot. So that point is, that's another single there. So 15 runs off of 15 balls. Nah, it's not. What was it? Do you think cricket is growing in the USA? They've got baseball. It's growing more than it once did, but it'll never overtake the monopoly. America's monopoly is ice hockey, American football, basketball. Oh, that's over the top. It's up in the air, up in the air, up in the air. Oh, he's dropped him. Oh, dude, New Zealand. Oh my gosh, New Zealand. Oh, I can't believe him. I actually can't believe him. They've dropped so many catches. They would have won the game. I put my hand on heart and say New Zealand would have won this game. That is now 3 blown opportunities. That's 3 blown opportunities in the crunch of this game. That is 3 dropped catches. 3. It's not as easy as the other ones, but that's still 3 dropped catches. Not to mention they made 2020 cricket what it is with their league. Yeah. And just a reminder for people who are new to this channel, this is the kind of conversations we have. Don't ever take offense to the way that we speak about it. We're just very serious and passionate about what we're talking about. At the end of the day, you're entitled to your opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. But the discussion is for, that's going to be single. It's always about banter, always about providing good conversation, not just being a troll or providing shit conversation. We have a bit of a laugh. It is 4 a.m. in the morning for me as well, so you do have to keep that in mind. We're usually a lot higher energetic, but I've found a bit of a second wave at the moment with this final bit of the game. So yeah, don't ever take offense to anything that happens on this channel. Just enjoy the conversation and get around it. Who flapped it? Everyone, Chris. Daryl Mitchell dropped a sitter before. An absolute sitter. Yes, in August, Australia play Bangladesh. Travis, we'll be live for it. We'll be live on the channel for it. I think Bangladesh have some great quicks, but our batsmen are horrible. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not going to be a good series for you, but it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see. It'll be also interesting to see who plays for Australia. Typical New Zealand. Oh, Sean, it's been brutal. Indians love cricket very much. That's a fact. They're just next level crazy with their players. Yeah, it's like Papua New Guinea with rugby league. Up in the air. Oh, it sits in just before the fielder. Dude, they're just getting singles right now. 12 runs to win off of 12 balls. Kraken says, Bangladesh lost against Ireland. You're not telling me they even taken a wicket against Australia. Did they really lose to Ireland? Wow. Wow. Steven says 100% just banter, especially if you're a Broncos supporter. No, that's meaningful. No, when I call you a Muppet, I mean you are a Muppet. you are a Muppet. Typical Broncos fan trying to get away with it. Don't forget, guys, in 2 days' time, we do have the second ODI we'll be live for. Same time. No stream tomorrow. I'm going to be sleeping. But in 2 days' time, we'll be back again for the ODI number 2. She says, looks like we'll go down to the final over. Feel for you, Blaze. Nah, I'm good, bro. I found my second wind. I'm firing, son. I'm firing. Huh? I'm firing, son. I'm a machine, baby. I'm a machine. Christian Clark coming in. 12 runs to win 12 balls. And this is what we want, Chitish. I want it to be a good game. This is a close game right now. Yeah, no, you know it, Steve. Wow, no, you know it. Said what I said. Said what I absolutely damn well said. And I mean it twice on Monday mornings at 2 a.m. Brisbane time. Twice. Next ball. And that's going to be a dot ball. Oh my gosh. Did they get a single? Oh, overthrows. Oh, you can't be serious, New Zealand. Oh, New Zealand, that you can't be serious. They're going to get a single on overthrows. It was going to be a dot ball. They're going to get a single on overthrows. You can't be serious. You can't be. He would have been safe. It was never in danger to run out. New Zealand are really ticking me off here because they've had every opportunity to win this game. Seriously. Next ball. And dot ball. 11 to win, 10 balls. I can't believe how close. Oh, that's actually going to be 10 runs. They're going to get a single, actually. 10 runs to win, 10 balls. We go down to the final bit, guys. Don't forget, hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. It all comes down to the final 10 balls where India should win this game. They really should. New Zealand, you threw every opportunity to win this out. Next bowl. Up in the air. Up in the air. It's a nice shot. Just a single, though. New Zealand's not looking interested. It's not that they're not looking interested. It's just that their team is so young and inexperienced and they've fallen apart at the crunch. They had every opportunity to win this game. They were gifted opportunities from India and they didn't grasp them. They didn't grab them. They didn't get it done. They dropped catches. Just absolute mere drop catches in the field. And now India looking to pounce. 9 to win, 9 balls, up in the air. That's a beautiful shot at the back there for a 6. Is that a 6 or a 4? That is a 4. That is a 4. So 5 to win off of 8 balls. New Zealand, you threw this game away, which is a crazy statement to make. It is a crazy statement to make. New Zealand threw this game away. India were there for the taking. They were there to lose this game. India was sweeping the floor with New Zealand up until about the 35th over. And then from the 35th over onwards, you saw the collapse. New Zealand could have actually punched them out and won this game by a good damn well 10 runs at one stage. But the 3 dropped catches, brutal. The overthrow, brutal. The missed fields, brutal. That is what they're going to lose this game with. An unwinnable game became a game they threw away. It was a 4. I'm still on Christmas holidays, otherwise at 2 a.m. I would not be here. You're still on Christmas holidays in 2 days' time? Are you going to join us for the second game, Steve? Next bolt. And that's a 4. And tie game, 300 for 6. Why Aussies picking Cameron Green and Bo Webster over and over again? Yeah, we speak about it a lot. We'll speak about that more again in 2 days' time, bro, because this game's about to finish after one more shot here. But yeah, we speak about that a lot, mate. We do criticise Cameron Green pretty justly throughout these streams. Rahul just needs 1 run here to win the game. Kiwi shot themselves in the foot big time, Shauno. Big time. Big time. This was New Zealand's game for the taking, and they blew it. They blew it big time. And this is why they would have won this game and potentially this series if they brought a full-strength team over. They brought over inexperience. They brought off of youth. They brought out. They didn't bring their experience. They brought over youth, and they choked when the game changed. The momentum was strong in New Zealand's favour. New Zealand could have won this game. They fell apart. And that's a 6 to end it all over. And it's deserved. Well done. Congratulations, India. Great game. Great game here. Can't believe what I've watched, but great game. I cannot believe the way they threw that game, the Kiwis. Can't believe it, but well done, India. They find a way, despite the absolute massive collapse. If India had have played Australia, they would have lost this. Not that Australia would have looked as poor as New Zealand did in parts. If India had have played England, they would have lost this. If India had have played South Africa, they would have lost this. And this is even in ODI. I don't know what it was with New Zealand, but that was just a throwaway. Massive throwaway. Cricket has a big advantage that the only other bat and ball game is basically confined to one continent. Not really. Japan. Japan is, I know you're referring to baseball. Japan is massive. That part of Asia is massive for baseball. North America and South America both care about baseball. So, sort of. But, like, if you think about it, cricket realistically is only Asia. Like, yeah, you've got England and a couple and European nations and whatnot, but I get what you mean anyway. But baseball is quite big in other countries besides just America, North America. Anyway, guys, that's going to do us. We've been here for the last 8 or so hours, 8-9 hours or so. So I'm going to see you for the next game, which is in 2 days' time between New Zealand and India. India win by 4 wickets and lead the series 1-0 in a 3-game series. We'll be live for all 3 of the games. Obviously, hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe if you are new around here. I appreciate you for